The demon world had always been known as a land of extreme danger, a place no one dared to enter. After all, it was the den of some of the most ferocious and brutal monsters imaginable. Even world-class S-rank hunters would be sent to their graves if they ran into these things. And yet, the moment they saw this young man's shadow, they panicked. The whole horde trampled over each other in a desperate retreat. Turns out, a few days ago, he'd shown up and casually taken the final boss's head with a single move. He possessed the ability to turn any part of his body into a weapon. He even skinned an immortal demon beast and turned it into a fur coat for himself. From then on, whenever the monsters saw him, they'd switch to coward mode and play dead, terrified of getting wiped out by this human. Because while he looked human, he was a chimera monster, the strongest one ever created. After being worked to the bone for his corporate masters, his body reached its limit, so they decided to give him one last mission, a one-way trip to the demon world. Poor number 17 was now just a disposable tool, left in chains to await his death on the battlefield. In the Rocky Mountains of the demon world, the battle was raging fiercely. Flying monsters in the sky were continuously torn apart by razor-sharp flashes of light. On the ground, number 17, in the form of a bizarre creature with sharp claws, was on a mad rampage, turning the battlefield into a pile of rubble. From beneath the earth, a giant monster with a horrifying, flower-shaped mouth erupted, roaring to assert its dominance. Facing this massive enemy, number 17 didn't flinch. A bright blue electrical energy gathered before unleashing a colossal lightning bolt, completely engulfing its target. The monster only had time to scream in agony before being obliterated by the devastating attack. Witnessing that terrifying power, the group of hunters watching from afar was stunned. Incredible. It wiped out that entire swarm of monsters with just one attack. However, worry was still etched on their faces as the gate showed no signs of closing. Even though it was already the third day, a member of the group tried to reassure the others, saying, "Don't worry, no matter how many monsters come, we can handle them, as long as we have that S-class Chimera." Meanwhile, the hunters began cleaning up the smaller remaining monsters. One of them spoke up, "We just need to finish off these stragglers." Just then, the announcement that the gate was closing arrived, making everyone ecstatic. Perfect timing, the gate's closing right at quitting time. "Let's hurry back and grab a drink, guys." As the group rushed toward the exit, a female hunter looked back at number 17 and asked a question. "Wait, aren't we taking that thing back with us?" Her colleague immediately dismissed the idea, stating they had received orders not to bring it back. Although the woman felt a bit of regret, considering the value of an S-class Chimera and feeling grateful that it had saved the team from heavy casualties, the other hunter replied coldly, "Don't sympathize with it. Technically, that thing isn't a living creature. Things like that only know how to follow orders." A harsh truth to hear. He was abandoned, surrounded by monsters. Number 17 continued his frantic battle, even as his body began to reach its absolute limit. In his mind, only a single, cold notification appeared. This mission's sole purpose was to ensure the hunter's safe retreat. Facing the final giant monster, number 17 gathered all of his lightning power. He unleashed a massive pillar of light, wiping out everything in his line of sight. The director's cruel final words echoed in his head. "Understand? There is nothing else. When the mission is over, you don't need to return." Number 17's body was now completely shattered, his breath fading away. Left all alone on the desolate battlefield, his final conscious thought was a fragmented message about securing the retreat before he finally collapsed onto the cold ground. The final mission was complete. The battle's result was astounding. Not a single hunter died, while the total number of monsters killed was 1,823. As his body began to disintegrate, fragmented memories of a past that had been erased suddenly flooded his mind. Before becoming a killing machine, he was a normal human, kidnapped when he was only 9 years old. Although his broken brain couldn't fully grasp the meaning of the images flashing by, like a movie reel, number 17 quietly watched them. The story rewinds 79 years, to an orphanage in District 13. The young boy was being harshly scolded by the manager. "You threw a rock at your friend just because he teased you. How many times has this happened?" Faced with the child's silence, they coldly announced, "We can't take care of you anymore." The boy was thrown out into the snow-covered streets, where he collapsed from exhaustion and the bone-chilling cold. Just then, strangers appeared, gathering up stray children from the slums like they were merchandise, out of the frying pan and into the fire. The boy was quickly taken to an operating table, bound in thick chains to ensure he couldn't escape. When asked for his number, the cold reply came back, "Number 17. The researchers began to record the experiment's progress. Then they plunged a syringe filled with S-class mutated silkworm cells straight into his body. The cruel experiment began as the men in white lab coats watched intently. They observed number 17's reaction on the monitor. They gasped in amazement. What? There are no side effects at all. Despite gaining special abilities, his human appearance and personality remained intact. Realizing he had a unique constitution, they decided to just keep injecting him with anything and everything until they got a reaction. 64 years ago, amidst the rubble of a city, a teenage number 17 gathered bright green energy in his hand, wiping out a giant bee monster that was threatening civilians. A woman clutched her young child tightly, thanking him through tears for saving them. Then, 59 years ago, standing on a battlefield littered with monster corpses, number 17 suddenly froze as a storm of chaotic thoughts hit him. He wondered to himself, wait, why am I here? What am I even doing? At that very moment, the researcher appeared behind him with a sinister grin. Fighting and then suddenly stopping to reminisce, are we? He cackled with absolute excitement. The side effects are finally showing up. 54 years ago, experiment reports were continuously being meticulously documented. The result of injecting over 500 different types of monster cells for 15 years created a hunter who was at least S-class, with immeasurable power. In a dark room, number 17 was chained tightly to a chair, his body deformed with sharp claws and covered in wounds. But the researcher proudly declared, number 17 is the greatest masterpiece of our laboratory. 20 years ago, a hand offered him a piece of food and asked gently, number 17, you're a kind person, aren't you? In his memories, number 17 was just a terrifying tool in the eyes of the world. See? I told you it would eat. The woman beside him cried out in pure disgust as panicked parents shielded their children's eyes. Stay away from it. Don't look at that monster. Let's rewind 3 days. On a scorched battlefield, number 17, in full monster form, unleashed a colossal storm of lightning energy. The final monster collapsed. As his consciousness faded, one thought remained mission complete. A valley of death, a road of corpses stretching into the sunset. Silence settled over the ruins. But then, from the bleached white bones, a strange, intense light suddenly erupted. This was number 17, a chimera hunter carrying the cells of 527 different monsters inside him. In a place where only death should exist, muscle and sinew began to grow, miraculously wrapping around his very spine. He wasn't dead, he was being reborn. An earth-shattering explosion of energy marked his final transformation. And from the settling dust, a pair of bare feet touched the ground. Number 17 was gone. In his place stood the human, John Dogon. He stared at his hands in shock. What is happening? Have I become human again? Standing in a canyon torn apart by his own power, he realized it was true. He was reborn, but that joy was short-lived. He could feel it, the monster cells were still active. He wasn't completely human. The lab never came for him. The bitter truth hit he'd been discarded, thrown away like trash. Even the number on his wrist was gone, freeing him from a life on the run. Dogon suspected this miracle was thanks to that fire-type beast, the one that could revive 3 times as long as its core remained intact. It seemed his human cells had fused perfectly with the phoenix cells, not just restoring his body, but returning it to its absolute prime. The mental fog from the experiments finally lifted, replaced by a clarity he'd never known. Even the magic that prevented disobedience was gone. Dogon wondered, could he finally live like a person? Number 17 was just a soulless tag for an experiment. It was time to reclaim his name. He recalled a researcher mocking his twisted personality and someone else's advice to try helping others, to save thousands of lives. A bitter smile formed as he muttered the name, John Dogon. Then he scoffed. How can a stray cat save anyone? Shaking off the thoughts, he came to a simple decision. For now, I'll just live. As for revenge, the fire had cooled over time. He'd deal with his creators if he found them. A normal life was impossible. But by moving forward, he knew their paths would cross again. With no real plan, he stood on a mountain peak, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. He decided then and there to try living like a human. But an immediate, very practical problem arose. He had no clothes. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd worn any. So, he walked naked through the wasteland, searching, until he spotted a river up ahead. He scanned the area for anything to use as cover. And then he saw the corpse of a massive creature with brilliant white fur. Looking closer, he figured it was likely the loser of some territorial dispute. The beast looked powerful, yet there were no external wounds. Dogon concluded it must be poison. Perfect. He needed the hide. To skin it, he'd need a blade. In an instant, his hand morphed into a razor-sharp weapon as he recalled his anatomy lessons from the lab. First, an incision down the belly, then cut through the armpit. Thinking it through, he decided to give it a shot. The moment his blade touched the skin, a thick cloud of purple smoke erupted. A deadly poison, for sure, but it had absolutely no effect on Dogon's body. Despite the putrid stench, he just kept working. The smell was awful, but he was getting that hide. After some effort, he finished the job and draped the hide over his shoulders. Not too bad for a first attempt. He headed to the river to wash his new prize. But when he pulled the hide from the water, Dogon was stunned. He'd expected it to be soft. Instead, it was as stiff as a wooden board. Of course, monster hide was naturally tough, especially when it was completely unprocessed. An idea sparked. Dogon started pummeling the hide with his fists to soften it up, wondering if this was the proper way to tan leather. After a solid effort, the hide finally softened. Perfect. Dogon was pleased. Now he just needed to make some armholes for his new gear. He draped it over himself. The size was just about right. But as he tore holes for his arms, the bird he'd presumed dead suddenly opened its eyes. Dogon finished his new outfit, securing it with a length of vine around his waist. Admiring his work, he thought it fit perfectly. But then he noticed a purple stain. The poison hadn't washed out completely. With a shrug, he decided to ignore it. Too lazy to care. A good thing he was a chimera. A normal person would be dead by now. Just then, a cry made him turn around. The small bird, it wasn't dead? Strangely, Dogon felt like he could understand what it was trying to say, making him wonder if it was all in his head. Looking at the skinned creature, still clinging to life, he realized it must be some kind of immortal. His past self, the hunter, would have ended it instantly, but now, the thing was just too weak, no longer a threat. He decided to show mercy. No need to kill it. A small smile touched his lips as he spoke to the tiny creature. We're both lucky. This is my second life, so you live yours well. We'll meet again if fate allows. He turned his back and walked away, leaving the bird behind. With his clothing situation handled, Dogon needed shelter. Time to find a home. He stepped into a deep, dark cave, but the silence was quickly shattered by a strange noise. From the shadows, a giant centipede emerged, all hard armor and razor-sharp teeth, roaring at the intruder. But facing this massive beast, Dogon was completely unfazed. He glanced around and casually dismissed the place. A house this dark? And who'd want a massive centipede for a roommate? Faced with the giant beast, Dogon didn't even flinch. He just unleashed a powerful slash, tearing it apart in a spray of green goo. Deciding the cave was way too gloomy for his taste, he coldly turned and left. His next stop was a vast, snow-covered mountain range. Looking at the view, Dogon just sighed. Food will be hard to find here. Then he casually stepped over the corpses of snow monsters to continue his search. Dogon was becoming extremely picky, rejecting one potential spot after another. He hated the smelly mushroom forest, passed on the damp cave, and even skipped a fiery volcanic region. It wasn't until he stood on a high cliff, looking down at a majestic waterfall in a lush forest, that he was truly stunned. Whoa, now this view is insane. He couldn't believe how incredible it looked in person. To get a closer look, Dogon simply launched himself off the cliff. Seeing the crystal-clear water teeming with fish, he nodded in satisfaction. Clean water and plenty of fish. Even when vicious, sword-toothed fish leaped out to attack him, his only thought was about grilling them for dinner. Total camping vibes. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. With a natural fish farm right here, building a house next to it was the perfect choice. The deeper he went, the more Dogon was captivated by the bright yellow flowers and fresh forest air. Standing in the middle of all that green, he felt his soul truly relax. With a faint smile, he made his final decision for the future. Yep, this is it. My home is officially going to be right here. A single leaf drifted down in the peaceful silence, marking his new beginning. But that peace was shattered in an instant as blue lightning suddenly streaked across the ground. A portal tore open in mid-air. An unidentified object shot out at terrifying speed, crashing down and creating a massive explosion that shook the entire area. From the thick smoke and dust, a small robot with a glowing red eye emerged. It scanned its surroundings and then asked, "Hello? Is this the Demon Realm, kids?" Dogon strolled through the woods. First on the agenda, clearing some land. Golden threads of energy radiated from his fingertips, marking out and covering the construction zone. He flicked his hand, and the razor-sharp threads sliced through ancient trees in an instant. Looking at the fresh clearing, he nodded, satisfied. All right, we have land. Dogon then used his power to lift and sort the best logs. He figured he had enough wood, but then realized the ground was still a little uneven. He channeled his power and slammed his fist into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and leveling the entire area with one powerful blow. Standing in the wide open space, he smiled. Oh, nice. It gets great sunlight. Then Dogun was struck by a shocking realization he could finally move his body exactly as he wished. He casually lifted a massive log with one hand and began setting posts for the house frame. Each huge pillar was slammed into the ground with precise, incredible force. This feeling of control made him wonder, is this what free will feels like? Congratulations to him for finally escaping the life of a lab experiment. Dogun felt a genuine joy. This was the first house he had ever built with his own two hands. Next, he quickly laid down wooden planks for the floor. With no nails available, he got creative, using green slime from a snail-like monster as an adhesive for the walls. He knew this stuff would harden like a rock, though he wasn't sure if it was waterproof. After finishing the job and adding some extra layers, he stood back, admiring his work with pride. All right, this should keep most of the monsters away. Looking at his new house, covered in slime and spider silk, Dogun was incredibly satisfied. So cozy. I love it. But after staring for a while, he got a nagging feeling that something was still missing. What is it? He searched his memory for the old lab's educational videos about model homes from before the gates opened. In those clips, a normal house always had a garden and a pet. Dogun wondered if his yard needed something to grow, or if he was missing a dog. But finding a pet in this demonic world was pretty much impossible. He squatted down, looking at the empty land. Plants. Or maybe I should grow a vegetable garden? A garden here would probably keep the entire forest awake with its screaming. But finding anything to plant in this harsh demon world was not going to be easy. Suddenly, an idea sparked. Ah, the snow mountain is nearby. He gazed towards the towering peaks, which were radiating a dark aura, and came up with a bold plan. He would plant mandrakes. According to his knowledge, the ideal habitat for a mandrake was on a snowy peak, where the demonic energy was at its most dense. Walking through the snow, Dogun mumbled to himself, "Lots of snow. I guess you can call this a snow mountain." But the scene unintentionally triggered a painful memory of the day he was kidnapped. It was snowing back then, too. He'd been so cold, he was almost relieved when his captors took him. Now, watching his bare feet tread easily on the ice, he thought to himself, come to think of it, being a chimera has its perks. No more worrying about freezing or starving to death. The higher he climbed, the thicker the demonic energy grew, signaling he was close. As the snow began to thin out, lush green sprouts appeared in the barren soil, making him smile. There they are. Glad this wasn't a waste of time. You see, mandrakes are incredibly sensitive monsters. Even a tiny environmental change is enough to make them all die from stress. So he decided to pick the young ones, as they'd be easier to transport. The little ones should be easier to raise. They'll probably adapt quickly. He began to pull up a sprout, not forgetting to remind himself, I should probably cover my ears. They scream like crazy. But the moment Dogun actually lifted the mandrake, instead of the legendary, ear-splitting scream, it just made a small, innocent chirping sound. Dogun stared in total confusion. Huh? What is this? He picked up a few more, but they all remained silent, even nuzzling against his hand as if dreaming. Dogun couldn't help but wonder, are these things talking in their sleep? In reality, the so-called scream of a mandrake only happens when they're handled by humans. In the human world, the low demonic energy keeps them in a state of extreme stress, so if they're forcefully uprooted there, they'll scream and immediately die. But this is the demon realm, their natural habitat, so it makes perfect sense that they wouldn't scream. Still, Dogun found it strange. They weren't resisting or trying to run away, even though they were clearly well developed. Then a theory hit him. Maybe these little guys think I'm a plant, too. He suddenly remembered he also had plant cells in his body. Mandragora. A satisfied smile crossed his face, knowing this gentle handling kept the sprouts stress-free as he casually tucked them into his belt to take home. Dogun began daydreaming about raising them with care, maybe harvesting a few roots for tea or to eat with fruit later on. He was only going to use them for decoration, but now he was thinking of making a salad. Lost in his gardening plans, his thoughts were suddenly shattered. Desperate screams for help echoed across the desolate, snowy mountains. Dogun froze, realizing there were other hunters nearby. He wondered why they'd come to such a dangerous place and decided to swing by the gate to check things out. At the scene, two hunters were in a horrific situation. One, severely wounded, grit his teeth in rage, growling, "Damn it! They used us as bait to get away." The other man screamed in absolute panic, seeing the pack of vicious snow monsters circling back for another attack. The sharp-toothed monsters charged in a frenzy, forcing him to summon all his power into a glowing green energy shield. As the barrier began to crack, he howled with regret. I should have just stuck to doing chores. Why did I volunteer to hunt a chimera? Somebody, please, save me. The hunter's desperate screams echoed across the white snow. Just as the monsters were about to pounce, A massive beam of energy slammed down from above, creating a terrifying explosion that blasted everything away. Through the swirling dust, the two stunned hunters looked up, unable to believe their eyes. What was that? From within the gray smoke, a man's silhouette slowly emerged, leaving them speechless. Is that a person? It was Dogun. He stepped forward calmly, his cold gaze fixed on the growling snow rabbits. An intense, dark aura erupted from his body, creating an absolutely terrifying amount of pressure. It was so immense that the normally ferocious B-rank monsters could only tremble in fear. Their survival instincts took over, and the snow rabbits scrambled to escape, leaving the two hunters completely stunned. No way! B-rank monsters just ran away? After snapping out of their shock, they hurried over to express their gratitude. Thank you for saving us. They introduced themselves as Zhongdu and Taehun, but when they heard the name Dogun, it drew a total blank. They had never heard of any high-ranking hunter by that name. Dogon sized up their miserable state and asked bluntly, "What are you two doing here? You look like D-rankers at best. You should know how dangerous these mountains are." The man confessed bitterly, "For the money. When you're poor, you have to take risks." Turns out, a request to capture a chimera alive came with a massive reward. Hearing the word chimera, Dogon flinched with concern for a moment, but when Taehun explained it was a mechanical being that escaped through a portal, he breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't him. He was about to leave after collecting the gate crystal, but Dogun noticed they had nothing on them and asked about their gear. Zhongdu clutched his bleeding wound, gritting his teeth in fury. Our teammates borrowed our stuff and bailed. He realized their mistake, bitterly. We should have known something was up when they let B-rankers tag along. Thinking about his stolen equipment, he trembled as he asked Dogun, "Are you planning on heading back? We're almost at our limit." You know what happens when you're corrupted by demonic energy. In this world, how long a hunter can last depends on their awakening level. If they didn't return to the human world for purification, they were dead men. Dogun, however, was completely unaffected. And then, his eyes sharpened, he sensed a strange energy. There it is. He stomped his foot, shattering the ground, then launched himself into the air at an insane speed. The two hunters could only shout after him in bewilderment. "Hey, where are you going? Take us with you." Their desperate cries slowly faded into the white expanse. In another area, a small robot with glowing yellow eyes was silently scanning its surroundings. It quietly assessed the situation. This place seems dangerous. Instantly, the group of traitorous hunters rushed in from behind, surrounding it. Now's the time. Get it! Everybody! Charge! Seeing the enemy closing in, weapons drawn, the robot switched to combat mode, its eyes glowing a murderous red. It came to a cold conclusion. Danger acknowledged? Then I'll just wipe them all out. Dogun arrived on the scene, only to find utter devastation. Seeing the equipment lying scattered in pools of blood, he wondered to himself, am I too late? The hunters had apparently fled in a panic, leaving behind strange, childlike footprints mixed in with the monster tracks. He remembered the description. A mechanical experiment made of liquid metal, able to shapeshift into anything from a wolf to a venomous snake. Though it was only the size of a child due to lack of materials, the fact it single-handedly wiped out 5 B-rank hunters made Dogun smirk. Not bad. Meanwhile, Songdu's condition had become critical. He collapsed against a tree, his breathing ragged. I think this is it. The demonic energy destroyed my body. Taehun held his friend tightly, crying out in anguish. Don't talk nonsense. Your child is about to be born, remember? As he was dying, Zhongdu could only manage a final message for his wife, leaving Taehun to howl in despair, praying for a miracle. And then, a pair of bare feet stepped into a blinding light. Taehun looked up, stunned to see Dogun appearing like a god, except he was carrying the entire pile of luggage and gear that the other hunters had abandoned. Is Dogun carrying all of our stuff? Taehun stammered in disbelief. He quickly dropped to his knees, bowing his head desperately. Please, Dogun, we're begging you, please save us. Dogun just glanced at the closing portal and mumbled, oh right, we're out of portal stones. He knew that in this lawless demon world, once hope was lost, it was over. Seeing Dogun hesitate, Taehun tremblingly pulled out some checks. This 2 million is the only thing we have left. Please, he begged. Just one purification pill is all we need. Looking at the cash in the hands of a man on the brink of death, Dogun thought that while useless here, it would be handy back in the human world. He casually handed over the crystal. Here. Dogun looked at the money thoughtfully and asked, Portal stones used to cost 200,000. One, right? Taehun replied, surprised. No, they're about 1,000,001 now. Why? Dogun walked over to the unconscious Zhongdu. He reached out a hand and mumbled, It just seems like too much. Instantly, Dogun placed his hand on Songdu's chest, releasing a brilliant blue mana that enveloped his body. Taehun screamed in panic. Dogun? A mana transfer? He knew perfectly well that mana transfers were risky even for A-rank hunters. If their mana clashed and became entangled, their cores would shatter, and both of them would die. They were about to die. But then, a blinding flash of light erupted. Du's body jolted awake as he clutched his chest in disbelief. The demonic energy was gone. Was he really alive again? The two hunters embraced, sobbing with pure joy. "We're alive, Taehun. We're alive." But Dogun didn't even spare them a glance. He simply turned his back and walked away. Behind him, the two men dropped to their knees, shouting, "Thank you, Dogun. We will never forget your kindness." Their minds were reeling, filled with absolute terror at Dogun's true power. Purifying that miasma just by transferring mana should have been impossible without an overwhelming energy source. After a long journey, Dogun finally returned to his small wooden cabin, tucked deep in the woods. He scanned his surroundings and nodded, satisfied. Good. The house was still in one piece, no uninvited guests. Dogun then bent down to check on the mandragora sprouts at his hip. You're awake? The journey must have worn you out. Your leaves are all droopy." He gently placed them on a clear patch of dirt in front of his home. "Time to plant you." But the mandragoras did not seem happy at all. They let out little whimpers, full of protest. "Don't you like it? You don't want to be put down?" Then it hit him, maybe they were just hungry, unable to absorb nutrients on the trip. He brought his finger, glowing with a drop of blue mana, close to them. "Ah, you're probably just starved. How about a little mana then? You guys usually love this stuff." He thought to himself that raising monsters was a lot like raising pets. After receiving the rich mana, the little mandragoras immediately perked up, making Dogun wonder if they were actually monsters at all. Pushing that thought aside, he sensed a strange energy following him and immediately guessed it was what the hunters had been searching for. Even knowing a robot was hiding in the bushes, he remained unfazed, figuring if it wanted something, it would show itself eventually. Back in his house, Dogun carefully stashed the money he had earned for later. Then, he excitedly started checking the loot inside his backpack. Let's see what we got. Inside was a treasure trove for anyone living in the wild, a mini gas stove, 8 gate-opening stones, spare clothes, and a sleeping bag. Dogun was impressed by the hunter's prep work, but the thing that got him most excited was a single pack of spicy instant noodles. His stomach was practically screaming, so he made his decision. Perfect. I'm starving. Time to make some ramen. The recipe called for 500 milliliters of water, so Dogun went to the stream and just eyeballed the amount. Right then, a giant monster fish leaped out to attack him, but in his eyes, it was just the perfect side dish. Aha! People put all sorts of things in their ramen, so fish should be delicious too. That topping might be a little oversized for the pot, though. He kept searching for egg and onion substitutes and soon discovered a strange nest of eggs. These are eggs, right? They'll have to do. He wasn't done yet. Dogun climbed a tree to grab some herbs for green onions, then quickly headed back to start the fire. Got all the ingredients. Time to go back. He had no idea the little robot was still tailing him, watching with intense curiosity from the shadows. He's cooking. Standing before the lit stove, Dogun stared awkwardly at the giant fish, unsure when to add it. Finally, he just shrugged and casually dumped the whole messy pile of ingredients into the pot. Just boiling it all together should be fine. A small voice in his head warned him this mix would be disgusting, but he completely ignored it. The pot began to bubble violently, spewing out thick black smoke and a bizarre smell. The nearby mandragoras had to plug their noses, their faces twisted in disgust. Even Dogun himself was starting to have his doubts. Are noodles supposed to smell like this? The pungent aroma drifted far, catching the attention of the hidden robot. It sniffed the air again and again. Its rumbling stomach couldn't take it anymore. Smells so good. I want some. I'll have to act like a poor, pathetic dog to get some food. It suddenly recalled data from the lab. Humans have a soft spot for dogs and often share food with them. Instantly, the mechanical creature began to change its shape. It morphed into a small dog with scruffy brown fur and faked a limp, letting out pitiful whimpers as it approached Dogun. But from a distance, Dogun saw right through the clumsy performance. He recognized it as the same mechanical creature that had been following him all this time. Seeing it fake an injury for sympathy, he figured it was still young and in its learning phase. Still, Dogun couldn't help but wonder how a thing like this managed to escape a laboratory and end up wandering in the demon realm. Seeing the little dog wag its tail happily, Dogun cracked a smile and offered an invitation. It's done. Want to try some? The dog immediately barked with pure excitement, Before them sat a pot of noodles with a truly horrifying color, a monster fish head bobbing inside alongside those strange eggs. Dogon picked up a mouthful and brought it to his lips. It looks a little horrifying, but let's see if this taste logs me out for good. Man and dog then began to eat the special meal together in the peaceful clearing. The moment he took his first bite, a familiar taste exploded in Dogon's mouth. Memories from when he was 7 came rushing back, huddled around a steaming pot of noodles with other kids at the orphanage, all of them laughing happily. Dogon closed his eyes, a look of pure contentment washing over his face. This is the taste. For a moment, he felt like he was truly living a human life again. Against the brilliant sunset, he whispered, "This is delicious." Meanwhile, the mandragoras behind them were still writhing in agony from the noodles' overpowering stench, which had drowned out every other scent in the forest. When the meal was over, Dogon dismissed his guest. "We're done, so get going." The little dog sullenly turned to leave, not forgetting to limp to keep up its injured act. But Dogon immediately noticed something was off and casually called it out. "It was your left leg before." The robot jolted, a look of sheer panic on its face as it realized it had faked injuring the wrong leg. It scrambled back into the bushes. After the dishes, Dogon decided to wash his new clothes. He told himself he couldn't keep wearing animal hides like a caveman, even if he wasn't exactly a fan of things with a floral scent. Holding a wooden stick, he reminded himself to be gentle. If he was too rough, he'd destroy the delicate fabric for sure. But with the physical strength of an S-class Chimera, even when holding back, Dogon's swing created incredible pressure. A loud explosion echoed as the ground by the stream split wide open. The wooden stick instantly shattered in his hands, leaving him completely stunned. Staring at the shattered stick, Dogon just sighed to himself. The stick broke? No big deal. I've still got another set of clothes to ruin anyway. He glanced over at the bushes, where the mechanical creature had just transformed into a boulder to hide itself. Dogon couldn't help but wonder why it was hanging around here all this time. From the moment he ate his noodles and washed his dishes to when he admired the vibrant saffron flowers, it kept changing forms from a fish to a dry log just to get close to him. But it never actually did anything. That piece was suddenly shattered when a small bee started buzzing around the robotic log. Immediately, the panicked robot dropped its disguise. It sprinted away, screaming in absolute terror. "Bees! I hate bees." Witnessing this hilarious scene, Dogon realized this creature's mental age couldn't be more than 5 years old. Its robotic and stiff way of speaking was a classic sign of the Chimera children who were force-fed knowledge inside a lab. Ignoring the annoying little stalker, Dogon stood up to admire the blooming saffron flowers, taking a moment to appreciate them. Ah, saffron is beautiful. After a bit of a struggle, he finally finished his laundry. Holding up a white t-shirt, he let out a sigh of relief. Doing laundry is harder than I thought, but at least I got this one clean. Even though the shirt looked a little small for his muscular frame, he decided to hang it on the line anyway, joking that it would probably become a crop top showing off his six-pack. With his chores done, Dogon turned to leave, planning to go check on the mandragora he'd just planted. The second Dogon was gone, the robot rock crept out from the bushes. Watching his retreating back, it mumbled, "That man is wearing clothes now, so I should wear clothes, too." And with that thought, it acted. Its mechanical hands shot out, snatched the white t-shirt from the clothesline, and pulled it on. Yep, this one's mine now. A strange light enveloped it, and from within the white fabric, the creature transformed into a young girl with long, flowing brown hair. Meanwhile, Dogon stood before his mandragora sprouts with a worried look on his face. Why are these little guys acting so weird? Seeing the wilting leaves and dry roots, he knew something was wrong. Bending down to till the soil with his hoe, he wondered, "That's strange. I pulled all the weeds when I planted them." Suddenly, a swarm of hideous monster worms burst from the ground, ready to attack. Dogon swiftly swung his hoe, clearing them all out and blaming himself. "I should have tilled the soil more thoroughly. I almost got them killed." Standing up and looking at the empty patch of land, he decided he needed to build a proper garden, maybe about the size of his house. Lost in his new plans, Dogon froze when he realized someone was watching him. From behind an ancient tree, the little girl from before shyly peeked out. Dogon thought to himself, "A girl this time. Is she finally going to talk to me?" He responded calmly, "Hey there. Talk about a great debut as a human." The girl curiously pointed toward his wooden cabin. "Is that your house?" After Dogon nodded, she asked another question. "So, are you a native from around here?" Seeing her innocent expression, Dogon got an idea to mess with her a little. "That's right. What tribe are you from?" The unexpected question made the girl jump, and she began to stammer. A tribe? To cover her embarrassment, She started waving her arms and making up a story. I came from the other side of the waterfall, a place so far away you'll never find it. Dogun smirked and pressed her. Really? If you live near a waterfall, does that mean you're from the pineapple tribe? The little girl nodded frantically. That's it. I'm a certified native of the pineapple tribe. Dogun glanced at the shirt she was wearing and added one more thing. But that outfit, I think it's mine. The girl immediately puffed up her chest and argued back. In my tribe, whoever finds it first owns it. It's my property now. Seeing her adorable stubbornness, Dogun just chuckled. All right, you can keep it. She was visibly overjoyed, but her smile vanished when Dogun asked why she was here. Nari looked down and quietly confessed. Well, I was actually kicked out of my tribe, so I wanted to ask you for a favor. Can I stay here with you? Dogun was taken aback and asked again. Live here? The girl grew flustered, wringing her hands anxiously as she quietly explained that this place had no insects and even a house, so she felt really safe. Looking at the child's pitiful expression, Dogun figured she really did need a place to rest. He nodded in agreement. Okay, but if you want to stay, you have to work. Hearing this, Nari was ecstatic, her golden-orange eyes shining brightly. Got it. I'll do any job you give me. Dogun immediately assigned her first task. First, I need to till this field again. Can you help? I want to build a better house for the mandragora. Nari didn't hesitate for a second. She eagerly grabbed a wooden plank. Leave it to me. I'm super strong. I'm great at using my strength. Right after that, she took off like a whirlwind, tearing up the ground with terrifying power and kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Dogun just watched, completely amazed. He realized the girl wasn't even trying to hide her identity, or maybe she'd lived in a lab so long she had no idea how a normal child was supposed to act. He spoke up and asked, By the way, what's your name? I'm John Dogun. The question made the girl stop in her tracks, looking utterly confused. A name? Since she didn't have an official one, she decided to give herself a cool new name on the spot. Remembering the beautiful flowers she saw earlier, she held the plank high and declared, I've decided. My name is Kim Nari. And don't you dare call me Saffron. Dogun mumbled, Saffron? Which made the girl angrily confirm once more that her name was Kim Nari. Thanks to Nari's strength, the large garden was finished way faster than he could have imagined. Dogun even had time to build a protective stone fence around it. Seeing the freshly tilled soil, the little mandragoras were incredibly excited. They jumped and cheered with pure joy. Watching the happy saplings, Dogun told himself he should have done this sooner. But then he heard a sniffle from behind him and turned to see Nari with tears in her eyes. He asked worriedly, What's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? She choked back a sob and replied, Seeing the mandragora reminds me of my friends. Dogun was a bit suspicious. He knew that in that hellish lab, there was no such thing as friends. Suddenly, a piercing roar ripped through the peaceful air, echoing across their small garden. Don't freak out. It's just monsters hunting each other. Dogun calmly reassured Nari, who looked terrified by the screams coming from deep within the forest. Nari trembled as she recounted how, before she got here, she saw a monster that looked like a chick being brutally attacked by an entire pack. Seeing the pained look on her face, Dogun got straight to the point. Wait, you want to save that monster? Realizing Nari was still paralyzed by her brainwashing, he offered a suggestion instead of a command to break her mental chains. Well, go on. Are you just— Get away! Don't you dare bully it! Nari screamed, unleashing a powerful kick that sent the swarming monsters flying in an instant. Her eyes burned with fierce determination as she stared down at the tiny creature trembling at her feet. I'm going to save you. This scene of bullying unknowingly triggered a painful memory from the lab, where other children had mercilessly beaten a small test subject. The fear of dangerous experiments, the desperate screams of, "We want to live too," and the memory of those cruel punches from the past replayed vividly in Nari's mind. Her rage finally exploded. Nari roared through her tears. Stop it! This kind of bullying is just wrong. She poured all of her strength into her fists, creating earth-shattering energy blasts that completely obliterated the swarm of mantis monsters. Flesh and green fluid splattered everywhere from the terrifying power of the young Chimera, who was ferociously protecting the weak. Absolutely epic. Meanwhile, Dogun was casually at home, tending to his mandragoras. His peace was quickly shattered when Nari rushed back in, tightly clutching the small monster. Its eyes were squeezed shut, its face a mask of pure panic. Brother, it won't wake up. What do I do? Dogun tried to tell her to be calm, but when he got a good look at the little white creature with a flaming tuft on its head, motionless in Nari's arms, he froze in shock. A thought flashed through his mind. Wait a second, that monster. It looks incredibly familiar. Nari was sobbing. her amber eyes overflowing with tears as she held the tiny creature and yelled, "Dogen, please help. Is it dead or something? No matter what I do, it won't wake up." She trembled with fear, worried the poor monster was at death's door. Dogen stepped closer, observing calmly before speaking gently. "Let's have a look." Bright blue mana gathered at his fingertips as he touched the white creature. After a quick check, Dogen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It seems there are no fatal injuries. Looking at its faded colors and small size, he suddenly remembered the giant bird he had encountered before. He realized this was an immortal type of monster, but he couldn't understand why its healing method made its body shrink, completely unlike his own. Seeing Dogen lost in thought, Nari asked urgently, "How is it? Is it really going to die?" Dogen answered calmly, "Don't worry, it's not dying. It just fainted because it hasn't eaten anything." Hearing that, Nari blankly repeated the word, "Malnourished?" Dogen explained that it just needed a bit of mana to start recovering on its own. But looking at the little bird lying limp as a rag doll, Nari's heart ached. Memories of her loneliness in the lab washed over her, and she hugged it tightly, pleading, "Brother, if we leave it like this, it's going to die. Can I keep it, please? I want to take care of it." She promised to raise it properly and feed it well, her eyes filled with hope as she looked at Dogen. Dogen smiled, thinking to himself how formidable this creature would be when it grew up. But he still decided to give in to her. "All right, fine, you can keep it. When it gets bigger, it can be our house guard and save us money on food." Nari cheered with excitement. "Really?" Just then, the little bird's eyes slowly fluttered open, confused about where it was. But the moment it saw Dogen's face, it froze solid with absolute terror. A horrific memory resurfaced, and it trembled, realizing this was the very same person who had terrorized its family last time. While Nari was still hugging it in bliss, the poor bird could only break out in a cold sweat, knowing it had fallen into the hands of a grim reaper. Nari lifted the little bird up, her amber eyes shining with joy now that it was awake. "Look, it's conscious. It's cooing like a pigeon." In complete contrast to her excitement, the bird was thoroughly confused to see a human child in the demon world. Nari, of course, had no clue. She pulled it into a tight, loving cuddle. "You're finally awake." Squeezed to the point of suffocation, the bird screamed desperately, "Release me at once." Witnessing this scene, Dogen froze in utter shock. He wondered if he had actually just understood what the creature was saying. After a bit of fumbling around, Nari had the little bird wrapped up like a mummy and proudly declared, "Treatment complete." The poor creature could only lie there motionless, crying its eyes out because it couldn't even twitch. "Brother, I've thought of a name for it." Completely ignoring the bird's screams to be set free, she calmly decided, "Since it coos like a pigeon, let's call it Goo, okay?" Dogen, who was carrying large logs on his shoulder, simply nodded in agreement. He figured the name wasn't too bad. The bird felt deeply insulted at being named so casually when it already had a name. But before it could protest, Nari dumped a whole bucket of water on its head. She thought it was crying because it was thirsty. Seeing the soaking wet bird choking on water, Nari asked worriedly, "Brother, it's completely soaked. What do I do now?" Dogen realized she had totally misunderstood the creature's pleas to stop giving it water. He thought to himself that perhaps he should tell her to stop. It was a miracle Goo was even alive with Nari's brand of pet care. Left alone, Dogen eyed the growing pile of stuff and decided to build a shelf. He wanted to get everything organized properly. He started by taking some measurements and using his razor-sharp blade to cut the large logs, but a strange sound as the blade hit the grain made him pause suspiciously. Looking at the jagged cut in the wood, Dogen muttered in confusion, "What in the world? I'm doing this the exact same way I made the table and chairs." Suddenly, a voice spoke up from the wooden table. "It's a different wood. You're using softwood." Surprised, Dogen asked instinctively, "Oh, so different woods have different levels of hardness?" The bird Goo smugly began to lecture him. "Of course. How do you not know that?" When Dogen asked about the hardest type, Goo immediately shot back, "You're such an amateur. Red wood is the best there is." It stopped mid-sentence, suddenly breaking out in a cold sweat as it realized it just let its ability to communicate slip. Dogen stared, dumbfounded, at the bird and blurted out, "Wait, you can actually understand what I'm saying?" Turns out, losing his powers also purged the poison from his system, leaving his immortal core perfectly safe. With that settled, Dogen cut straight to the chase. "All right, how about you give me a hand with this?" Seeing Goo's confusion, he just pointed to a pile of unfinished lumber. The little bird's spirits instantly soared. "All right, follow me. I'll lead you right to where the red trees grow." Elsewhere, a sea of fire rages. Nari, still in her lab uniform, is running for her life, screaming, "Stay away! I hate this lab!" Heat from the constant explosions blasted her back. "It's too hot," she cried, just as another massive fireball erupted right behind her. The blast sent her tumbling to the ground, completely exhausted. Nari was trapped in an absolute nightmare. Memories of the lab, of the roaring flames, flooded her mind. She gasped, terrified they had found her, that they had come to drag her back. A figure emerged from the inferno, a man with long, dark hair. His scanner confirmed the target, a shape-shifting mechanical life form. He hesitated for a second. His target was just a kid, but coldly decided his own life was the priority here. He gathered a ball of fire, ready to end it all. But just as the flames lunged for Nari, Dogen appeared, snuffing out the attack with one hand. Gu perched on his shoulder. Dogen sighed. All he wanted was to finish his cabinet, but seeing Nari paralyzed by fear, he knew he couldn't just walk away. He stared down the hunter, mocking him. Seriously? A grown man picking on a little kid? How pathetic can you get? The hunter was stunned. Who was this guy? He looked like some kind of caveman. What group was he with? He warned Dogen to back off. His target was the machine, but the reply was brutally blunt. "Less talking. I've got a cabinet to finish. No time for your nonsense." Furious at being dismissed, the hunter roared and unleashed everything he had, sending a massive firestorm straight at Dogen. Without flinching, Dogen raised one finger, gathering a brilliant blue light. His counterattack simply tore right through the fiery wall. The resulting explosion was massive, giving the hunter no time to react. He could only gasp before the force sent him flying. As the dust settled, Dogen turned to a sobbing Nari. He told her if she gets scared, just punch the enemy. Simple as that. Dogen walked over to the unconscious body. He grabbed the guy by his long hair, ready to teach him a lesson if he tried playing dead. But a shocking reveal made even Dogen freeze. That entire head of long black hair? It was just a wig. Underneath was the shiny, bald head of the hunter. Dogen just stared at the wig in his hand and muttered, "What in the world is this? This guy's bald? At his age?" Seeing the shiny head of her former tormentor, Nari's fear vanished. She just laughed. "That bald head is hilarious. I'm not scared anymore." Dogen realized this guy wasn't so tough after all. To help Nari see it too, he decided to use Gu's telepathic powers. He would show her the hunter's memories directly. His eyes glowed gold. "Now you'll understand." A torrent of harsh memories pulled them back into that cold, old lab. There, a researcher with a sinister grin stared down a trembling, liquid-like test subject. "So, you're already smart enough to feel fear, are you?" He casually formed a blue flame in his hand, ordering the poor creature to come closer for a brutal durability test. Dogen gently patted Nari's head, praising her. "Well done, Kim Nari." He knew overcoming that kind of trauma wasn't easy. This was a massive step for her. Now, as for the hunter on the ground, Dogen wondered what to do. Meanwhile, Gu flew over and started curiously pecking the hunter's bald head. Suddenly, Nari's face lit up. "I have a great idea." A mischievous look crossed her face. Her big idea was to tie the hunter up and hang him under a waterfall. "This way, he can't catch on fire anymore," she declared. Getting drenched, the hunter could only stew in silent humiliation. This was not the glorious demon world adventure he'd imagined. Seeing Nari still yelling at him, Dogen walked past with a pot, casually reminding her, "Nari, don't laugh at his bald head, even if it is kind of funny." Glad she was recovering so quickly, Dogen headed for the stream. Gu flew after him, asking what he was up to. "Getting water for noodles," he replied. At that, Nari lit up. "Noodles? Your fish noodles are the best." But when Dogen asked if the pineapple tribe also ate fish noodles, she got flustered and immediately dove into the water to hide. The hunter, Nam Kyung, watched in pure terror. With that kind of monstrous strength, Dogen had to be an A-rank hunter, at least. Or maybe he was some hidden master with off-the-charts power. Meanwhile, Dogen was just wondering how much water he needed for 3 packs of noodles. Nam Kyung despaired at the injustice of it all, tied up while they prepared to eat. Right then, Nari burst from the water. In her hands were 2 massive monster fish. "Fish for the noodles," she yelled proudly. "I caught 2 giant sea monsters for toppings." Seeing the huge catch, Dogen said, "One's enough, let the other go." She happily obeyed. "Okay, hurry and put it in." Nam Kyung, still hanging under the waterfall, watched in horror. Boiling that thing. It would make the entire area absolutely reek. He grew even more panicked when Dogen poured way too much water into the pot. Watching them happily prepare this disaster, Nam Kyung screamed internally. "Do these people even know how to make ramen?" He couldn't watch them ruin it. "Stop," he yelled. "Let me cook it before you ruin a perfectly good meal." Instantly, the hunter was untied and standing at the pot like a professional chef. To anyone else, it was just instant noodles. But to Nam Kyung, this was a life-or-death mission. Under Dogun and Nari's intense stare, he decided, okay, I'll just cook it the standard way. With 3 packs on the line, the water could only be measured by instinct. Kiseo watched intently as the pot began to furiously boil. First, he dropped the noodles and soup packets into the boiling water. The recipe required exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds. With no clock, Kiseo devised a highly professional alternative. No watch, time to rely on pure instinct. 270 heartbeats for perfectly cooked noodles, not a second off. He focused, listening to his own pulse to nail the timing. When his internal counter hit 270, Kiseo yelled, "Now," and lifted the noodles high with his chopsticks, ensuring they'd reach peak deliciousness. The most critical step to a perfect bowl of ramen is lifting the noodles high, letting them touch the air. This firms them up, giving them the perfect chewy texture. Nam Kiseo poured all his focus into every single move, thinking that a little kimchi would make it perfect. But that was a luxury in this demonic world. Looking at the steaming pot of noodles, he smiled, satisfied that he'd done his absolute best. No regrets. Nam Kiseo's masterpiece appeared, its flavor and nutritional stats hitting near-perfect scores. Kiseo confidently invited them. "Everyone, would you like to try some?" The moment she saw the pot, Nari gasped in amazement. "This is so different from your cooking, mister." Dogun had to agree. He's right. The level of heartbeat-timed ramen is something else. After Dogun took a single bite, all 3 of them began to devour it. An explosion of flavor immediately sent them to a heavenly paradise, complete with bright lights and angelic trumpets. Dogun was lost in thought. This was the taste of pure perfection. Nari shouted with excitement as she ate, "Mister, this is unbelievably good." Even the bird, Gu, couldn't help but wonder, do humans eat this every day? Faced with everyone's enthusiastic reaction, Dogun had to admit it. "Let's just finish this first." In an instant, the entire pot was wiped clean. Gu rolled over on the table, completely stuffed. Seeing everyone so happy, Kiseo scratched his head and chuckled. "Haha, so it suits your tastes?" Dogun put down his chopsticks, looked Kiseo straight in the eye, and spoke with dead seriousness. "The noodles were too good. I can't just eat and run. Tell me what you want, and I'll grant it." Kiseo froze for a moment, swallowing nervously. Suddenly, the bald hunter dropped to his knees, slamming his head on the ground, shocking Dogun completely. Kiseo roared, "Please, teach me." "I, Hunter Nam Kiseo, want to be as strong as you, boss." Dogun could only stand there, completely baffled. "How did I become your boss? And what am I supposed to teach you?" Nam Kiseo remained kneeling, laying on the praise. "You're the strongest hunter I have ever met, boss. I see you've settled down here, so I can cook many more dishes for you. I even have culinary certificates." He even started bringing up his family to guarantee his skills. "My father owns a small chicken shop, so I'm amazing at frying chicken. I'm serious." Seeing that Dogun seemed to be warming up to the idea, Kiseo added more. "Going back and forth through the gate for supplies and clothes is a pain, right? Let me be your errand boy. And of course, I'll pay tuition. I really want to learn from you, boss, so I can reach A rank." Dogun thought for a moment, then asked a question of his own. "Let me ask you something first. Why did you attack Kim Nari? Was it for the bounty?" The question left Kiseo looking completely dazed. Kim Nari is a mechanical organism. Seeing Nari happily lifting the pot to slurp down the last of the broth, Kiseo could only answer meekly. His eyes started to well up as he confessed. "It's for personal reasons. It's hard to say, but I don't need the bounty, and I don't need Kim Nari. As long as I can pass the hunter promotion test, I don't need anything else." Seeing the bald man's sincerity, Dogun gave a cold command. "Is that so? Then get up. I had a great meal. This is the least I can do." As Dogun spoke, he radiated an intense pressure. "Let's start with a sparring match. Last time ended way too quickly." Kiseo cheered with joy. "Thank you, boss." Just then, Nari slammed the pot on the table, declaring loud and clear, "Mister, I want to be his opponent." To Dogun's surprise, she stood her ground, full of determination. "I told you before, right? If something is scary, you just have to smash it. I want to try smashing those flames too." Seeing this, Kiseo just smirked teasingly. "You must have forgotten, kid. The boss is strong, but that doesn't mean I'm weak." Dogun cut off their argument. "Your name is Nam Kiseo, right? Can you break that?" He pointed to a jet-black block of black ironstone nearby. Kiseo looked at the rock and broke out in a cold sweat. Is that black ironstone? That stuff is many times harder than diamond." When asked if he could do it, he just laughed nervously and waved his hands. "No way, that thing's too tough." You'd need to be at least A rank to even scratch it. In that instant, a massive explosion erupted. Nari unleashed a thunderous punch, crushing the harder-than-diamond rock into nothing but dust, leaving Kiseo absolutely horrified. Like father, like daughter, as they say. The bald hunter just froze. Sweat poured down his face as he stared in complete disbelief. How is that possible? Nari now stood proudly on a chair, her eyes glowing with challenge. She held out a hand radiating immense spiritual power and growled, "Baldy, let's go, time to fight." The truth is, Nam Kiseo was a natural-born awakened. He was once a promising hunter with a bright future. Superpowers at age 8, a legendary prodigy. Combined with his hard work, Kiseo climbed to rank B+ before he even turned 20. He was handsome and powerful, with fans mobbing him everywhere he went. This explosive growth brought fame, making him dream of becoming the strongest, most flawless hunter ever. But one day, while taking a shower, he suddenly froze, noticing something was terribly wrong. But disaster struck far too early. At an age when most people were just starting to awaken, his hair began to fall out uncontrollably. By his early 20s, the top of his head was thinning, and by his mid-20s, his hairline had retreated into a perfect M shape. Kiseo clutched his head in panic, screaming, "My hair!" He visited every clinic he could find, even willing to pay a fortune for transplants. But the doctors just shook their heads. "It'll just fall out again. It's best for you to give up." Every effort was useless. Despite his handsome face and natural talent, the man who once shone brighter than anyone was rapidly losing the light of his life. During an evaluation, a cold voice announced, "Number 307, Nam Kiseo, failed." Kiseo collapsed to the floor amidst whispers mocking his A-rank ambitions as his growth completely stagnated. In a dark room littered with empty liquor bottles, Nam Kiseo lay sprawled on the sofa with a lifeless expression. On the TV screen, a talk show was introducing Dr. Han from the Korean Research Institute. He began to talk about a fascinating study involving liquid metal, an extremely rare compound even in the demon world. With a smug smile, the 90-year-old doctor took off his hat to reveal a full, thick head of silver hair, claiming it was all thanks to accidentally spilling a bit of that compound on his head. The man's hair had miraculously grown back. Witnessing this, Kiseo shot up like a spring, absolutely speechless at the shocking sight. When the doctor announced they would use the remaining liquid metal to build a mechanical creature for mankind's safety, Kiseo furiously screamed at the screen. Why build a robot? Make a hair growth tonic. That's what would truly save the world. A few days later, an emergency alert hit his phone. Hanbit Institute's masterpiece had escaped into the demon world. Kiseo immediately set out. He figured in the demon world, there are no rules. Whoever finds the prize first gets to keep it. With a fierce determination to cover his bald head at any cost, he threw himself into the hunt. But reality was cruel, and soon Kiseo was flat on the ground, his face covered in dirt and injuries. Nari stood nearby, cheering happily. "I won again." Kiseo trembled, completely terrified by the little girl's monstrous strength. Dogen clicked his tongue in disappointment from a distance. "Down again? How do you let a kid beat you without landing a single hit, old man?" Hearing this, the bald hunter struggled to his feet, roaring with determination. "I'll keep trying. Just you watch." Meanwhile, Dogen had just finished building a redwood cabinet based on Gu's instructions. He patted the solid wood surface, satisfied. "All right, the cabinet's done. This redwood is really sturdy. Thanks for the advice. This will last a long time." Looking at the hunter still struggling in the distance, Dogen thought to himself that the guy really did have guts. All day long, Nam Kiseo had been beaten to a pulp, but deep down, the bald hunter felt a freedom he'd never known. Perhaps it was because he'd finally shed the burden of his wig. He focused all his will into his blazing hands. "But why do I feel so free? Is it because I threw away the wig?" Kiseo roared with fierce determination. One more time. Then he unleashed a powerful torrent of fire that engulfed his entire body. Witnessing this, Gu the bird casually remarked that his fire control wasn't terrible, but it was useless if he couldn't even beat a kid. Standing beside him, Dogen had to admit that Nari wasn't any ordinary child. Refusing to quit, Kiseo stomped the ground for momentum and shot forward like a fiery arrow. "This time, I will definitely win." Facing the blazing attack, Nari remained calm and replied, "Bring it on." The moment Kiseo's punch was about to land, a strange phenomenon occurred, shocking him. Is this liquefaction? Nari's body suddenly melted into a liquid mass, clinging to Kiseo's arm and completely neutralizing his flames. Talk about a hard counter. Taking advantage of her liquid state, Nari slipped past the attack and suddenly launched a powerful kick that sent Kiseo flying. The impact was so strong it embedded the hunter into the cliff face, creating huge cracks and a cloud of dust. Nari danced with joy, cheering excitedly. I'm not afraid of fire anymore. It's all thanks to you. Stuck in the rock, Kiseo fell silent, bitterly reflecting on the limits of a B-rank hunter like himself, with no useful skills left to fight back. However, the will of a man who doesn't know how to quit ignited once more. He told himself, a few scratches like this can't stop me. Covered in wounds, Nam Kiseo stood proudly and shouted, one more round, Nari, but just as his fighting spirit soared, he suddenly froze when blood started trickling from his nose. At that exact moment, Dogen casually walked over and asked a loaded question. How many days have you been in the demon world? Kiseo quickly wiped the blood away and answered respectfully. Today is the 9th day, sir. Dogen advised him to return. If he stayed any longer, he would surely die from the demonic energy. Although he wanted to stay, the bald hunter reluctantly agreed. Seeing this, Dogen offered some motivation. But you have A-rank potential, so keep working hard. Kiseo was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Me? He hung his head and confessed he had failed the A-rank test for 5 consecutive years, and they say if you can't pass in 3, it's hopeless. But Dogen remained firm. Don't get discouraged. Your mana tank is still full. Keep going. I believe you can do it. These sincere words moved Kiseo to tears. He choked out, Big bro. Before stepping into the portal, Dogen reminded him to properly purify the demonic energy when he got back. The hunter bowed deeply, shouting with determination, Thank you. I, Nam Kiseo, will do my best. I hope you'll continue to watch over me. Watching his figure disappear into the light, Dogen schemed to turn this guy into his personal A-rank worker. He eagerly asked, Does anyone else need anything? I think we're out of ramen, right? Nari cheered for ramen, but Dogen said they were fine for now. Kiseo obeyed and promised to buy more next time. As he left, Nari waved goodbye. Be careful, mister. Train hard and you'll win next time. Kiseo suddenly remembered something. Big bro, where's my precious hairpiece? Dogen casually replied, No idea. Meanwhile, Gu the bird on Nari's head had a suspiciously sly look. Kiseo had no choice but to leave with his bald head, wondering where his precious wig had gone. When the portal closed, Gu nervously asked Dogen if trusting Kiseo was a good idea, because if he betrayed them and brought more hunters, it would be extremely dangerous. Dogen turned to ask for Gu's opinion, knowing its ability. What do you think? You can read people's memories, after all. The small bird confirmed his memories were full of tears over hair loss and his desire for A-rank no ill intent at all. It recalled an image of Kiseo collapsing, crying in despair over his career and his hair. Dogen smirked with amusement. I like how honest he is. This is going to be fun. Seeing Nari ask confusedly if he understood Gu, Dogen admitted that he did. He proudly showed off the cabinet he just finished thanks to Gu's advice. What do you think? It's neater now, right? Standing in the wooden house, Nari looked around and thoughtfully commented, I think it's a little dark. Hearing Nari's remark, Dogen nodded in agreement. You think so? Then let's add a window, shall we? Sunlight flooded in, making Nari cheer with delight. It's so bright, I love it. Seeing the girl so happy, Dogen smiled and praised her. You're smart. If you like it bright, we'll need some lights for when it gets dark. He explained there's a type of stone called a light stone that glows on its own. They just need to find a few and hang them from the ceiling to keep the house bright. Nari asked excitedly if they could make lights. Dogen then turned to Gu. Do you know where to find these light stones? The little bird replied that they usually appear in the Volcanic region, a place known as a death zone for hunters. Gu's voice suddenly grew heavy. And it is also my home. The moment Dogen mentioned finding luminous ore, Gu's face just fell. Seeing his sullen expression, Dogen wondered why the idea of going home would make him so sad. But Nari immediately picked up on it. The little girl wrapped her arms around Gu, worried. Uncle, what's Gu saying? His voice sounds strange. I think something's making him really sad. Dogen just assumed Gu was afraid of the volcano's danger, so he decided he'd go alone while they stayed behind. Nari, however, immediately shot that idea down. No, I'm going too. I'm not scared of fire anymore. I want to go to the volcano with you. Her firm resolve surprised Dogen, who was secretly impressed at how fast she'd conquered her fear. When he looked to Gu for his opinion, the little bird was just as determined. I'm also going. I have some business to take care of there. And just like that, the three of them agreed to set off together. To ensure their safety, Dogen began channeling his energy to create special equipment that would help the two little ones withstand the volcano's extreme heat. Meanwhile, in the mandragora garden, the young sprouts were still hard at work clearing strange weeds. But our story takes us to the towering volcano, where rivers of red-hot lava were churning. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted from deep within the ground, followed by a colossal shadow with fiery eyes rising up from the thick smoke and dust. The volcanic region was brutal, one of the 3 places in the demon world that hunters were warned to avoid at all costs. Here, volcanic ash stung the skin, and the toxic gas and dense demonic energy could kill anyone who breathed it in, meaning information about it was basically non-existent in the human world. Seeing Nari cheerfully hopping so close to the burning lava, Gu couldn't help but worry. Hey, what is that kid doing? Is she planning to dive in there to look for eggs? Gu figured Nari was fine since she's a mechanical being, but he wondered why Dogun was totally unaffected, even though he wasn't mechanical at all. When Dogun admitted he was a chimera hunter, Gu was stunned. I thought chimeras were supposed to look monstrous, so why do you look like some handsome idol? Dogun recalled a vision of his monstrous, chained form from long ago. I used to be, he replied, but after I was reborn, I ended up looking more human. He then asked Gu if it felt weird for a monster to be so close to a hunter. The little bird awkwardly confessed, well, it's not so bad. It's nice to talk to someone. You guys don't seem like bad people. Dogun smiled, pleased. That's a relief. Just then, Nari rushed over, demanding to join their conversation. Are you talking to Gu again? I want to talk to him, too. After hearing Gu was curious about them, the little girl puffed up her chest with pride. He's a native of the demon world, and so am I. The cheeky comment left Gu speechless, muttering to himself, I'm the native here. You little rascal. Following Gu's instructions, the group headed straight for the volcano's crater, since luminous ore typically forms near lava that's about to erupt. The second they reached the peak, Nari cheered with excitement, and Dogon had already found what they were looking for. Oh, there's the luminous ore. Dogon's luck was insane, but their joy was short-lived as a giant creature with rough, orange skin suddenly appeared from the smoke, immediately putting him on guard. Wait, is that a fire toad? The massive monster seemed to be crying. Tears rolled down the fire toad's rugged face, leaving Nari completely shocked. Uncle, look, there's another one in front of it. Looking closer, Dogon realized the motionless fire toad was the female, but she had died during her journey. Gu explained that only females carry egg clusters on their backs during mating season, but if the mother dies, all of the eggs die with her. The temperature at the crater was simply too high for them to survive. Witnessing the heartbreaking scene, Nari said, that poor toad, he looks so skinny now that he's lost his mate. It's so sad. Dogon was quiet for a moment, then told her, Kim Nari, wait here. With that, he suddenly leaped down the cliff, heading straight for the 2 monsters. Nari screamed in panic. Uncle, where are you going? His reckless move made even Gu turn pale. What are you doing? Get back here, Dogon. That fire toad is extremely sensitive right now. Don't go near it. Ignoring the warning, Dogon calmly walked towards the agitated, grieving monster. Sensing a stranger approaching, the fire toad took a deep breath, and then unleashed a massive wave of fire, engulfing the entire surrounding area. Nari screamed in despair, Uncle! The volcano was about to explode, yet her uncle stood calmly in the inferno. Then, in the middle of the raging fire, he gently reached out and touched the monster's head. He spoke softly, You can rest now. Instantly, the fire toad collapsed to the ground like a small mountain. Turns out, Dogon had secretly used a bit of paralyzing venom from a Neca cobra. This would knock it out temporarily. He knew its natural poison resistance meant it would wake up again soon. Seeing Nari's worried face, he calmly replied, Don't worry, my armor has excellent fire resistance. This is basically just a sauna for me. Standing between the 2 monsters, Dogon looked at the female's body and thought, I can't do anything for the one who's gone. But the lives that remain still deserve a chance to continue. He channeled his mana, sending out golden threads of energy that wrapped around all the eggs on the dead toad's back. This would protect them from the lava's intense heat. Dogon finished securing the eggs onto the male toad's back, hoping they would soon be reborn. The toad woke up with a croak, gently touching his mate's body as if to say a final goodbye. Then, he gathered his strength and leaped into the air, causing Nari to shout in amazement. It's flying! The fire toad soared high into the sky, not forgetting to glance back at Dogun's group. Seeing this, Nari squealed with excitement. The fire toad just looked back at us. I think it was saying thank you. Dogun just smiled as he watched it leave. He understood that seeing his lost mate one last time gave it the resolve to leave with their future generation and start a new life. Wasting no more time, Dogun urged them on. All right, let's get down there. We need to dig up the luminous ore and go home. Hearing the words go home, Nari excitedly rushed down, using her incredible strength to rip the glowing stones right out of the ground. She exclaimed, Wow, they're so beautiful. Dogen didn't forget to remind her to be careful not to drop the rocks on her feet. Glancing over at Gu, who was panting beside a bag of ore, Dogen checked on him. "Are you okay? You look exhausted." Gu mumbled bitterly about how he used to be able to toss these things around with ease, but now, his shrunken body was struggling. Seeing how tired Gu was, Dogen told him not to help and to go do his own thing, knowing he'd brought a gift to meet his friends. He hit a nerve. Gu immediately puffed up his feathers and argued, "Monsters don't have friends. I'm not going to meet anyone. I'll just leave this fruit and come back." He denied it furiously while clutching the fruit, and Dogen couldn't help but smile at his shyness. Model. Gu, the intelligent little bird, tried to play it cool. He claimed he only regretted not saying goodbye, but when Dogen asked if he'd left the flock on purpose, Gu froze, stuttering awkwardly. "Well, yes. Intelligence can sometimes be a real burden." While his kind lived by pure instinct, casually swallowing scorpions without a thought, Gu felt like a complete outsider. In a place with no one to talk to, that loneliness pushed him to leave and find his own way. Gu figured they were still munching on scorpions, having already forgotten he even existed. Amidst a blazing volcano, Nari was struggling to pull something from a rock crevice. With a pop, she yanked out a pitch-black egg that had glowing, fiery veins. Realizing it was a monster egg, Nari worriedly showed Dogen a small crack on the shell, wondering if it was already broken. Dogen observed it carefully, explaining that the young creature had to break out on its own to grow up strong. Seeing Nari's doubt, he made the call to take it home before it became a roasted egg. Gu panicked, warning of the danger, but Dogen was simply too curious about what was inside. He'd already found the perfect spot for a nest right near their house. Nari excitedly claimed the job of carrying the egg. All the while, Gu kept muttering in disbelief, having never seen such a strange-looking egg in his life. Gu wondered who dropped the lightstones there, then turned his worry to Nari's safety. Dogen just smiled, telling her to have fun, that even the lava would move for him. Hearing this, the little bird felt a bit more relieved. The group mined a few more lightstones, then quickly headed for home. Soon, the familiar wooden roof appeared under the vast blue sky. Seeing the group, Namjok immediately ran out to greet them. "Boss, where have you been?" Dogen realized the hunter was back sooner than he expected. Jock enthusiastically tried to help with the heavy backpack, but was shocked by its incredible weight the second he touched it. Seeing Joke's awkward struggle, Dogen coldly commanded him to look up. Joke's face was a mess of bruises and bandages, making Dogen wonder what on earth had happened. Meanwhile, back at the volcano, Gu's little parting gift was taking effect. A lone packet of spicy ramen on the ground quickly drew the attention of the firebirds. Looking at Namjok's pathetic state, Dogen just had to ask, "Namjok, what's with the face? Get in a fight?" Dogen then added a sarcastic jab, "I never took you for the type to get beat up." Jock awkwardly scratched his head, making the excuse that Nari beat him up all the time, so this was nothing new. Seeing his subordinate's strangely proud expression, Dogen figured the guy took way too much pride in getting thrashed. To escape the awkward vibe, Jock scrambled off to make dinner. "You must be hungry, I'll get the food." The next morning, Dogen sat at a table, meticulously carving the lightstone he'd found. As a curious Nari watched, he explained, "Making a limited edition ceiling lamp. Our house is going to be the brightest one around." The little girl's eyes lit up with admiration as she showered him with praise. "Wow, you're so smart. You know so much and you explain things so well." Nari added that he wasn't just skilled but also kind, giving her a warm feeling like he was a father. Hearing that, Dogen smiled and decided to tease her. "So, how's your actual father doing back home, kid?" The question hit a nerve. She flinched, her face fell, and she stammered that her dad was fine. As the sun set, casting a pleasant warmth everywhere, the bird Gu lay flat on the ground, soaking in the absolute peace and quiet. He mused that while it wasn't as hot as his volcanic home, the feeling was so comfortable he felt like he could just melt. Just as Gu was drifting off to sleep, 3 small dark figures with glowing red eyes appeared behind him in the twilight. It was the mandragoras. They crept forward silently before unleashing a coordinated move called the ultimate cuddle formation. All 3 of the little monsters charged at once. While Gu was enjoying the peace, a mandragora suddenly pounced right on top of him. The little bird had no clue what was happening. "Huh? What is this?" Then the whole gang piled on, leaving Gu to defend himself helplessly. Seeing the chaos, Nari shouted, "Why are you all fighting?" Dogen casually noted that the plants were probably just mad that Gu was on their turf. To ease the tension, Namjok brought out a new dish. "Thanks for waiting. Sweet and sour inari sushi, a favorite for every kid." It was fried tofu stuffed with rice, prepared by Jock with perfect nutritional stats. He proudly boasted about how easy and beautiful it was to make. Of course, He'd actually just used an instant kit, all that hype for something out of a box. A magnificent feast was laid out. Nari praised him endlessly. "Wow, you're amazing." Dogen nodded in agreement. "Looks good." A delighted Jock urged everyone to dig in. "Haha, let's eat." But Dogen's tone suddenly turned serious. He stared at the wounds on his subordinate's face and repeated his question. "Don't use food to change the subject. Spit it out. Who painted your face like a road map?" Daisiok awkwardly admitted he'd run into some guys at the Hunters Association while registering for the test. Dogon put it together instantly. Jock was mocked for failing 7 times, started a fight, and got his butt handed to him. Daisiok bitterly explained how they taunted him, saying his pride had fallen out with his hair. Dogun looked closer, wondering why his hair was still patchy and not completely gone. Joke immediately launched into a long technical explanation about hair follicles, making Dogun just awkwardly apologize for asking. To change the subject, Dogun asked when the promotion exam was. Hearing it was within 60 days, he made a decision. "All right, time for special training." Daisiok was overjoyed. "I'll do my best." But the first task made the hunter freeze. "First, from now on, you're doing the dishes for Kim Nari." Looking at Nari and Gu passed out from being too full, Jock stammered. "Dishes?" But it didn't end there. Dogen pointed to the pile of ash-covered light stones. "And while you're at it, polish this pile of rocks. They look way too dirty." Jock stared in disbelief at the mountain of chores. This wasn't training. Dogen's voice was ice cold, telling him if he didn't want to do it, he could just stay a B rank. Then he told Nari to go fishing. The little girl agreed in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, Jock was left behind with a pile of dirty dishes and a heavy pack on his shoulders. But he told himself he had his own plan. Jock knew he wasn't some born genius. To even reach B rank, he'd poured in more blood, sweat, and tears than any normal person could possibly imagine. For a guy with nothing but sheer persistence, Jock was determined to see this through, even after failing 6 times. This was his 7th attempt. He hauled his gear, running and shouting for his team to wait up. Over by the stream, Dogen was fishing calmly while Nari yawned, bored that nothing was biting. She grumbled about all the fish swimming over to Dogon's side. Just then, a monster fish leaped out of the water, smacking Jock right in the head. Talk about bad luck. Jock was a fire attribute, and this was a water monster. The elemental disadvantage sent waves of pain through him. Dogen silently noted his subordinate's diligence. Seeing Jock slumped by the mana stones, he walked over and asked why he wasn't using a mana shield for protection. Hearing the kid admit his training hadn't worked, Dogen picked up a nearby mana stone and simply told him to hold it. Jock was still confused about why he was given the stone when suddenly, a raw, dark blue magical energy erupted from it with terrifying force. The stone crashed to the ground. Jock stared in horror, unable to channel enough strength into his hands to even hold on. Dogen explained this was a special kind of stone, one filled with dense, unrefined primordial magic from the demon world. To handle it, he'd have to use his own refined mana to push back. Dogen pointed to Jock's chest, telling him the amount of mana in his body was more than enough. His only problem was a total lack of control over the energy flowing inside him. Dogon then began to open up Jock's mana circuits. He explained that the channels were now clear and that Jock just had to let his mana flow naturally. Dogen worked like some kind of master acupuncturist. Following his leader's instructions, Jock focused all of his concentration into the attempt. His face twisted from the immense pressure, but the bald hunter gritted his teeth and endured. Finally, a triumphant roar echoed out as he raised the glowing stone high into the air, shocking even himself. All that incredible power, just to wash some dishes clean. Jock burst out laughing, ecstatic as he realized that everything, even the cleaning, was part of an intricate training plan that Dogun had set up just for him. Seeing that his junior had finally gotten the hang of it, Dogun coolly handed over the rest of the dishes, reminding him to keep his mana circulating the entire time. With his spirit soaring, Jock loudly declared himself a master of housekeeping, ready to clean anything. He told himself he could absolutely do this. Night began to fall, bright moonlight blanketing the small wooden cabin deep in the quiet forest. Inside, a mana stone on the wall cast a soft, gentle glow. It shined on the group, all deep in sleep after a long, exhausting day of training. Even in his dreams, Jock muttered about his goal of reaching A rank. Dogun was out cold, but the little bird Gu was wide awake. He had accidentally napped earlier in the evening and now couldn't get back to sleep. While keeping watch over the monster egg, Gu suddenly noticed something strange. Nari was quietly sitting up in her bed. Without a single word, the little girl crept out of the house into the dead of night. As her figure disappeared into the darkness, Gu couldn't help but wonder what on earth she was up to. In the silent night, Nari walked to the stream, completely unaware that the curious bird, Gu, was following her from a distance. The little bird wondered where she could possibly be going at this hour. Standing in the cool water, Nari carefully washed her white shirt, thinking she'd dirtied the gift Dogun gave her. She thought to herself that even if it was just her master's old shirt, she wanted to keep it perfectly clean. A little wash would make it good as new. Hiding behind an old tree, Dogun and Gu watched her every move in silence. Gu wondered why Nari would go to all this trouble in the middle of the night. Seeing her tiny figure, Dogun's heart ached with guilt. Man, he thought, he was raising this child and letting her wear nothing but a single rag. What a terrible uncle. He cursed himself for being so thoughtless, only thinking about what was convenient for him and forgetting the basic needs of a kid. Nari let out a happy cheer as the last of the stubborn stains finally vanished. She stood up to enjoy the cool night breeze, only to jump in shock, seeing Dogun and Gu right behind her. Dogun quickly made up a clumsy excuse, saying he and Gu were just out for a nightly stroll and asked if she was doing the same. A lie only a kid would fall for. Nari just nodded nervously, playing along. He walked closer, told her to stand still for a moment, and then gently tied a rope around her waist, making the baggy shirt fit her much better. He even added a thoughtful touch, tucking a bright yellow flower, her absolute favorite, into the makeshift belt. Looking at her new dress, styled to look just like her master's own outfit, Nari was touched by the simple yet incredibly warm gesture. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the bushes, making Nari grab Dogun's arm in fear. She trembled, asking what that noise was, but Dogun just smiled, reassuring her it was nothing but a B-rank steel grasshopper monster hiding nearby. He took her hand and led her back to the cabin under the bright moon. On the way, he gently asked if she needed any more clothes or shoes, offering to have Jock prepare them. Nari just smiled, full of happiness, and replied that the clothes he'd given her were more than enough. Even though Nari said she was fine, Dogun still felt uneasy letting her wear that single, ill-fitting outfit. Plus, Gu wouldn't stop nagging him about it. That cheapskate uncle was letting her wear a potato sack. To fix the problem, Dogun decided he had to return to the slums of District 13. The moment he stepped barefoot from the portal, he immediately became the center of attention. People on the street stared and whispered about his bizarre outfit and lack of shoes. What's his deal? No shoes? What kind of clothes are those? Dogun thought to himself that the human world was probably still too overwhelming for Nari to visit herself, especially since the lab's tracking device was still attached to her. The irony was bitter. He was using a priceless portal stone just to go shopping for some kids' clothes. Now that is some serious dedication to his adopted daughter. Dogun scanned the area, trying to get his bearings. He returns to the old clothing store from his memory. He's positive it was right here. Could it have been that long? Is it really gone? Just as he's scratching his head in confusion, a hand suddenly tugs on the hem of his shirt, followed by an offer. Excuse me, are you looking for a clothing store? Before him is a young boy with messy brown hair. The kid quickly holds up a finger, naming his price. Just 10,000. For a service fee, I'll take you to a clothing shop. The boy states it with absolute confidence. I know a place that's cheap and good, perfect for a stranger like you. Dogun calmly replies that he has no cash and will pay after he gets his items sorted. Hearing this, the boy gives him a look of pure contempt. He internally sizes Dogun up as just another rookie hunter who stumbled into the demon world and got beat down so badly. The kid thinks Dogun has nothing in his pockets but is still trying to act all high and mighty. Even so, the boy just waves his hand. Fine, you look dirt poor. I'll help you now, you pay later. Now, hurry up and follow me. Dogun just smiles back. Yeah, thanks. They begin to introduce themselves. The boy's name is Bonsu, and our guy is John Dogun. Bonsu casually calls him John and leads him deep into the narrow alleyways. Seeing a patrol car pass, Bonsu comments that security in the slums has gotten much better lately. The kid glances at Dogun, making a quick guess. You just awakened recently, didn't you? Is it that obvious? Bonsu analyzes the situation with total confidence. He explains that leaving the gate with no gear means Dogun must have spent all his money, only to get robbed clean. The kid even tries to comfort him, saying not to get discouraged. Everyone has a rough start like this. Dogun can't help but be surprised by how much his young guide knows. You're pretty sharp for a kid. That comment immediately hits a nerve with Bonsu. He flips out, yelling, Don't call me a kid, I'm 17. I'm just small because I'm a picky eater. Dogun freezes, stunned for a few seconds by this unexpected revelation about the boy's age. As they walk, Bonsu warns Dogun to stay away from a certain place. District 13. It's known for being extremely dangerous. Turns out, a gang called Space from District 11 recently expanded its territory over here. The police seem to have given up entirely, so no one dares to stand up for the people anymore. Hearing the strange gang name, Dogen silently wonders about the District 13 orphanage. He wonders if the place he grew up in still exists amid all this chaos. Meanwhile, at a clothing store with a sale sign, the blonde owner is sighing. Business is dead. She curses herself for being crazy enough to open a children's clothing store in the slums, where couples don't even dare to have kids because they can't afford them. Just as she's thinking about selling something else, the shop's bell rings. Bonsu runs in with a cheerful greeting. "Boss P, I'm back." The shopkeeper immediately erupts in fury, screaming at him for calling her boss when she's not even married. She demands the kid call her sister. Stepping in behind Bonsu, Dogen curiously looks around. This is the first time in his entire life he's actually set foot in a clothing store to buy something. Bonsu quickly makes the introduction. "This guy needs some clothes. He's a hunter." Hearing the word hunter, the shopkeeper's face darkens. She immediately pulls Bonsu aside. She grits her teeth, scolding Bonsu for dragging in another broke hunter when she's already had to let so many of them buy on credit. This guy looks less like a potential customer and more like a hunter who got stripped clean by a monster. Bonsu, getting his neck squeezed, still tries to argue that he looks handsome. Besides, she was the one who told him to bring in pitiful hunters because they reminded her of her late younger brother. The two of them continue to bicker about who owes who. That is, until Dogen's voice cuts in. "I'm sorry, I need to buy some clothes." He holds out a stack of money in front of the two frozen figures and asks, "This is all I have. How much can I get with this?" Let me tell you, all he has is basically a fortune to these people. Both the shopkeeper and Bonsu stare with wide-eyed shock. They can't believe their eyes. A stack of cash worth tens of millions, and he says it's all he has. Immediately, the shopkeeper's attitude does a complete 180. She clasps her hands with a radiant smile, welcoming him warmly. "Every day is a surprise here. Welcome to Happy Child's world." She eagerly invites Dogen to sit. She serves him tea and snacks so attentively that he's left bewildered, with no idea what's happening. The owner eagerly explains she has everything in stock, from adult clothes to children's wear, before curiously asking if Dogen is buying for himself. Dogen casually sips his tea while giving his specific request. "Clothes for a girl about kindergarten age. Please pick out a few sets for me." Hearing the large order, the shopkeeper is ecstatic, her hands clasped in excitement. "Oh my, you've come to the right place. Children's clothing is my specialty." She starts giving him an enthusiastic consultation, suggesting they start with the latest spring and summer collection. With her vast experience, she declares that clothes for little girls absolutely must have lace. And for active kids who run around a lot, easy-to-move-in outfits are the top priority. Dogen can only nod silently at the owner's expertise, especially when she emphasizes the golden rule. See pink and lace, lock it in. The secret to making Nari a princess. The receipt printer runs non-stop, spitting out a massive bill for the huge amount of items Dogen selected. The shopkeeper is exhausted, but her face is glowing with happiness. She secretly wishes every day could be a sellout like this one. Looking at the mountain of clothes, she announces in amazement, "I can't believe it. We're completely sold out of over 100 items. Do you need me to ship them for you?" He came for a few sets and bought over 100. Dogen calmly refuses, saying he can carry it all himself. Then he turns. He hands a wad of cash to his young guide. "Oh, Bonsu, this is for you." Bonsu freezes in shock, unable to believe he's receiving such a generous payment. Dogen slings the sack of clothes over his shoulder and tells Bonsu, "I have one more thing I need you to do." Strolling through the slum streets, he thinks to himself that buying new things has its own unique pleasure. Bonsu leads him to a building with a sign that reads Harry Inn and introduces it. Here it is, a clean and stable room just like you wanted. There's a police station nearby, so security is good and the owner is kind. When Dogen asks again doubtfully, Bonsu confidently assures him and calls for the owner to open the door. However, watching Dogun's back as he walks inside, the young Bonsu suddenly feels that something is wrong. A deep sense of unease wells up inside him. He clutches the bag in his hand, thinking that no matter how rich someone is, a stranger giving a kid 100,000 and buying clothes is just extremely bizarre. Rumors of predators using money to lure and kidnap children flash through his mind, making him hesitate, wondering if he should just run away immediately. But then, the image of the kind shopkeeper P reappears, making Bonsu wonder if this man is truly as good as he seems. Just then, Dogen turns. He steps out of the house with a satisfied look. Just as the kid said, the landlord's great and the place is spotless. He casually holds out a key. "Room 303. Take it. You look like you've been living on the street." Dogen handed the key for room 303 over to Bonsu, speaking as if it were nothing. "I've already paid a year's rent in advance," he said. "So live here from now on." I covered your food costs too, so eat properly. Bonsu could only stare, completely stunned, his eyes locked on the key. As Dogun turned to leave, the boy's voice trembled with suspicion. If I go inside, are you going to kidnap me? Dogon just laughed at the kid's paranoia. Huh? What are you talking about? You're the one who introduced me to this place. As Dogun made to leave again, Bonsu shouted, If not that, then why? You just met me, the referral fee, the clothes, and now a place to live. Why are you being so good to me? Dogun stopped in his tracks. He glanced back with a gentle, almost nostalgic smile. You just remind me of how I used to be. I once lived just like you, though that was a very long time ago. With a final farewell, he said, See you around, and then stepped through the gate and vanished. The moment Dogun arrived at his wooden house in the demon world, Nari and Namjok rushed out to greet him. Nari pouted, Uncle, where did you go without texting? Uncle Jock and I were worried sick, but Jock was all smiles. Boss, you're back. Dogun calmly set a heavy sack on the ground. Bought a present for the little one. Hearing the word present, Nari's face lit up with pure joy. When the bag was opened, even the bird Gu gasped in shock. Whoa, you bought so much. Jock, still wrapped in a white cloth, shyly asked, Boss, Nari's gifts are piled up like a mountain. Is there anything left for your favorite disciple? Dogun confirmed that yes, there was, making the Bald Hunter's day. But while they were celebrating, inside the cabin, the monster egg from the volcano suddenly began to change. Clicking sounds echoed as the ground shook slightly, and the pitch-black eggshell started to crack. Bright, fiery veins pulsed with light along the fractures. At the same time, Dogun, now focused on folding the new clothes, felt an unusual sense of peace and calm. Deep in his task, Nari's voice called out from behind him. Uncle, look at me. She appeared in a gorgeous, flowing yellow dress and a stylish, wide-brimmed hat, looking every bit the little princess. The clothes really do make the person. Dogun had great taste. He couldn't help but praise her. That looks really good. Is that one your favorite? But Nari's fashion adventure was just getting started. She gave him a mischievous look. I want to try on a few more. And just like that, a kid's fashion show began right in the middle of the demon world. First, Nari struggled with a pair of ridiculously long jeans. How do you even wear these? Then, she threw a huge white shirt over her head to play ghost. Haha, I'm a ghost. She changed outfits again and again, cheering excitedly with so many beautiful clothes to choose from. Witnessing this, Dogun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She looks so happy. It's adorable. Finally, Nari found her perfect match. She walked out with new shoes, proudly showing off the print on her shirt. The chicken in the middle looks just like Gu. I love it. It was a white hoodie with a funny little yellow chick printed on the front. Gu just glared at the shirt and grumbled, What? Does that really look like me? The bird then eyed the remaining pile of clothes with worry. Our house is about to become a clothing store. Boss, where are we going to put all this stuff? Dogun thoughtfully admitted he was already considering expanding the house to build a dedicated dressing room. Hearing his boss had construction plans, Gu asked if he needed to chop down more trees. Dogun replied casually, Don't worry, I've already asked someone else to handle that. He then called out, Hey, Namjok, are you ready for your special training? Instantly, a figure shot down from above, landing with a powerful thud. Namjok, clad in his hunter armor, declared loudly, Sir, I, Namjok, am always ready for special training. Oh, this poor 180-centimeter body of mine. The bald hunter bowed respectfully before Dogun, holding out a gray object. I've also prepared your training equipment, boss. Seeing his subordinates' over-the-top enthusiasm, Dogun could only ask in confusion, what training equipment? Namjok proudly held up Dogun's old leather suit. This is your training uniform, isn't it? It's soaked in super-concentrated toxins. I nearly died just from touching it. He laughed, full of misguided admiration. This must be how you push yourself to the limit, even in daily life, right? You're amazing, boss. I'll follow your example and train with all my might. Dogun was speechless. The truth was, he was just too lazy to wash it properly. But hey, might as well roll with it. Then you wear it. The command left Jock absolutely frozen in shock. Seeing a perfect opportunity to train his underling, Dogun gave the order. I'm done with my session. Put that on and go chop some wood. I'll pick out the trees. Jock frantically protested that wearing it would be suicide, but before he could finish, Nari's voice cut in. Uncle, what's wrong with the egg? The group rushed inside to see the monster egg shaking violently as it began to crack apart. Dogun observed it closely. The movements are getting stronger. It must be about to hatch. While Jock trembled in fear of a disaster-level monster, Nari was filled with hope. No way. I bet it's going to be a cute baby monster. Despite the bald hunter's anxiety, a glowing golden eye suddenly appeared through a crack in the shell. Nari cheered excitedly. It's hatching! It's hatching! Which only made Jock scream in pure terror. A sharp claw emerged, followed by thick scales and a brilliant golden tail. Its tongue flicked out, looking absolutely ferocious, making everyone hold their breath and wonder what terrifying beast this could be. But contrary to its intimidating debut, a tiny creature with huge, round black eyes crawled out. What a bait and switch. The whole group could only stand there, completely stunned by the creature's actual appearance. Namjock stared at the creature that had just emerged. A chick? A snake? What kind of species is this? In contrast to his confusion, Nari squealed with delight at the strange but adorable new member. Suddenly, the tiny creature leaped high into the air, landing perfectly on top of Jock's bald head, leaving the hunter too shocked to even react. Meanwhile, the brutal training session continued, with Jock now hauling massive logs under Gu's watchful eye. The little bird kept chirping at him. Hurry up! We've got a mountain of work to do. Looks like Gu was taking this chance to get a little payback. The hunter was fighting the sheer weight while choking on the toxic fumes rising from the suit. Jock gritted his teeth, wondering how on earth Dogun could function normally in this terrifying outfit. Back at the wooden house, Dogun stretched his arms, relaxing after finishing up organizing their new supplies. All done. It had been a while since he folded clothes, and it was surprisingly nice. His peace was shattered by Nari's cheerful call from the yard. Mister, it's eating the bread. Watching Nari happily feed the little creature, Dogun figured it must know she was the one who rescued it. Seeing its snake-like features, Nari excitedly named her new friend Sasa. But the moment she spoke, Sasa suddenly bolted off with terrifying speed, forcing the little girl to desperately chase after it. Dogun smiled at the chaotic scene, thinking to himself that Nari really liked their new family member. He curiously asked Gu, "Is Sasa some kind of rare creature?" The little bird admitted he'd never seen anything like it, but he was certain it was a monster from the volcanic region. Gu grew serious, warning that they needed to keep an eye on the mandragoras. When Dogun asked why, Gu explained that most volcanic monsters consider plant-type monsters a delicacy, since plants are so rare there. Those poor mandragoras didn't stand a chance. At that moment, Nari suddenly tumbled to the ground as Sasa zipped past her. Gu continued his analysis, adding that Sasa would definitely dig up and eat any plants with strong demonic energy. It froze, its sharp eyes locked onto the tiny sprouts. Gu concluded, basically, it could be the mandragoras' natural predator. The mandragoras sensed the killing intent, trembling in fear before the creature's threatening gaze. Witnessing the tense standoff, a confused Namjock simply asked, "What's going on?" Gu's prediction had been completely right. Nari worriedly urged him, "Mister, you have to stop them." But Dogun calmly crossed his arms, thinking that while he preferred peace, this was the demon world they needed to sort out their pecking order at least once. Dogun decided to just watch, assuming Sasa was too small to be much of a danger anyway. The mandragoras frantically backed away, but Sasa had already locked onto its target and let out a sharp peep. Its eyes glowed menacingly, aimed right at the smallest mandragora in the group. All of a sudden, Sasa launched forward like a bolt of lightning. A sharp crack echoed as its powerful claw struck down. The confrontation took a surprising turn when the lead mandragora quickly moved in to block its opponent's attack dead in its tracks. Not fighting alone, the mandragora pack immediately shifted into a triangle formation, seamlessly combining defense and counterattacks until Sasa started to look overwhelmed. Just as expected, the second-in-command launched a vicious strike, but Sasa managed to block it with its tail before flashing an arrogant smirk. However, Gu knew it was too early for the little creature to get cocky, because the third mandragora was only now making its move. A surprise attack from the flank sent Sasa flying before it had a chance to react. In a complete reversal of its earlier ferocity, Sasa burst into tears, sobbing from the shock of its first-ever defeat, leaving both Namjock and Nari completely stunned. Seeing Sasa run off crying, Nari quickly chased after it to console her new friend, while Dogun declared the mandragora pack the winner of the day. Namjock and Gu were still reeling from the dramatic performance they had just witnessed. But their moment of peace ended when Dogun coldly ordered them to get back to work. Gu didn't hesitate, pecking Jock right on his bald head to get the hunter moving, making him cry out at the cruelty of his own teammates. Jock really was the odd one out. Meanwhile, in a distant sea, the water's surface suddenly churned violently as a strange creature emerged. It was a powerful being with bulging muscles, enormous wings, and the head of a predatory bird, soaring majestically through the bright, sunlit sky. With razor-sharp eyes and powerful talons, this creature gazed toward the mysterious distant horizon. Back on the ground, Namjock struggled to carry heavy logs under Gu's relentless urging. "Hurry up! Keep going. On the other side of the yard, Nari was excitedly smearing a layer of green slime on the wooden walls and cheering. Put on a lot. This is amazing. Meanwhile, Dogen calmly arranged the new clothes on a freshly built wooden shelf inside the new room. After all their hard work, the last bundle was set down, marking the end of their preparations. Jock collapsed to his knees, screaming in pure relief. He wept with joy 2 days without sleep and carrying logs until his back nearly broke. His life as a manual laborer was finally over. He looked back at the sturdy wooden wall he'd built with his own hands, still a bit worried if he'd followed his boss's directions correctly. Standing behind him, Dogen simply smiled, crossing his arms in satisfaction. You did a very good job, he said, making the bald hunter feel incredibly grateful his hard work was recognized. As soon as Nari entered the dressing room, she took a deep, delighted breath. The dressing room smells like flowers, Jock asked, confused. Flowers? The little girl confirmed that it was a lovely lavender scent that made her feel instantly refreshed. Dogon explained that it was thanks to Gu, who had thoughtfully chosen a special aromatic wood to build the shelves, ensuring the clothes would always smell fresh. The little mandragoras were also enjoying the aroma, swaying back and forth as if they were dancing at a lavender-themed club. Sasa also seemed to love the scent, as it was curled up and sleeping soundly. Hearing Dogen mention the creature's name, Jock asked, Sasa? Nari already named the kid Sasa? Dogen nodded in confirmation, adding that they could change it later if they thought of a better name. Jock eagerly suggested Little Snake, making Dogen sigh at his subordinate's terrible naming skills. Nari wasn't much better, wanting to call it Bibi, but their leader shot it down because that was already Gu's name. That suddenly reminded Dogen of something. He turned to Gu and asked, Oh, that's right, you said you have a proper name. What is it? The little bird puffed out its chest and replied proudly, My real name is Stone Mountain Horseshoe. It represents my very essence. The name alone was almost traumatizing. Dogen was speechless. This name was also a lost cause. He looked over at the small yellow creature sleeping soundly in a ball and made up his mind. Yeah, let's just stick with Sasa. Nam, Jock, and Nari both agreed, finding the name both logical and cute. Now that the house expansion was finished, Gu curiously asked what was next. So the house is bigger, what's the plan now? The question made Dogen pause and think. Back when he lived alone, he never had to consider things like this. But now that he had friends by his side, everything was different. Having someone this responsible was great for Nari and Jock. He smiled to himself. Yes, things were different now. Dogen had a new idea. What about building a solid fence around the house? That way, no one could just waltz in even if he stepped out. Namjock eyed the terrifying dark aura around the place, muttering that no one in their right mind would dare approach. But Dogen was still being careful. He worried S-rank monsters or powerful hunters could show up at any moment. He decided they needed a material that was both magical and tough, like something from the abandoned coast. Dogen had heard about a stone there harder than obsidian, along with a beautiful yellow quartz that glowed. In his mind, he pictured a sturdy fence, lined with glowing stones that created a warm, campfire-like atmosphere. He was pumped. That's it. We're going to the coast right now. Nari cheered with excitement, absolutely thrilled to be going to the beach. In sharp contrast, Namjock was so horrified he got a nosebleed. You what? You're really going to the coast? Absolutely not. Do you have any idea what that place is? He dropped to his knees, making excuses about needing to return to the human world to escape the deadly trip. Dogen casually agreed. All right then, if we get back late, just make sure to look after the mandragoras. Though relieved he didn't have to go, he didn't forget to warn his boss to be extremely careful. Dogen asked why, and the trembling hunter explained it was an incredibly dangerous zone, forbidden to anyone below A rank. More importantly, 2 mysterious disaster-level monsters ruled over it. Rumor had it the 2 monsters were actually hunters who'd been experimented on and escaped. He warned his boss not to get caught in the crossfire. Against the bright blue sky, a strange creature with massive wings soared with incredible power. Though it had the face of a bird, its body had the muscular build of a man. From a high cliff, a group of hunters emerged from their ambush, weapons and targeting devices ready. Finally showed yourself, a young hunter shouted excitedly. A glowing yellow energy circle formed in his palm, locking onto the target. Instantly, a beam of light shot through the air, heading straight for the creature in the sky. The attack hit its mark, creating a small explosion right on the creature's body. Seeing their opponent just keep flying without even fighting back, the young hunter scoffed in disdain. Are they trying to run away? The title of disaster-level monster seems like just an empty rumor. The rookie was way too cocky, immediately asking for orders to pursue, but the goateed team leader remained calm. He decided to let them lead the way straight back to their hidden lair, since the tracker was already locked onto the target. The team leader quietly wondered why, after more than 60 years, These test subjects still retained their human form instead of completely mutating or succumbing to demonic energy. But he coldly brushed the thought aside, dismissing them as mere defective products. With an arrogant look, he claimed creating Chimera hunters was humanity's greatest achievement, and he wouldn't let these failures tarnish that reputation. Talk is cheap, Chief, the rookie chimed in. Today, we're wiping every last one of them out. The bloodthirsty declaration had barely been made when the team's spotter suddenly shouted in panic from behind his binoculars. He realized with pure horror that the creature wasn't fleeing at all. It had abruptly changed direction and was now diving straight toward them at terrifying speed. The leader screamed, ordering shields up immediately, but it was too late. The bird-human creature descended like a bolt of lightning, and the reinforced energy shield shattered into pieces like glass. The impact sent the entire hunter squad flying in utter disbelief. The team leader could only cry out in pain, realizing his entire defense system was obliterated in a single hit. The fight exploded as the bird-human dove at an insane speed. The hunters were forced to face a bitter truth. Had they completely misjudged their enemy? The goateed team leader collapsed to the ground, his face twisted in pain and horror as he screamed, "What are you doing? All of you, stop it now." Just as the creature was about to land the finishing blow, Nari suddenly charged in, throwing a massive punch that sent it flying. Stunned by the unexpected attack, the bird-human froze, its sharp eyes wide with shock. The Chimera watched the chaos as Nari complained to Dogun. That little sparrow was attacking people. Looking at her aggressive stance, Dogun could only break into a cold sweat and dryly remark, from my point of view, it was the other way around." Just then, a hunter's tracker started beeping relentlessly, breaking the tension. He frantically reported, "Chief, there's another mechanical creature nearby." When pressed, he nervously admitted that since targeting the monster was too expensive, he'd brought along a tracker to monitor Nari. Targeting Nari was the same as poking a sleeping dragon. Dogun gently patted her head, his gaze turning ice cold as he realized they were being tailed. This was bad news. Of all the people to run into. He looked at the Birdman and asked a question that made him freeze. "Hey, Birdbrain, you remember me? We were roommates. What was your number?" He was completely stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing about his past. "No way. You actually survived?" Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the hunter team leader began quietly planning a retreat to save his own skin. He could feel an overwhelming danger enveloping the area. He ordered his squad to prepare for immediate withdrawal, because if these entities escaped, the consequences would be catastrophic. The bird-human smirked sinisterly. "Let's clean this place up first." Then he added, "Yes, it's definitely him." A flood of painful memories returned, bringing with it the unique scent of the research institute that only test subjects 17 and 33 could ever understand. Dogun smiled, a calculating look in his eyes, as he recognized the strange mix of the Chimera scent from the lab and their own distinct smell. The story flashes back 66 years to a dark forest near Lab Ta. A desperate chase was underway in the dead of night, flashlight beams cutting through the trees. "This way, get them!" In the darkness, a young boy who was half-bird carried his little sister, running for their lives. She shivered from the cold. "Brother, I'm so cold." The brother's mind was torn with anguish. If they ran, they'd die from the cold. If they stayed, they'd die from the experiments. Both paths led to a dead end. "How can I possibly save you?" The boy looked at his sister fading away, his heart breaking. He wished she could fully transform and get strong wings instead of these tiny, weak ones. Rhea whispered with a shallow breath, "Your wings are warm, brother. I'm okay. You should run." But the boy just held her closer. He had to endure just a little longer once they were out of this forest. Someone would help. But just as hope was fading, a bright light suddenly blasted toward them. The bird boy was stunned to see number 17 standing right before him. Dogun, now a teenager holding a flashlight, lit up the dark woods, leaving him stammering. "What are you doing here?" Just when things couldn't get worse, Dogun appears not to save him, but with a message. "Sorry, your name's on the execution list now." While his brother thought that Dogun was a complete psycho for showing up at the worst times, Dogun continued his warning. He told him about the detonation charm that would kill him in 3 days if he didn't return. Seeing Jia wasn't on the list yet, Dogun advised him to stay. He argued he should stay at the lab for inhibitors to suppress the side effects, to live at least one more day. But the bird boy roared back in bitterness. "You're the lab's golden child. How could you understand the pain of failed products like us?" The pain from the side effects hit again, making him clutch his head in agony. Jia hugged her brother tightly, crying and pleading, "Brother, let's run away. I want to live like we used to, even if it's just for one day." Standing on that fragile edge, he realized it wasn't how long you live that matters, but how you live it. A fierce determination ignited within him. The bird boy spread his wings, his eyes blazing with resolve. I want to live freely, even for a single day. He took a stance, ready for anything, and roared, then stop your rambling and bring it on. Faced with his roommate's fiery determination, Dogun casually pulled out a teleportation stone. Instantly, a glowing blue portal ripped open in the middle of the forest. Yubom was floored, exclaiming, "A teleportation stone? Where did you get that?" Dogun didn't answer, only offering a cold warning about the price of stepping through that gate. He explained two things could happen if they entered the demon realm. 1. The demonic energy would corrode his human cells, leading to an agonizing death. Or 2. His monster cells would absorb the energy, causing a full awakening. Dogun's eyes bored into Yubom, as if to ask, if you really meant what you said, isn't this the better choice? He insisted that even if Yubom couldn't handle the demonic energy and became a monster, he would at least have lived freely before it happened. More importantly, the moment he stepped into the demon realm, the lab's cruel detonation charm would be completely useless. The researchers would never see this coming. Facing a once-in-a-lifetime chance, Yubom quietly asked if there was any way a normal human could survive in that hellscape. Dogun explained the theory. You'd have to accumulate enough demonic power to shield your body and mind from the energy's corruption. He knew it was next to impossible with Yubom's current abilities, but Dogun still offered a sliver of hope. But who knows what the future holds, right? Just then, the flashlights of the approaching guards cut through the trees. They shouted when they spotted the open portal. The time for goodbyes had come. You know, Dogun said, we shared a room for 4 years and never knew each other's names. Yubom looked at his departing back and said clearly, I'm Yubom. What's your name? Dogun gave a faint, rare smile as he replied, My name is John Dogun. Back in the present, he stood before the shell-shocked hunter captain. Dogun coldly asked again, What is my name? The hunter captain, dazed and confused, just stammered, I don't know why I'm even here. The entire squad of hunters was now in a zombie-like trance. They shambled into the portal, following Dogun's command without question. It worked. Go on in, he said. Forget everything that just happened here. Witnessing this, Yubom took a deep breath and was shocked by the familiar scent. Did he use oblivion powder to wipe their memories? Dogun calmly explained it wasn't powder, he had A-class oblivion herb cells implanted directly into his body. Because Dogun had no side effects, the lab turned him into a walking container for all kinds of bizarre monster and plant cells. He looked at his old friend and smiled. A lot has happened since you left. You were number 33, Yubom, right? Yubom was absolutely stunned. That's incredible. I can't believe you remember. Looks like Dogun has a soft side. Nari timidly approached, tugging on his shirt, and asked, Mister, are you and the Sparrow Uncle really friends? Dogun simply nodded. Yep, he's from the Sparrow People tribe. Hearing the strange name, the little girl was completely lost. Sparrow People? To help Nari keep her identity secret, Dogun quickly made something up. Oh, aren't the Sparrow tribe and the Pineapple tribe allies? Nari was startled but quickly, and very awkwardly, played along. That's right, we're totally allies. Seeing their clumsy performance, Yubom was baffled. Yubom just stood there, completely confused. Pineapple allies? What were they even talking about? A moment later, Nari bowed deeply to her leader's old friend. Mr. Sparrow, I'm so sorry. I thought you were a bad guy. But the serious mood was instantly shattered by the loud, persistent growling of her stomach. But mister, she said, I'm hungry. Despite his many questions, Yubom led the group to his place, a colossal structure of metal and wood. It looked exactly like a gigantic bird's nest perched right on the edge of the sea. Nari's jaw dropped. Whoa, is this your house, Mr. Sparrow? The group sat down together on the soft white sand. Dogun stared at the unique architecture and didn't hold back his praise. Whoa, this bird's nest mansion looks sick. Mr. Yubom, you're a master builder. Yubom then brought out a tray of hot food for his guests. He shyly offered it to them. Here, try some. I'm not sure if it's any good. It was a dish of grilled clams that he had prepared himself. Yubom explained that the clams were topped with hellcrawler plant, which tastes just like real beef, and a layer of red moss that has the spicy kick of chili paste. Seeing the giant, steaming clams, Nari was ecstatic. The clams are huge. Dogun nodded in agreement. Yeah, this looks pretty good. The moment he took a bite, the bird boy was completely blown away. The fresh taste of the ocean exploded in his mouth, making him tremble with delight. The red moss was a game changer. Yubom felt a warmth spread through him seeing everyone eat so happily. I'm glad you like it. Eat slowly. But just as the mood was getting cheerful, a strange energy suddenly shot past, causing Yubom's eyes to change instantly. He froze completely. A tremor ran through his body, followed by a low, pained groan. Instantly, Dogon knew something was terribly wrong. He watched in silence as his old friend suddenly began sweating bullets. He was losing control. Meanwhile, having finished her meal, Nari was still hungry. She held up her empty shell excitedly. "Mr. Sparrow, can I please have another one of these?" Yubel just scratched his head with a wry smile. He was all out of ingredients for the day. But Nari's eyes instantly lit up like stars. She asked, "If I go catch the shells, will you make it again?" It was clear Nari and Gu were kindred spirits when it came to food. Yubel worried it was too dangerous for a child, but Nari had already made up her mind. With Gu perched on her head and Sasa in tow, she bolted for the coast, determined to catch 10 shells to satisfy her craving. Even the bird Gu was swept up in the feeding frenzy. He had to get his fill, too. Watching the little ones run off, Dogon grew pensive, thinking about Yubel's bizarre life, especially since the guy was only alive because of his immortal cells. Sitting on the sand, Dogon cut straight to the chase. "So, are you going to get revenge on the lab?" Yubel thoughtfully admitted that the thought crossed his mind. But since his current life wasn't bad, he was still considering it. He then asked if Dogon also wanted revenge. Then, he revealed a brutal truth. While the curse charms on Dogon's body had vanished upon his revival, he and Jia still had detonation charms embedded inside them. The moment they set foot in the human world, they would explode. Dogon noticed Yubel could control his wings, but wondered why his head still hadn't returned to normal. Yubel quietly explained he could change back, but he chose not to. The reason for it was simple: it was all for Jia. If he also looked human, she would feel awful about being the only one who was different. A truly legendary older brother. Dogon stared into his friend's eyes and asked one final question. "You know it too, don't you? That you have a month left to live, at most." Yubel lowered his head, bitterly admitting that Dogon had figured it out. He remembered when they first arrived, the constant struggle, absorbing just enough demonic energy to survive. Until one day, the magic and miasma in his body finally reached a balance. That equilibrium had granted the siblings a rare period of peace. But not long ago, Jia's magic core suddenly destabilized, sending her demonic energy into a frenzy. Yubel tried to intervene to reopen his sister's magic core, but in the process, he accidentally damaged his own. When it rains, it pours. Now he was barely holding on, while Jia was being kept in a coma by eating a poison-laced fruit that induced a deep sleep. It was the only way to slow the demonic energy rampaging through her body. Hearing the story, Dogon had an idea. Mandragora. A damaged magic core could be instantly healed with a mandragora potion. How could you not know that, you bird brain? Suddenly, a half-eaten apple rolled across the wrecked ground. From deep inside a dark cellar, a violent storm of demonic energy erupted. Jia, hidden behind a skull mask, screamed in pure agony. Her body trembled as the out-of-control energy ravaged her from the inside out. Yubel was floored. He clutched his chest, desperately asking Dogon if there was truly any chance for him and Jia to survive this. Dogon calmly explained that thanks to the pharmaceutical knowledge he'd learned in the lab since he was 15, he knew the cure. A refined solution infused with mandragora root. In fact, mandragora is a plant that thrives by absorbing demonic energy. It possesses an incredible life force, giving it the power to completely regenerate magic circuits. Dogon smiled to himself. All that time spent raising those mandragoras wasn't a waste after all. He made a decision he would go get the ingredients himself. And just like that, Dogon was ready to go. Yubel worried about him returning to the human world alone, but Dogon explained they needed an alchemist to refine the solution. Yubel himself couldn't leave because of the curse charm, so he asked his old friend to stay and watch over Nari, Gu, and Sasa, who were still absorbed in their game. They were busy battling the waves on the shore. Yubel felt a wave of gratitude, knowing he owed Dogon yet again. Then, thinking of the cost, Dogon asked if Yubel had anything valuable for payment, but the bird-headed man could only admit that he was completely broke. Just then, Dogon's eyes landed on a heavy backpack stuffed with hunter's gear lying on the sand. It was the kind of equipment hunters brought to the demon world, stuff Dogon had collected. Holding a mana crystal, Dogon gave a cheerful goodbye and set off on his journey. He reappeared in the slums looking much cleaner, wearing sneakers and walking with total confidence through the decrepit old alleys. The young boy Bonsu was now Dogon's trusty guide for this journey. When he heard his boss was looking for a highly skilled, awakened alchemist, Bonsu proudly assured him it was no problem. The Alchemist Guild had opened a branch right here last year. Then Dogon noticed something strange and asked why the kid was wearing heavy sandbags on both his arms and legs as he walked. Bonsu explained that he was training his stamina because he wanted to become strong, just like him. Dogun watched the kid train with such earnestness. He looked at him thoughtfully and asked, "Like me?" Bonsu couldn't stop praising his boss's insane power. After all, he was the guy who entered the demon world using only physical strength. You'd have to be an incredibly strong hunter to do that. The kid was fired up to become just like Dogun, so he was eating more and training hard every single day. Watching the energetic Bonsu, Dogun sized him up. It looked like the kid had gotten taller. He must be going through a growth spurt. Soon, they arrived in front of an old red brick building. "We're here," Bonsu announced. "The new Alchemist Guild branch is here. The manager, Kim, is really talented and a good guy too. But even before they went in, they could tell something was wrong. It seemed this particular alchemy shop was in deep trouble." Bonsu pointed to a middle-aged man on the phone, his face a mask of pure anxiety. "There he is. Looks like he's getting another call from his creditors." Dogun was surprised. "Creditors?" Bonsu explained that in the slums, borrowing money was normal, but manager Kim's situation was a bit different. He had worked at the prestigious Go City branch for 20 years before being suddenly demoted. He was shoved into this rundown place with a massive pay cut. 20 years of dedication, treated like trash. Dogun wondered if Kim had made some catastrophic mistake. Bonsu shook his head. From what he'd heard, the whole problem started with some shady business back at the Go City branch. Back at the old branch, one of manager Kim's superiors had been secretly embezzling the subsidy funds that were meant for the slums. The man behind it all? Director Ann. Ann was a man notorious for stealing credit from his subordinates, using every dirty trick in the book just to climb the ladder. For bravely exposing the truth, manager Kim wasn't rewarded. No, he was branded a troublemaker and punished, exiled to this rundown branch in the middle of nowhere. Seeing his manager's weary posture, Bongshu calls out. Manager Kim, usually drowning in debt, suddenly beams when his best disciple brings in a client, even noting Bongshu seems taller. Bongshu quickly explains, "I'm looking for an alchemist for someone." Dogon, meanwhile, simply observes in complete silence. Dogon thinks finding anyone skilled out here is a long shot, but manager Kim's sincerity gives him a flicker of hope. Seeing Bongshu's diligence, the manager ruffles his hair in praise, making the kid beam. Dogon was impressed. He hadn't expected this. The kid, Bongshu, was formidable too. After sending Bongshu off to train, manager Kim invites Dogon inside. The branch office is quiet. A little too quiet and bleak. At a desk, a young alchemist is yawning his head off, watching a fly buzz around out of sheer boredom. He groans, "How did I get stuck in such a dead-end job? All D-rank hunters buying cheap potions. How am I supposed to build a reputation around here?" Just as Vice Chief Parang was lamenting his dying career prospects, manager Kim walks in with Dogon. And Dogon wastes no time on small talk, getting straight to business. "Let's skip the intros. I don't have time." He sizes up the young alchemist instantly. "You're A rank, aren't you? I need 2 liters of mandragora root elixir, now." The request leaves manager Kim absolutely stunned. Manager Kim is completely baffled. How could this stranger possibly know his subordinate's exact rank? And extracting mandragora here that should be impossible. He stammers, explaining that while it's possible, they simply don't have an ingredient that rare. Dogon calmly pulls an item from his bag. "Then what about this?" Manager Kim's eyes widen in absolute disbelief at the object in Dogon's hand. It's a piece of mandragora root, radiating an incredibly dense and powerful demonic energy. Holding the precious item, his hands tremble. This potent demonic energy. It's definitely mandragora. And it's so fresh as if just picked. Both alchemists are in shock. They have never seen an ingredient of such pristine, unbelievable quality before. Dogon then pulls even more items from his pack, saying, "Forget cash. Take this sea quartz and these demonic antiques as payment instead." The moment the bag opens, a brilliant light floods the drab office, glowing from rare treasures from the demonic sea. Manager Kim's shock hits its peak when he spots glittering black pearls. What is this? From the actual demon sea? He's in disbelief. Even HQ has never seen S-grade black pearls. And he has 3 of them. Meanwhile, Parang panics, holding a giant clam that's still wiggling. It's still alive? And that's not all. They even find red moss, a newly discovered, ultra-rare ingredient used for top-tier potions. Dogon calmly asks if this pile of treasure is enough to cover the fee. Manager Kim nearly shouts that it's worth more than the entire building. To handle these priceless items, the manager quickly sends Parang for their most precise extractor. While waiting, Dogon's eyes land on a glass jar sitting on a shelf. "You said you didn't have any mandragora," Dogon points out. "So what's that?" The manager explains the plant inside died 10 years ago. It's completely useless now. He explains it's just a research specimen. But for Dogon, reviving it with his mana is simple. While the manager stares in confusion, Dogon picks up the jar. He channels a stream of blue mana inside, telling him to watch carefully. With just a tiny spark of his power, the withered creature inside immediately stirs, wiggling back to life. Our boy is just on another level. Manager Kim can't believe his eyes. The withered mandragora is moving again. Dogon explains it wasn't dead, just completely drained of mana. But the manager is still in disbelief. He tried pumping tons of energy into it before, and nothing happened. Just as the tension in the room peaks, the office door slams open. A man in a red pinstripe suit storms in, flanked by twin female bodyguards. He sneers, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Long time no see, branch manager Kim. Your office looks more like a slum, doesn't it?" Manager Kim is floored. It's Ndong, the executive director of the Pharmaceutical Association. Ndong casually eyes the treasures on the table, admitting he heard a rumor. Manager Kim grits his teeth. Parang must have snitched to suck up. Ndong smirks, bragging about his own elite subordinates like the twins. Then he turns to Dogon. "So, you're the one who brought all this?" Dogon's reply is chillingly calm. "And what if I am?" Ndong introduces himself from the G-City branch, inviting Dogon to join him for proper compensation. Dogon is just annoyed this guy ruined a perfectly good conversation. He keeps pushing, offering bonuses and tax breaks for an exclusive contract. He insists a place like this could never properly value Dogon's true talent. But Dogon couldn't care less about the money. He points to the wart on the man's nose and asks about Mbok Daok. Ndong laughs smugly, admitting he's the grandson of that famous Peace Prize winner. "Yeah, keep bragging. Our guy's about to delete his entire family from existence." Hearing that name, Dogon's smile evaporates. His eyes turn cold, thinking of that family's rotten bloodline. Memories of whips and insults come flooding back. Suddenly, he's back in that laboratory from years ago. He sees old Mbok Daok with a whip, his cruel words echoing, threatening to send him back to the demon realm. All the suppressed rage he held back for years finally explodes. A crushing wave of blue mana erupts, blasting Ndong into the wall. He groans in agony, feeling the terrifying power take over. Dogon stalks closer, his voice a low growl. "You're just like your grandfather." He sees the same disgusting greed, the same need to abuse power, and take whatever he wants from others. Ndong trembles, drenched in a cold sweat, completely speechless. Dogon's eyes blazed with killing intent, and the sheer mana pressure nearly froze the room. He delivered a cold ultimatum: "Choose your next words carefully." "Does the Ta laboratory still exist?" he demanded. In response, the director's face went pale. He claimed he'd never even heard of the place. But Dogon pressed on, exposing the truth about the illegal Chimera laboratory where Mbok Daok once worked as a senior researcher. These words hit Manager Kim like a ton of bricks. He couldn't believe a winner of the Golden Peace Prize would work at such a monstrous place. And Deong gritted his teeth, screaming at Dogon not to slander the dead, claiming his grandfather spent his life on research and charity. But Dogon's reply was ice cold, exposing the fake persona of a man who secretly murdered children while pretending to be a public saint. "You know," Dogon said casually, "I figured an awakened person would live longer. Did he happen to fall out of a window?" The question shattered Andi Zhang's composure. He stammered, "How could you possibly know a secret that was never made public?" Dogon didn't hesitate to admit the shocking truth. "Because I'm the one who pushed him." It was payback for turning kidnapped kids into chimeras. A flashback shows Dogon striking before the old man could throw him into a gate. Back in the present, he offers Anyong one last chance. He tells him to go home and dig deep into Mbok Daok and the Ta laboratory. With a murderous glint, Dogon finished, "Don't worry, I'll pay you a visit soon." To think he'd run into Mbok Daok's grandson here. The darkest memories of his life began to play back in slow motion. At 9 years old, while other kids flew kites, Dogon was chained to an operating table. That number 17 was the most painful scar of his life. From then on, his life was nothing but shackles and agonizing pain. By age 20, his body was a grotesque monster bound in heavy chains. His consciousness and sanity began to fray. Dogon felt like he was surviving in a savage world, with every trace of civilization wiped clean. He could only act on instinct, following the cruel orders of the men in white coats, slaughtering anything that stood in his way. Snapping back to the present, Dogon sighed. So much time had passed. That lab has probably changed its name a few times by now. The silence was broken by an urgent knock. Manager Kim rushed in with a radiant smile, holding 2 vials of sparkling blue liquid. "Thanks for your patience," he said. "It's a mana core recovery potion made from mandragora." Dogon was floored by the alchemist's incredible speed. So fast. That's an A+ rank alchemist for you, he thought. Maybe 30 minutes? Making potions like it's instant coffee. Manager Kim just chuckled, explaining that the high-quality ingredients made the whole process incredibly easy. While the manager was busy calculating the remaining materials on his computer, Dogun suddenly dropped an offer. How about a personal contract? He'd provide all remaining legal ingredients for a 10-year term. Dogun would handle the supply runs. Kim just had to focus on creating. Staring at the rare black pearls and red moss on the table, Manager Kim couldn't believe his eyes. "You're giving me all of this? And an exclusive contract too," Dogun added. "You said selling this stuff could buy a building. Sounds like a great deal, doesn't it?" Suddenly, tears streamed down the manager's face, leaving Dogun completely baffled. Why is he crying? Through his sobs, Manager Kim finally confessed. The truth was, he came from the slums. Memories flooded back of his parents on their knees, begging ruthless debt collectors. He'd promised to pay it all back, studying by candlelight, but his life was always trapped in that never-ending cycle of poverty. Moved by Dogun's kindness and this life-changing opportunity, Manager Kim bowed deep, crying out, Thank you so much." Gazing at the sunset, Dogun mused that he'd be relying on this alchemist a lot. Then he thought, so, can I finally go home now? Dogun was on his way back, but he couldn't shake a bad feeling. At the coast, Yubom was paying the price for his carelessness as Jia lost all control. He cursed himself for not expecting his sister's demonic energy to explode like this. Amidst the wreckage, Yubom desperately pleaded, "Jia, please calm down." But his only answer was a furious roar from the girl in the skull mask. Jia charged like a hurricane, unleashing a thunderous blow that split the earth. Dust and smoke filled the scene. Yubom collapsed in the rubble, breathing hard from a serious wound. He realized he was too late to stop this tragedy. Just then, Nari and Guadhai ran up. The little girl cried out, "Uncle Yubom, are you okay? Why did you let her hit you like that?" Though his body was at its limit, Yubom forced himself up, his eyes burning with resolve. He vowed to keep his promise to Dogun, no matter what. The memory of Dogun saving his life gave Yubom a final burst of strength. He poured everything into his wings, charging Jia, ready to sacrifice it all. In his heart, he only hoped that if they both died here, Jia could find happiness in her next life. Suddenly, a giant, pale, pink creature that looked like a massive jellyfish fell from the sky, instantly trapping Jia inside it. Yubom was completely stunned. What is that? Did Dogun go get potions and just pick up a jellyfish to use as a prison? And there he was, standing right on top of it. She should have passed out by now, Dogun muttered to himself. Nari cheered to see her boss, while Guadhai just stared, his jaw on the floor. A jellyfish? Watching Jia thrashing around inside the soft mass, Dogun calmly asked Yubom if there was another way to subdue her. Still hesitating, Yubom stuttered, "Well, what about that?" Dogun simply held up the two sparkling blue potions. "Of course I have them. Now go. One's for her." By a crackling fire, with the smell of grilled fish in the air, the two siblings finally found peaceful sleep after drinking the recovery potions. Mr. Kim's potions were definitely worth the price. As night lingered, a pair of golden eyes snapped open. Jia awoke, looking around in a daze, murmuring, "Is this a dream?" Waking in the dead of night, Jia panicked at the sight of two strange men sitting by a campfire. Trembling, her voice was a shocked whisper. "Who are you?" The noise woke Nari up as well. The little girl rubbed her eyes and then cheered. "Aunt Sparrow, you're awake." Jia was still completely baffled by the bizarre nickname. Yubel quickly turned to reassure her. "You're awake?" Just then, little Nari piped up, introducing herself as Kim Nari. Yubel urged his sister to check her condition, and Jia was stunned. Her magic core felt completely normal. Even her face had been fully restored. Choking back tears, she asked her brother who these strangers were. Yubel just smiled, reminding her that she'd always wanted to meet their old benefactor. As she watched Dogun casually eating grilled fish, Jia froze. Memories of number 17 flooded her mind. Number 17? Is that really him? Is he number 17? Yubel nodded with deep respect. That's right, he saved us again. A moment later, Dogun turned to Gu, asking if there were any more red crystals. But the little bird simply said that was all for today. Watching the exchange, Jia, still hidden behind her skull mask, decided number 17 had absolutely no empathy. And yet, she quietly reached up and removed the heavy mask. Beneath the star-filled sky, Jia revealed her stunning face and a radiant smile. She sincerely thanked Dogun for saving both their lives. It was a crime that someone this beautiful had been forced to wear a monster mask for decades. Just then, Nari, who was standing by the shore, suddenly gasped. Countless sparkling lights were drifting and bobbing on the open sea. Gia explained to Nari that they were called sea fairies. In truth, they were sea dragon monsters from the deep, but they surfaced at night to play. Nari's eyes shone with pure delight as she watched the mythical, golden dragon-like creatures dancing on the waves. Gia added that if they followed the sea fairies, they could find precious glowing yellow crystals. Hearing this, an idea sparked in Dogun's mind. He remembered his mission to find fence-building materials. He quickly asked how long it was until sunrise. With a confident smirk, Dogun made his decision. Time for a little swim. It's been a while. Meanwhile, in a tense, modern office, a white-haired professor sat grimly at the end of a long conference table, deep in thought. He coldly asked for an update on the untamable monster. An employee reported that about 10 B-rank hunters had spotted it in the forest, but none could capture it. According to the latest intel, the target was now hiding out somewhere along the coast. Things were about to get interesting. The professor mentioned how all the A-rank hunters who'd gone to that area before had returned with their memories completely erased. However, their tracking devices had still managed to record the monster's exact location. At that moment, a phone on the table began to ring a call from CEO Anne. A deep voice came from the other end of the line. "I have a question for you. Do you happen to know of a place called the Tia Laboratory?" Professor Han flatly denied ever hearing of the Tia Laboratory. When the caller mentioned a long-running illegal research facility, he immediately shut it down. He insisted Hanbit wasn't that kind of institution, piously quoting Professor Anbokdok's teachings on the integrity of a scientist, a whole legacy of lies from the professor to his grandson and now to his disciple. But the second he hung up, a sinister smile spread across the old fox's face. Professor Han wondered why the name of an unrecorded, illegal lab would come from the late professor's own grandson. Right then, a researcher burst in, excitedly reporting the success of a new experiment conducted exactly as Han had ordered. It was a perfect combination of liquid metal and mandragora cells. The result, a bizarre creature called mandragora, writhed inside its containment unit. Observing his new masterpiece, Professor Han was extremely satisfied with the mandragora's incredibly strong species bonding abilities. When fused with the highly adaptive liquid metal, this hybrid would become the ultimate tracker for mechanical organisms, better than any device. Thrilled, he ordered the reward to be tripled, mobilizing all elite A-rank hunters to immediately join the hunt. Deep down, the old man saw Nari as his greatest masterpiece, and he was determined to find her, no matter the cost. He had no idea whose wrath he was about to incur. Back on the demon world's coast, Yubel touched the crystal necklace from Dogun, thinking about the strange similarity between the gift and his old friend. That night by the fire, Dogun sincerely invited Yubel and his sister to visit his home sometime, casually mentioning he had a very talented chef. Yubel was stunned. "Don't tell me you're living in the demon realm," he asked. Dogun simply nodded, admitting that after a while, it had started to feel like home. What a power move. Yubel asked why he didn't return to the human world, but Dogun just stared silently into the fire. He answered bitterly, "I don't really have any good memories there. But sometimes, I still wonder how things have changed." Unexpectedly, Dogun mentioned the magic seal still on Yubel's body and offered to help remove it, mentioning a brilliant alchemist named Manager Kim who could research a cure. "Just let me know if you want to," Dogun said sincerely. "There's a big difference between not going and not being able to go, but don't get your hopes too high." Moved by his kindness, Yubel's voice choked up. "Why do you always help us? My sister and I have done nothing for you." Dogun gazed at the dancing flames. "It's just that when I look at you two, I wonder, is there anything more important in this world than simply surviving?" He believed that by helping them, he might find an answer for himself. The next morning at the beach, Gia flew over the water, shouting, "It's almost here!" She tossed down a rope and yelled, "Brother, catch this!" Yubel snatched it out of the air, completely confused. "What is this?" "Just pull," Gia urged. Dogun and Yubel both dug in, hauling the line from the sea. The incredible weight made Yubel shout, "What is this thing? Why is it so heavy?" It was a gigantic net, dragged onto the sand completely filled with brilliant yellow crystals. Yubel was absolutely floored. "Crystals?" Staring at the mountain of glowing crystals, the birds squawked in disbelief. "You guys found all of this?" After their fruitful dive, Dogun and Nari finally resurfaced. He stretched out with a satisfied sigh. It felt amazing to swim again after so long. And little Nari was just as excited, cheering that she was having fun too. Before this, deep beneath the ocean, Nari had been completely mesmerized by the magical glowing creatures, especially a brilliant golden seahorse perched right on her head. The fairy sea unfolded before them, as magnificent as a palace bathed in golden light. Back on the sand, Yubel stared nervously at the massive net full of crystals. So how exactly was he planning to haul this entire mountain of rocks back to the forest? Now that's what you call a rich person's problem. Dogon admitted he was just starting to figure that part out himself. Suddenly, a huge shadow passed overhead, and he glanced up, puzzled. Huh, a parrot-beak bird? It was a gigantic creature with vibrant blue feathers soaring through the sky. Dogon wondered why this bird, which usually travels in flocks, was flying all alone. When Nari commented on how beautiful it was, Yubel immediately warned her not to judge a book by its cover. That bird was nasty and would peck her head swollen. He explained the bird was over 4 meters long with a notoriously aggressive temper. Even his own team of hunters made sure to keep their distance. While Yu tried to protest, Dogon just calmly decided, I was just thinking I needed a truck. This thing is perfect. Meanwhile, in the forest, the mandragora suddenly got restless. They kept making strange noises. Namjuk, meditating in a brilliant blue aura of mana, could feel the magic pool inside him expanding at an incredible rate. A massive vortex of energy erupted, making the bald hunter ecstatic. He was about to go full superhero. With his mana tank this full, that Class A license was practically his. Right as he was celebrating and waiting for his boss to return, a loud noise made Juk jump. His eyes went wide at the sight of a strange, exhausted-looking creature. What is this thing? The hunter coldly kicked the small creature aside, then snarled, Hey, drop the attitude, or I'll melt you right where you stand. Just then, he froze, spotting a familiar face standing awkwardly in the distance. Wasn't that bald-head Namjuk? Seeing him in those ragged, refugee-like clothes, the other hunters burst out laughing. That shiny dome was unmistakable. Why was he dressed like the leader of a beggar gang? Had his glory days ended already? Dai Siak gritted his teeth in fury, sweat pouring down his face as he recognized his old tormentors. The memories flooded back all the times they bullied him, mocked him for failing the Class A exam 7 times, and threatened to shave his remaining hair. Juk worried to himself, wondering what these Class A jerks who hassled him during the exams were doing all the way out here. Just then, 3 mandragora sprouts popped up behind him. The hunter's eyes widened in pure shock. Were those wild mandragoras? But instead of fear, their faces showed nothing but greed as they calculated the fortune they could make. From these 3 rare monsters, one of them casually walked closer, trying to sound friendly. You mad 'cause we're on your turf, little guy? Come on now, be a good boy, come over here. Watching this, Dai Siak clenched his teeth, determined. No way. The boss loves these guys. I have to protect them. But just as the growling mandragoras were about to fight back, an unbelievable pressure slammed down. A deafening explosion and a massive shockwave sent the hunters flying. They were tossed away like straw dolls. From the dust, 2 mysterious figures emerged. It was Jia and Yubel, looking around curiously for their benefactor's home. Hey, is this the place? It's not like there are many houses in this forest. Meanwhile, high up in the sky, a giant green bird was soaring through the air. It was so exhausted its tongue was hanging out, dripping with sweat. Riding on its back, Nari couldn't help but complain. Is this an old model, uncle? Flying this slow? When are we ever going to get home for dinner? Dogon, sitting behind her, could only laugh sheepishly. Yeah, I think I was a bit too rough taming it. Now, I'm actually starting to feel a little guilty. Down on the ground, the little mandragoras could finally breathe a sigh of relief now that their master was back. Namjuk grabbed his head in a panic, unable to believe his eyes. He trembled, wondering if all the coastal monsters had decided to take a road trip to the forest together. According to what he knew, these were disaster-level monsters that lived exclusively by the coast. He had no idea why they would suddenly show up here. Thinking about Dogon and Nari being in that direction, Du Seok swallowed hard, planning to run and find them immediately to help out. He feared the worst, even considering teaming up with those bald hunters to deal with the situation. Suddenly, Jia leaned in close to his face and asked, Are you Dogon's cook? She eyed his shiny head and said with certainty, With that haircut, you have to be an acquaintance. Juk screamed in terror when he heard the monster speak, but he paused, confused, when she mentioned his boss's name. Yubel confirmed it. Dogon? Yeah, he's our friend. Juk was stunned, unable to believe his master was friends with disaster-class beings like these. Seeing Yubel eyeing the strange hunters kneeling behind him, Juk got a dark idea. He flashed a sinister smile and shouted out an accusation. They're thieves! They were trying to steal Big Brother Dogon's mandragoras. The hunters' faces went pale as they trembled at the bald man's vicious lie. An hour later, the sky shook as a colossal shadow dove down at terrifying speed. A massive impact kicked up a cloud of dust as the giant parrotbeak made a powerful landing. Nari hopped off excitedly, followed by Dogon, who casually stepped out with the net full of brilliant gold crystals. Looking at the familiar scene, He breathed a sigh of relief. There's no place like home. The giant parrot beak collapsed to the ground, panting like its energy was completely drained. Dogon gently patted its head. It was just a little overload. Why are you flopped over like a wet noodle? Come on. Yu watched from the side, amazed that Dogon had actually managed to tame this ferocious beast. Meanwhile, the smaller bird, Gu, was dizzy from the altitude, staggering around with swirls in its eyes. Just then, they noticed 3 hunters tied tightly to a tree with thick vines, much to Nari's surprise. Dogon looked at the 3 restrained Class A hunters, wondering what on earth had happened here. Yubel suspected they were thieves who'd tried to steal the mandragoras, but Dogon sensed something was a little more off than that. To keep Nari from worrying, Jia cleverly invited the little girl to go see the valley, saying the view was beautiful. Nari happily agreed. She even excitedly promised to teach everyone how to catch fish at the waterfall. With only the 2 of them left, Yubel drops a bombshell. The attackers were from the Bit Research Institute, and their only target has always been Kim Nari. And that's the connection. Dogon realizes Hebit is where Namjok got his locator from. He knew instantly the hunters were definitely on their way, especially since Kim Nari had a special tracker embedded in her, one that could work across dimensions. Still, Dogon couldn't figure out how they were found, all the way out here in this remote coastal area. Then Dogon's gaze fell on the tiny silver creature wriggling in his palm, and it all clicked. The problem started with this little guy. Turns out, Ichbit had cruelly fused mandragora cells with liquid metal, creating a whole new type of tracking device. Since liquid metal is always drawn to itself, this creature was pulled toward its own kind, accidentally leading the hunters right to their front door. Yubel then warns that their next plan is to attack the entire coastal region, forcing Dogon to realize he needs a new counter-strategy. And fast. Right on cue, the Mandragora pack appears, their expressions full of grim determination. They motion for Dogon to hand over the hybrid creature for them to handle. Dogon casually pulls the little hybrid out of his pocket and gives it to them. Here's a stray for you, he jokes. Take care of your new brother. The lead Mandragora grumpily folded its arms, urging the others to accept the newcomer. That's when it hits Dogon he's still hiding another one. He wondered how the pack could sniff out the other one so fast. As Dogon pulls a thin, withered creature from his pocket, Yubel couldn't help but ask, "Where on earth did you get that scrawny thing?" Dogon explains it was a gift from an alchemist, and he only agreed to take it in to nurse it. He remembered Manager Kim, with tears welling in his eyes, trembling as he presented the withered mandragora sprout, and begged Dogon to adopt it. The manager believed it was the only real chance to save the tiny creature's life. Before leaving, he made Dogon promise to take very good care of it. Dogon simply nodded with confidence. "Don't worry. In my hands, even a withered plant will bloom." Back in the garden, the healthy Mandragora pack got to work. They began digging holes with incredible speed. The 2 newcomers, the metal creature and the withered sprout, just watched on, looking utterly exhausted and miserable. The pack quickly jumped into the holes, signaling for their new friends to join them. Seeing this display of unity, their bond was simply amazing to watch. Dogon felt a wave of relief seeing that there were no territory disputes. He believed they would all adapt to their new home soon enough. Suddenly realizing someone was missing, he turned to Yubel. "Hey, have you seen Namjok?" Dogon figured the bald hunter should have returned a long time ago. Out of nowhere, a desperate scream echoes from the sky above. "Boss, help me, I'm about to be fish food." A startled Dogon immediately looks up, and he's completely stunned by the sight. Jia was soaring through the air, carrying Nari in one arm and dangling a totally battered Jock by his collar with the other. His clothes were in tatters. The moment he saw his boss, Jock started bawling. "You're back. I was so worried." Dogon demanded to know what happened to him. Jia calmly explained that she'd found him underwater, getting torn apart by fish, and decided to intervene. Jock sheepishly explained he was trying to prepare a party, a feast for his boss's new friends, so he risked hunting a monster fish. But the hunt went south, and he got mauled. Nari also cheered about the rescue, saying her auntie's save was incredibly cool. Despite the pain, Jock struggled to his feet, promising, "Just give me a little while, I'll cook something amazing." Right then, a strange noise made him look over his shoulder. Jock's eyes went wide, his jaw hitting the floor at the sight of a giant parrot-beaked bird. It was just looming there. He shrieked in terror, "A cockatoo! What is that doing here?" Dogon just calmly told everyone to start eating first. Explanations could wait. Jock, collecting himself, stammered, "Yes, boss. Eat first. Worry about giant birds later. The stomach is the top priority." Nari excitedly asked what was on the menu. All the while, the liquid metal mandragora quietly buried itself in the dirt under the girl's curious gaze. As her finger gently touched it, she said nothing, but a deep sadness washed over her face. Just as the sun began to set, Jock made his announcement. He declared dinner was ready, completely stunning both Yubel and Gia. He had made a special kimchi curry rice, stewed as rich as a bone broth. His service spirit was a perfect 10. Jock was so proud of his efforts. Though he used instant curry and pre-made kimchi, he was incredibly meticulous. He had generously chopped pork and a mix of vegetables, then patiently stirred the pot for a solid hour, making sure it wouldn't burn and the flavor was perfect. The rich aroma spread through the air, and Dogon urged everyone to dig in. Jock watched anxiously, just hoping they'd like it. The moment they took a bite, Gia and Yubel were completely floored by the explosion of flavor. Gia was amazed. "Oh my god, one bite is like tasting all the food in the world." Yubel, meanwhile, was savoring the refreshing, spicy kick. Watching their dramatic reactions, Dogon could only think they looked like they were in some kind of comedy act. But Dogon noticed Nari was just sitting there, not touching her food at all. When he asked, she quietly stood up and said with a sad tone, she didn't have an appetite and wanted to go to bed early. Watching her small figure walk away, Dogon guessed the metal creature's appearance had deeply upset her. He wondered if he should find something for Nari to do to cheer her up. As night fell, the sky was lit by a bright, full moon. In the quiet twilight, the new mandragora and the metal creature seemed lost in their own worlds. After the incredible feast, the praise continued. Yubel and Gia couldn't stop complimenting Joke's cooking. Yubel was amazed. "You can tell he's a professional chef. The flavor is on another level." Gia agreed with a satisfied sigh. "I haven't eaten this much in forever. I feel less like a bird and more like a pig." Seeing everyone was full, Dogon stood. He suggested, "Well then, let's build a fence to work off some of this food." The siblings eagerly agreed. "Leave cutting the light stones to us." But then, Dogon felt something. His eyes flew open. A gate. A brilliant blue light suddenly flared to life from a portal, right there inside the wooden house. Nari stood before the deep void, her tiny shoulders trembling from a painful choice. She thought to herself, "I can't let him get hurt because of me. I'll just go back to his den." He let the man go in peace. Just then, Dogon rushed forward, his face a mask of pure panic as he let out a desperate scream. Inside the gate, Kim Nari was clutching Zaza, sobbing uncontrollably. She choked back tears for one last look back, knowing that if she stayed, he would be in danger too. So, they would return to where they belonged. Holding Zasha tight, Nari whispered one final, tearful goodbye. "Mister, please be safe." But just as Nari took a step into the dark abyss, a firm hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder. "And where do you think you're going?" As Nari stared in complete shock, he looked her straight in the eye and said with absolute certainty, "This is your home." They say kids can vanish in the blink of an eye. From now on, he couldn't take his eyes off of her for a second. With the storm past, a warm atmosphere settled over the late-night dinner table, steam rising from a pot of ramen. Nari slurped her noodles happily. She cheered with total satisfaction. "Mister, this is even better than last time." Looks like Nari's appetite has made a full recovery. Namjok stood beside them proudly, declaring that ramen was the ultimate late-night food. Across the table, Gia, still wearing her skull mask, didn't miss a chance to lecture. "Just think, a little kid like you running away from home. If you do that again, I'll have to scold you." Nari, slurping the last of her broth, mumbled that she was sorry. The spice from the ramen made Nari stick her tongue out and pant. "Phew, that's spicy." Seeing this, Namjok quickly brought out yogurt drinks, telling her to have one if it was too much. "My mom told me this is the best for spicy food," he said. Seeing the bottle, Yubelm suddenly remembered his days at the laboratory, a place where they were also given this drink. Jock excitedly passed a bottle to everyone to put out the fire. The meal ended, and the group got back to work, leaving the empty yogurt bottles on the table. Under the quiet moonlight, Nari sat across from Dogon at a wooden table. She bowed her head, full of guilt. "Mister, I'm so sorry for making you worry." Seeing her sad expression, Dogon gently comforted her. "It's not your fault. The blame lies with those crazy scientists. I'll take care of them later." To break the heavy atmosphere, he quickly changed the subject. "So, can you tell me about your friends from the pineapple tribe?" Nari flinched slightly, her orange-yellow eyes showing clear confusion. "My friends?" In his mind, Dogon steeled his resolve for the upcoming raid on the Handbit laboratory. He knew he couldn't let her friends get hurt, but he also knew he shouldn't say that out loud. He just smiled and repeated, "Yeah, I remember you mentioned them before." Nari began to reminisce, hesitantly replying, I was close with 3 of them." Watching her excitedly talk about her old friends, Dogon realized he didn't need to ask for the lab's location anymore. Namjock would definitely know where it is. He gazed off into the distance, wondering to himself, I wonder if our worker is handling his side of the job okay. At that moment, in a hidden corner, Namjock stood before the captured hunters with a smug grin. In desperation, one of them began to beg, Wait, Namjock, let's make a deal. Seeing he had Joke's attention, the hunter quickly threw out his bait. Let us go. We have a ton of money, enough to buy you a mansion and change your whole life. He promised to stay silent, but Jock coldly replied that a deal requires both parties to be on the same level. He scoffed, declaring that he wasn't the type to be bought off by petty cash. Then he suddenly pulled out a black card, leaving the hunter absolutely horrified. Is that a black card? The kind they only give to the super elite? The hunter stammered, asking how Namjock got his hands on such a thing, but the bald man just casually brushed it off. Namjock was ecstatic. What a perfect way to get revenge for that humiliation at the promotion exam. Despite the other man trying to say it was all a mistake, Namjock shot him down, exposing them as bullies who prey on the weak simply because they have a little power. He coolly took out some bright yellow pills and presented them. Now, this is a little something made from the pollen of the forget-me-not plant that my big brother gave me. And a pill from Dogon? Yeah, that spells game over. Namjock revealed he'd compressed them so tightly their effect would be incredibly strong, enough to wipe their memories clean instantly. Open up. Time for some candy that'll turn you into a good person right away. The hunter only had time to scream in despair before being forced to swallow the pill, erasing all his sinful memories. The next morning, peace had returned. A vibrant Nari ran and played with Jasha in the green meadow. Watching the chaos, the goo bird trailed behind, constantly complaining that babysitting was actual torture, which made Nari gasp in shock. Yubelm spoke up, asking about Dogon's plan. Are you planning to clean out that Hanbit laboratory? Dogon nodded in confirmation. He planned to take Namjock and Gu with him, and asked Yubelm to stay behind to guard the gate and protect Nari. Just then, Namjock appeared, looking more excited than ever before. He cheered, Hyung Nim, everything is all ready to go. Yubelm couldn't help but laugh at the bald hunter's glowing face. He soon realized Jock was fantasizing about meeting an A-class alchemist to finally solve his hair follicle problem. But are you really going just like that? You should at least wear a disguise. Dogon agreed, figuring it would save them a lot of unnecessary trouble. While Namjock was still trying to figure out why he needed a disguise to meet an alchemist, Jia silently reached up and took off her skull mask. She handed the mask to her brother, warning him not to reveal his identity. Jia didn't forget to add a playful jab. Your face is small, but your head is surprisingly big. Now that was a compliment that delivered maximum emotional damage. Say that again. I dare you. A strange feeling suddenly swept through his body. Jock clutched his chest, completely stunned. He could feel his heart pounding so hard it felt like it was about to burst out. Seeing Jia's radiant smile and sparkling eyes in the sunlight, the bald hunter was completely mesmerized, his mind in chaos as he failed to understand his own strange reaction to this girl. Could this be love at first sight? Meanwhile, Jia was busy kicking and punching her brother Yubelm, screaming, I'm going to kill you. Despite the violent atmosphere, Namjock suddenly dropped to his knees, sincerely apologizing for his rudeness. With a hopeful, sparkling face framed by imaginary roses, the bald hunter risked it all on a single question. Miss, what's your type? He asked. I need to know so I can demolish and rebuild this whole look to your liking. Witnessing this blitz-speed confession, Dogon and Yubelm were struck speechless, watching feathers fly in shock. Jia just blinked and repeated, My type? My ideal type? Jock, you'd better brace yourself for a serious case of double standards. Jock knelt on the ground, trembling as he awaited her answer like it was a divine judgment. In the distance, Dogon and Yubelm casually sipped their drinks, enjoying the show. Yubelm noted this was the most fun she'd had in a while, adding that her sister is a brutally honest person. Whenever someone asks a question, she has to think it through and give a serious answer. After a moment of deep thought, Jia began to list her requirements. First, he has to be flashy, and it's a bonus if he's a great dancer. An image of a magnificent, dancing peacock flashed through her mind. Hearing this, Joke's spirit was crushed as he muttered in disbelief. Dancing? But Jia's standards weren't finished. She was about to deliver a critical blow. And I think the more fluffy feathers he has, the better. At this, Jock was completely petrified, staring in despair at his own completely bald head. But that pain quickly transformed into extraordinary motivation. Jock's spirit ignited as he roared with determination. Sir, let's go. I need to see that alchemist right now. Dogon mentioned they had to make a stop along the way, but Jock couldn't care less about anything else at this point. His mind was laser-focused on a single goal, growing hair. Suddenly, a massive portal opened right in the middle of the bustling human world, causing panic with its sheer, unnatural size. Then, a colossal entity began to emerge from within. People screamed in terror as a vicious parrot beak lunged out from the dark void. Isn't that a giant poison parrot? This is insane. Someone call the association. The entire district erupted in chaos as everyone fled for their lives from the disaster-class monster. Standing on the back of the beast whose wingspan blotted out the sky, Jock looked down nervously at the panicking crowd and asked his boss why they brought such a huge creature. Dogun, face completely unfazed, replied with a chillingly casual line, "Why walk when you have a ride?" Now that's the logic of a truly powerful person. Jock stumbled on the giant bird's back and asked, "But where are we even going?" Dogun, now wearing a skull mask, just smiled mysteriously and replied, "You're the one who told me where to go." The cryptic answer left Jock utterly bewildered. What was that? Watching the blue bird soar through the sky, Dogun silently decided to name it Brew. While Jock was still confused about their destination, a shocking report was being delivered at the Hanbit Research Institute. "Director, the hunters we sent out have all returned with amnesia." It seems Dogun's forgetting chalk had done its job perfectly. The director immediately asked about the Chimera tracking device they had brought with them. The researcher nervously reported that the device was missing, causing the old director to slam his fist on the table in fury. He snarled that if they didn't find that machine, not only would government funding be cut, but their massive private investments would all go up in smoke. He knew the powers behind them would never sit back and let this failure slide. Just then, the researcher quickly presented an item found in one of the hunter's pockets. It was a small crystal with a note attached, bearing a simple message. "See you again." The director was stunned. "See you again? Who dares send me an invitation to the afterlife?" He roared in a rage, ordering an immediate investigation. Whoever was playing these games had to be dealt with before it was too late. But before he could finish, a massive explosion tore through the office. Glass shattered everywhere as the giant blue bird crashed straight into the meeting room, leaving a pile of rubble and sending staff flying in the chaos. Dogun stepped off the bird, realizing the rough landing was due to its damaged left tail feather. He made a mental note to fix it after they were done here. Jock lay flat on the floor, groaning to himself, "Boss, if you hate me, just say so. Why did you make me land face first?" Standing amidst the wreckage, his eyes glowing with killing intent through the mask, Dogun asked a single, cold question. "So, who's the director of this lab?" Just before the raid on the lab, Dogun and Jock were soaring through the sky on the back of the giant bird, Blue. Jock nervously explained that the Hanbit Research Institute was on the side of Mount Hebong, somewhere between the slums and Gold City. He anxiously wondered if this was really okay, because Hanbit wasn't just some ordinary lab. They had successfully created a mechanical life form, Nari, and were even famous in the media. Jock scratched his head guiltily, thinking how he, an upright man, was now involved in something so illegal. Dogun just calmly replied, "Is that so? We'll figure it out when we get there." Jock could only click his tongue and trust that his boss had a plan. Suddenly, he noticed Blue's tail feathers looked strange and asked about it. Dogun explained that the feathers on the left side would never grow back. It had been that way since the first time he saw it. It turns out, because of that flawed tail, Blue had been attacked by its own kind and had to flee for its life until Dogun saved it. Hearing this, Jock finally understood why this ferocious beast was so friendly and obedient to his boss. But he still wondered why the birds would attack their own kind over a few feathers. Dogun explained that the parrot rake species is utterly obsessed with magnificent tail feathers. Because of its defect, Blue was isolated and ostracized by the entire flock. Painful memories flashed back as Blue remembered being mercilessly attacked by its peers, who always targeted its flawed tail. Jock fell silent, a deep sense of empathy welling up for this resilient creature. He was probably already planning to share his hair growth secrets with Blue after this was all over. In the distance, the Hanbit Research Institute building appeared on the green mountainside. Dogun smirked with determination. "Good. Blue. Straight ahead." The parrot-beaked bird let out an excited squawk and accelerated like an arrow. Jock screamed in horror as he realized his boss was aiming to crash directly into their target, but it was too late. Man and bird shot forward at terrifying speed, becoming a streak of light across the sky. "Hold on tight. Its landing skills are a bit rough without a full tail," Dogun yelled over the whistling wind. Jock could only scream in despair as they hurtled directly towards the Hanbit Research Institute building. An earth-shattering explosion followed. Dust and smoke filled the office. The staff inside panicked, coughing and completely clueless as to what was happening. Someone even thought a war had broken out in the middle of the city. A researcher squinted through the gray smoke, his hand accidentally touching soft, blue feathers. Immediately, the bird Blue poked its head out with an innocent chirp, causing the man to scream in absolute terror. Like master, like pet. He just stares, completely unfazed. The man collapses to the floor, wondering how a parrot rake could have possibly appeared in here. Before anyone can recover, brilliant gold mana threads erupt from the smoke, wrapping around the men like a giant spiderweb and leaving them helpless. The sound of Dogon's boots crunching on shattered glass fills the silence. He coolly observes that most of them have been captured. Namjoon asks why his boss blew through the wall instead of using the main entrance. Dogon explains the director is usually on the top floor, probably scheming, so they needed to launch a surprise attack. He steps in front of two captured men and asks a chillingly simple question. This wouldn't happen to be the Hanbit slaughterhouse, the one that preys on children, would it? When asked for his identity, Dogon's voice cuts through his mask. I am Kim Nari's guardian. The researcher trembles in confusion. He's never even heard the name Kim Nari. A dark, murderous aura pours out from Dogon, making the air thick and heavy. The man before him can only feel a bizarre and terrifying presence completely overwhelming him. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association Tower in Gold City, inside a lavish office on an upper floor, Chairman Lai Unsu is sternly warning his grandson. If he fails his B-rank evaluation again, he's getting kicked out of the family for good. But Bitch-Ho, a C-rank hunter lounging on the sofa, doesn't seem the least bit worried. He even talks back, saying his grandpa is also just a C-rank, and he's the chairman. Talk about a chip off the old block. He smugly claims reaching C-rank in his 20s is already insanely fast, then has the gall to ask for allowance money. He just looks at his only grandson, nonchalantly blowing a bubble with his gum. Chairman Lai can only sigh, blaming himself for spoiling the boy, even though he's now 84 years old. He gazes out the window, muttering that it's time for a replacement, which makes Bitch-Ho groan. He thinks back to his younger days, when he saw the first awakened beings risk everything to save people. That's the whole reason he founded the Hunters Association. He wanted to do his small part to protect the world, but the harsh reality of modern hunters leaves him deeply disappointed. They no longer throw themselves into truly dangerous missions, instead just chasing after the jobs that offer the highest profit margins. He's not saying they should have to die just because they have powers, but this obsession with money is strangling the original ideal. He remembers with a heavy heart that Chimera research began with a noble purpose to protect humanity. But now, it's just become a cruel and ruthless business. To hire Chimera hunters, people have to pay labs enormous sums of money. The result? Poor areas with no budget are left completely exposed to monster threats, with absolutely no protection. He knows many hunters are just trying to make a living, and he can't blame them entirely for that. But for an old man who can't forget the heroes of a bygone era, letting a person's life depend entirely on money is a catastrophic failure. He believes the Hunters Association must stand firm against these temptations now more than ever. But the grim reality is that everyone around him is just drooling over the chairman position for the insane amount of money it brings. To them, his chair is a goldmine. He's terrified that if a money-hungry successor takes his place, they'll just create an even tighter network of corruption, manipulating the entire hunter system to line their own pockets. Chairman Lai Unsu lets out a weary sigh. He awakened too late in life and remains a chairman without any real power. His rank is just too low. He looks over at Bitch-Ho, who awakened at a young age, his eyes filled with a desperate hope. Suddenly, the door bursts open. Assistant Kim rushes in, shouting, "Chairman, a parrot rake has appeared in the slums." Both are stunned. No natural gate signal was ever recorded. Assistant Kim anxiously reports that no hunters are willing to respond because it's the slums, and official support is moving slowly. Hearing this, Chairman Lai slams his fist on the desk in a rage. "Contact every nearby Chimera lab immediately," he orders, deciding to act. He declares that he will go himself. Just seeing the old man's fighting spirit is enough. Bitch-Ho jumps up from his seat, shouting, "Grandpa, I'm going with you." Back at the Hanbit lab, the masked Dogon uses his mana threads to bind the director kneeling on the floor. Flashes of orange energy slice his body to pieces, but he just dissolves into puddles of liquid metal, shocking everyone. Namjoon senses something is terribly wrong, thinking to himself that there's no way that thing is a normal human. He screams in horror, "He's a chimera!" The puddle of metal begins to contract, grotesquely shifting its shape right before their eyes. The other researchers are terrified as the horrifying truth sinks in. The director is a chimera? Well, the final boss has officially entered the chat. The director, now a liquid metal monster, lets out an insane roar. "How dare you? How dare you do this to my laboratory?" He swings his mutated tentacles in a wild assault, swearing to kill every last one of them. Dogon easily dodges, noting that this is the same liquid metal power as Nari's, but it feels completely biological. Dogen realizes with horror that the director had become so unhinged that he performed these insane biological experiments on his own body. In his frenzy, the creature declares that he has achieved perfect metal synthesis. He always craved surpassing the achievements of Anbach and was willing to do anything to reach his twisted goal. Back in the present, the monster smashes the ground with heavy, continuous attacks. But Dogen stands firm, his eyes glowing with killing intent behind the mask. He growls, asking one final question. "You kidnapped and experimented on those children, didn't you?" The villain, his face a distorted wreck, just scoffs back without an ounce of remorse. "Huh? Children? Are you talking about those homeless kids from the slums? They should be thanking me for the opportunity I gave them. Innocent children, born with nothing, only to be tortured by these scumbags." Before he can finish his sentence, Dogen smashes him into the ground. The monster realizes in agony that his body is no longer under his control, trying desperately to change shape. Dogen coldly replies, "So that mouth of yours can still talk. You will repent for eternity in a space of suffering and time." An unprecedented wave of mana floods the scene, and the butcher's blood-curdling screams fill the air. He'd never felt a mana flow so overwhelming, so intense. The pain was unbearable. His body contorted against his will. Amidst his screams, his entire body compressed, shrinking down until it became a small, glowing blue sphere on the ground. Witnessing this horror, the surrounding henchmen froze in absolute terror. Had their boss really just been turned into a sphere of human flesh? Dogen casually picked it up, then shot them a menacing glare. "Now, I just need a little information, that's all. So, what do you think? Do you want to be turned into a little blue pill just like him?" This was the next step in his journey to uncover the truth. Walking away, Dogen started connecting the scattered pieces of information. He now realized Professor Han and N'Bak were once master and student. It all started when N'Bak stole Professor Han's research, which led the professor to snatch the biological experiment data and go on the run. Dogen couldn't help but sigh at the bottomless greed of humans, willing to become chimera monsters just for a taste of their youth again. However, a question surfaced in his mind. Professor Han's memories held no information whatsoever about any previous experiments. Did he really know nothing at all? It was a real puzzle. Could there be another secret hidden here? Pushing the thought aside, he quickly took care of Kim Nari's tracking device. Since it was just a piece of hand-bit software, disabling it was incredibly simple. Before leaving, he left the tied-up henchmen for Namjock and Lam to clean up. Moving deeper into the base, Dogen knew only one thing remained of Professor Han's legacy, the evidence of his illegal experiments. Stopping before a massive door, he sensed it was all in here. Without a moment's hesitation, Dogen sent a powerful kick that blew the door wide open. The scene before him was a nightmare. Countless glass tubes filled with a green solution, and inside them trapped children and other living creatures. It was heartbreaking. At an age where they needed protection, they were tortured instead, terrified beyond belief. That monster. He actually kept records of the children who had died. In the dark, memories of Subject 17 flooded back like a painful film reel. The researchers had treated that child like a golden goose, because it could flawlessly pretend to be a natural awakened being, bringing them immense profits. They even argued about dissecting it immediately, to find out why it had no side effects. Looking at the poor, mutated creatures, Dogen silently placed a hand on the glass. He had to let them rest, once and for all. Just then, from behind the vats, a small fox-like creature with glowing red eyes peeked out, watching him. Dogen was surprised. Huh? He recognized an incredibly familiar scent coming from this tiny creature. While Dogen wondered if it could speak, since Nari never mentioned this ability, his small companion chimed in with a joke. "It's probably just you. Do you even bathe every day?" Ignoring the jab, Dogen moved closer and spoke to the small creature. Sensing its fear, he gently asked, "Do you happen to know a hybrid mechanical creature?" The creature immediately started trembling. "A mechanical creature? You've really seen him?" Dogen nodded, reassuring the little one. "Yes, he's living very well with us in the demon world." Hearing this news, the small creature's tail wagged furiously, its eyes welling up with tears of pure joy. "Really? I've waited for so long, just to hear that he's still alive." Dogen's expression softened. He asked, "Are there others like you here?" Right away it called out, "Yes, come on out everyone." From the shadows, a tree-like creature and a tiny ant timidly stepped forward, surprising Dogen. A tree and an ant? But that wasn't all. More strange creatures like a ground squirrel and even a cactus slowly emerged from their hiding spots. Dogen scanned the group. "So, are you the only chimera monsters that are left?" A creature representing the others nervously replied, "Yes, sir. The ones who were aggressive or fought back either died or were sold off. We're all that's left. Noticing they were all of the Hell system, Dogun made an offer. In that case, there shouldn't be a problem if I take you all to the demon world, right? The little ones stared back, confused. The demon world? Just as a brilliant blue light began to envelop them, outside, the Handbit laboratory was engulfed in a roaring inferno, spewing thick black smoke into the sky. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the people on the ground were completely stunned. Handbit lab? What does that have to do with the slums? Why would those people attack the lab? Meanwhile, Dogun was casually sitting on the back of a giant parrot, soaring through a sky ablaze with the sunset. A man below pointed up in shock. "Grandpa, look! It's a parrot, but there's a person riding on its back." Seeing such a bizarre sight, the grandfather offered no explanation to his grandson. "High above," Dogun asked, "did you ensure the researchers were evacuated safely?" Namjok, now wearing a mask, reported respectfully, "Yes, they have all been moved to a safe location. Just as you commanded, boss. I also double-checked to make sure no one was left inside." Even though Handbit was a legal lab, its researchers were completely unaware of Professor Han's dark secrets. Namjok was puzzled. Shouldn't we have given them the memory-wiping pills? After all, they're witnesses to everything that happened here. Dogun replied coldly. "That's the exact reason we decided not to." Seeing that Jock still didn't understand, Dogun glanced down below and asked, "Do you recognize who those people are?" Namjok followed his boss's gaze. Recognition hit him instantly. He gasped, "Those are the Hunters Association president, Liu, and his grandson." Down on the ground, the grandson looked up with a skeptical expression. Is that guy really riding a parrot? Who in their right mind would do something so strange? It seemed they had arrived right after getting the news about the attack. They sure get their information fast, don't they? The name Liu made Dogun pause for a moment. He murmured, "Liunsu. That name sounds familiar." Then, a flash of insight hit him. "Ah, I remember now." A knowing smile spread across his face behind the mask. Dogun looked at the mana sphere in his hand, and then suddenly hurled it straight down. The abrupt action made Namjok scream in panic. "Boss, what are you doing? That man is a high-ranking hunter." The sphere hit Liunu's position, to the absolute shock of his grandson. "Gee, Grandpa, what is this?" The guildmaster picks up the orb, his face changing the moment he recognizes it. He never thought he'd see this again, not after that day. This was definitely some kind of mana seal. Its pulsing blue energy brought back a chilling warning from the past. This seal could only be shattered by a source of mana far stronger than its creator. He wondered who could possibly wield more power than Han Myongdu to do something like this. Just then, members of the association rushed over to report. "Guildmaster, thankfully there were 0 casualties, but they said the researchers' testimonies were beyond strange. They claimed Professor Han had morphed into a chimera, and the attacker was the very person who'd saved them from the fire." Li Ununshu stared at the orb, sweat on his brow as a wild theory clicked into place. Could that person still be alive? Meanwhile, on the back of a giant parrot, Dogun gave his order. "Namjok, we're returning to the slums." Dogun explained that, while he wanted to trade in the human world, being tailed by the association would be a major headache. Namjok nervously asked what was next, but Dogun was silent. He just told him not to worry, that he had his own plan. Night fell over the Alchemist Association's slum branch. Manager Kim was fast asleep until a loud crash from the duty room jolted him awake. He shot up in a panic. What was that noise? Is someone here? Who would be visiting at this hour? A masked figure then stumbled clumsily into the room, making Manager Kim scream in terror. A thief! A tall, dark figure appeared in the doorway. It was Dogun. He let out a tired sigh looking at his partner. "I told you to be careful. You're so clumsy." Dogun took off his mask and tried to calm the trembling man. "Relax. It's me, Manager Kim." Seeing his face, the manager could only stammer. He couldn't believe his eyes. "You? Dogun, what are you doing here? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Dogun just flashed a determined smile, and then he made an offer that was impossible to refuse. "This is important. You're coming with me to the demon world." Right now, he was showing them how to make a fence from crystals and glowing stones. He explained that you first drill a hole into the prepared crystal shard, and then, you fit the polished glowing stone right inside of it. Seeing the beautiful result, Nari couldn't hide her excitement. Her eyes lit up with pure joy. "Mr. Sparrow, this is so pretty." Even the woman with her had to admit she'd never thought of such a clever approach. While she was lost in thought, calculating how many more fences they'd need, something strange occurred. A glowing portal ripped open in the air. It appeared right beneath their feet, making her gasp in shock. A gate? Nari cheered, thinking Dogun was back, but a swarm of tiny creatures tumbled out instead. She realized they were chimeras. Did Dogun send them here? They looked so weak. They were just dumped into the area, piled up like a bunch of starving children. Suddenly, Nari's expression changed, making the woman ask with concern. Kim Nari, what's wrong? The little girl was silent, nervously clutching her shirt with a hesitant look. At the same time, the small dragon Zaza stepped in front of the newcomers, on high alert. Seeing this, the woman wondered, Zaza, what's up? Zaza let out strange cries, making the birdman think he was just startled by the strangers. But the woman saw it differently. Zaza seemed to be trying to establish a pecking order with these new arrivals. Yet one tree-like creature completely ignored Zaza and just walked right past, shocking everyone. It headed for a patch of land in the distance. It radiated a brilliant aura, like it had just found its own personal paradise. The woman smiled. Looks like it's taken a liking to that fertile garden. It had already claimed the spot as its home, ready to put down roots. But a loud noise suddenly erupted from the garden. Turns out, this territory was already taken. The owners were 5 tiny creatures that looked like white radishes, and their expressions were not friendly. At the same time, Dogun gently patted his giant parrot. You worked hard, Blue. You can rest here. Namjok sighed in relief beside him, commenting that there's no place like home. Manager Kim was completely speechless, seeing a house being built from huge logs right in the demon world. He yelled with excitement, You guys actually built a house in the demon world? The academic value of this is off the charts. While Manager Kim continued to mutter about the architecture and number of rooms, Dogun just stared silently at Nari standing alone. He wondered, hasn't Nari made up with her friends yet? He then turned to the other two. Namjok, you and Manager Kim wait here and don't move. He then started walking toward the garden. Dogun removed the skull mask. When the woman asked if he'd handled everything, he nodded. Yep, this thing is convenient, and pretty comfortable too. However, the atmosphere around them was anything but peaceful. The woman pointed to the standoff between the small creatures. Why are those guys so angry? The birdman explained that the new little tree was eyeing their garden, so they'd been in a stare-down for a while. Neither side was giving an inch, fighting over territory. The tension rose as neither would back down. Suddenly, a tiny ant with a bright red tail joined the fray. Seeing its tail glow, Dogun wondered aloud. Its tail is lighting up. Does it sense that its allies are in danger? The ant shot forward with unbelievable speed, making Dogun exclaim. An incredible scene then unfolded right before their eyes. The sapling creature used its vines to whip the ant, launching it like a cannonball. The ant soared through the air on a wild trajectory before colliding hard. It slammed right into the head of a radish creature. But the target had protection, instantly deploying metal armor. The ant just bounced off with a big lump on its head. And that was the end of the dramatic greeting between old and new residents. Witnessing this, the birdman nodded, remarking on their teamwork. The mandragoras coordination has definitely improved. Dogun also silently acknowledged the newcomers' efforts. That sapling and the ant put up a pretty good fight. Just then, in a quiet corner of the garden, a small fox-like creature was sniffing the air intently. It muttered to itself, confirming what it sensed. That scent was unmistakable. Following the familiar trail, the fox finds Nari huddled and trembling behind a large tree. Recognizing its old friend, the creature calls out softly, "Is that you, mechanical organism?" But in response, there were only Nari's choked sobs. She bursts into tears, overwhelmed with a wave of belated regret. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "I'll wait here until you accept my apology." Suddenly, the air grew heavy, pulling memories back to those dark days inside that cruel laboratory. There, researchers were arguing fiercely over a defective product. "What do you mean? It's refusing to participate in a ranked match?" Another man stared at a report, confused. "Its training results are the best we've seen, yet it's defying direct orders. Maybe there's an issue with the charm on it." However, a different researcher offered his own chilling take. "I believe the problem is with its personality." When questioned, he simply smirked. He explained that it was a combat-type model, but was unfortunately born with a gentle nature. Kindness is a virtue, but in this hell on earth, it was a flaw. They had created a failure Nari, and they stood by coldly, watching as other test subjects ganged up on her, humiliating her. If it wasn't for you, even as they attacked her from behind, she just gritted her teeth and took it, never once trying to fight back, amazing the observers. That's why it only knows how to take a beating, even when ganged up on like that. At this rate, it might actually die. In that cold lab, Nari curled into a corner, clutching her wounded body and whispering in pain. "It hurts so much, you fool." Witnessing this stalemate, A man named An Bakdiok smiled a sinister, calculating smile. If its personality is the problem, then we just need to remodel it. He began to outline a cruel psychological plan designed to completely shatter the poor girl's will. Let's give the mechanical organism a roommate, something weak that it can get along with. And so, small creatures, a fox and a tiny sapling were brought in to share Nari's confinement, to become her friends. He waited until they had formed a genuine bond of trust, and then he unleashed his most sadistic, final blow. Now, order its roommate to betray it. Instantly, the gentle fox transformed into a ferocious beast, lunging at Nari in a frenzy right in front of the perpetrator's monitoring screen. Pure evil. They gave Nari something to believe in, just so they could rip that friendship apart. Because there is no pain worse than being betrayed by someone you truly trust. In a mad rage, the little fox attacked Nari, while the researchers coldly planted extremist thoughts directly into her mind. Do you understand now? There's no such thing as friends in this world. Next time, they'll kill you. So if you don't want to die, you have to kill them first. But instead of letting hatred consume her, Nari chose to run to protect her friends from herself. Despite the researchers screaming for her capture, she used her remaining strength to dash through a glowing spatial gate. Only a single thought echoed in her mind. No, we're friends. To keep from hurting my friends, I just have to disappear. From a human perspective, this little girl's heart was immense, willing to sacrifice everything just to protect a friendship built on sincerity. Back in the present, tears of regret streamed down Nari's robotic face as she hid behind the tree. The small fox approached her, its voice thick with emotion. I'm the one who bit you, so why are you the one who's crying? Without a word of blame, Nari rushed forward and threw her arms around her friend, her heartbroken sobs echoing through the forest. I missed you so much. Under the demon world's ethereal light, the two friends held each other tight after years apart. Their genuine feelings had conquered all odds. Witnessing this emotional scene, Dogen and his companions smiled softly. They decided to leave quietly, giving the two some private space. He thought to himself, so that was Nari's original form. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything for now. What a relief they made up so quickly. Meanwhile, just outside the area, Namjook and manager Kim were still frozen in place, their faces etched with misery. Seeing Dogen return, Jock asked with a whimper, how much longer do we have to stand like this? Dogen finally allowed them to move, introducing manager Kim to the Demon World residents as an A-rank alchemist who could help remove their charms. But contrary to his shy appearance in his pajamas, manager Kim made a request that left everyone completely stunned. Would it be possible for me to pluck a few of your feathers? Both of them gasped in utter shock. Our feathers? Seeing their intense reaction, manager Kim asked innocently, oh, is there a problem with that? Though their faces were flushed with embarrassment, they stammered, no, it's not that. At that same moment, back in the human world, the atmosphere was much calmer. A young man named Bong Shu was excitedly recounting the recent incident to the store owner. You won't believe it. A giant blue monster bird just stormed through the gate. The Hunters Association rushed in, and everything was total chaos. The owner just casually arranged some items and replied, is that so? I was inside the whole time, so I didn't notice a thing. Looking outside, she remarked that the weather was getting colder and winter must be coming soon. She then handed Bong Shu a small gift, a bowl of steaming hot roasted sweet potatoes, the perfect treat to chase away the cold. She reminded him to eat it with kimchi so he wouldn't choke. Bong Shu's face lit up. Wow, thank you for the food. The potatoes were so hot he had to keep blowing on them, but the sweet flavor was pure bliss. So warm. Nothing beats roasted sweet potatoes in the winter, does it? Seeing him eat so happily, the owner smiled and urged him to have more. When Bong Shu asked why only he was eating, she simply said she'd already eaten earlier. Looking closely at his face, the owner asked with concern, by the way, Bong Shu, you don't look so well. Do you have a cold? He scratched his head and laughed it off. I think it's just body aches. I've probably been training a little too hard. However, he did admit that no matter how much medicine he took, he couldn't shake the strange feeling of being chilled. Hearing this, the owner's expression turned serious. Aren't those the signs of a pre-awakening? A fever, dizziness, and body aches can persist for up to 10 days straight. She reminded him that he was now 17, a prime age for teenagers to awaken their hunter abilities. Bong Shu still felt insecure about his background, but the owner snapped at him. What's wrong with you, kid? You think awakening cares where you come from? What a thought, right? But Bong Shu was still pessimistic, full of dread. Don't get my hopes up, he pleaded. Even if he awakened, a low rank would be totally useless. Without warning, the owner slapped a stack of cash on the table, stunning him. She explained that since he couldn't afford bus fare, He should use this money to get to the Hunters Association in Cyber City and get his awakening confirmed. Looking at their old photo, the owner smiled encouragingly. You never know, she said. You might just become a great hunter. Hearing this, Bongshu scratched his head and smiled happily. Thanks, auntie. That one word instantly set her off. Hey, I am not an auntie. Seriously? The nerve. She gives him money and he calls her an old auntie. You have got to be kidding me. But despite her rage, Bongshu was too moved, sniffling while he ate. I'll definitely succeed and pay you back tenfold. Thank you so much, auntie. Her furious shouts echoed down the street as night fell upon the demon realm. The tiny residents of the demon world, from white foxes to tree creatures and even moles, were all busy, working together to install crystal rods along the path. Spotting a birdman planting a crystal, Dogun called out. Working late? Sweaty but energetic. The birdman just grinned. Further off, Namjok was struggling as a tiny bird repeatedly pecked his head. Dogun noticed. I told you to leave. Why are you still here? Jock dodged a peck, whining. I'm not training. I'm just trying to help. Even while getting bullied, the B-rank hunter endured, all to prove his loyalty to the boss. Dogun gathered everyone. All right, while Manager Kim is treating Blue's tail, let's finish what we're doing, shall we? Dai Sik, optimistic as ever, grinned. This is what being young is all about. Dogun addressed the new creatures. If you want to live here, you contribute. Understand? With a small bird on her head, Nari led their enthusiastic reply. Yes, sir, leave it to us. The whole group was just endlessly grateful for this new chance at life. The birdman watched him go, thinking, having work to do is always a good thing. Dogun was now carrying glowing crystal rods on his shoulder. Nari ran after him asking, Where are you going? We have leftover fences, he said. I'm putting them along the path. Ooh, that's going to be so pretty, she cheered. Dogun turned to her, asking gently, Have you made up with your friends? Nari paused for a moment, then nodded. Yeah. We made up. But her eyes suddenly turned sad, her hands clenching together nervously. But mister, did you actually go to the coconut tribe? Dogun's confirmation was blunt. Yeah, I went. Nari froze. She worried her secret was out. The truth is, she stammered, I'm not from the coconut tribe. Surrounded by the glowing yellow light of the crystal pillars, Dogun called her name softly. Kim, Nari. No one is coming to look for you anymore. I've taken care of everything. He offered a surprising idea. I was also thinking, maybe we should become the coconut tribe. Nari just stared. Huh? What do you mean? Our family's bigger, so we need a name. Since we need one anyway, I thought we could be the coconut tribe. At those words, Nari's eyes lit up. She was so moved, she burst into tears. The coconut tribe? Oh, mister, thank you so much. Seeing her happy tears, Dogun said gently, Okay, let's go home. Everyone's probably waiting. All her past suffering was being healed by his kindness, and she felt pure happiness. The second they returned, Nari excitedly announced to everyone, We're back, and from now on, we are the coconut tribe. The birdman saw how happy they were and smiled. Looks like the talk went well. Meanwhile, a bruised and exhausted Namjok came over to report. Boss, you're back. We just finished the fence. Seeing the house surrounded by sparkling crystal lights, Nari cheered and immediately ran over to hug the little fox. Wow, our home is even prettier. Where did you run off to? Watching from a distance, Dogun thought to himself, kids will be kids. They bounce back so fast, unlike adults. But suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Instantly, the giant parrot Blue swooped down, tackling him with pure joy. Pinned to the ground, Dogun could only laugh at this overwhelming welcome. All right, I missed you too. He realized that despite his enormous size and formidable power, deep down Blue was just a playful and affectionate kid. Blue's tail feathers had miraculously grown back, leaving Dogun completely stunned with surprise. Manager Kim approached smugly, explaining that the treatment was faster than expected, all thanks to the red crystals Dogun had given him earlier. With their incredible healing properties, these materials are usually reserved for the highest grade potions, and their effects are multiplied when an A-rank alchemist directly applies them to a wound. Watching the feathers magically regrow, Namjok stood by, his jaw hanging open in pure shock. Realizing Manager Kim's incredible talent, Namjok timidly crept closer and whispered, asking if he happened to be researching any cures for hair loss. Getting older, balding is a universal fear. Manager Kim was startled. Huh? How did you know? Turns out he had secretly been developing the cure for 10 years, a challenge even for top alchemists. Hearing he would get the potion when it was done, Joke was so moved he fell to his knees. I will serve you with everything I have, he declared, making everyone around him incredibly uncomfortable. Manager Kim turned serious, explaining he had thoroughly examined both of their feathers. He determined the magic circles on them were an extremely complex ancient type, not easily broken. He calculated that if they got a large amount of mandragora fruit, they might find a solution. Hearing this, Dogun casually asked, "What do you mean? Are those the red fruits?" The question leaves Manager Kim completely stunned. He knows about mandragora? Dogun just casually admits he's eaten them many times, so of course, he knows them well. He even points out that they're just about ripe. Manager Kim is simply speechless, staring at an entire garden of them, mandragoras, right under his nose. He'd been so busy treating Brew he didn't even see them. A fruit he considered priceless was growing here in abundance. Dogun explains that he's been feeding them the best quality magic to help them develop. Mandragoras are monsters with the ability to purify energy, you see. They absorb that essence to bear fruit, then continue to grow by eating the fruit themselves. It perfectly condenses pure energy inside. But here's the catch. If you try to force pick them, that energy warps, becoming a deadly poison for humans. In other words, to get your hands on a perfect mandragora fruit, a hunter has to receive it when it's offered willingly. Dogun then thoughtfully suggests that adding more rocks to the garden would be a great idea, because when they bear fruit, mandragoras have a habit of hiding in caves or rock crevices to avoid any predators. There may be a lot of fruit, but actually getting it? Now that's the real challenge. Seeing this deep understanding, Department Head Kim is just blown away, scribbling in his notebook as he stammers out a question. "How in the world do you know all this valuable information?" Dogun turns away slightly, his gaze distant as if searching for fragments of an old memory. "To be honest, it's something I only remembered not too long ago. I have a bit of a history with mandragoras." The memory takes him back to when Test Subject 17 was deployed, sent to a remote, high-altitude mountain range. He stepped through a blazing space portal to begin a 10-day solo survival training mission in the Demon Realm. But Dogun seemed completely unfazed. He figured this mission wasn't a challenge at all, it was more like a trip to get some fresh air. And since he was already there, on a snowy mountain, he decided to just climb to the summit and explore. He was treating a serious mission like a vacation. But while strolling through the Sevennet, white snow, Dogun suddenly froze when he heard strange noises from the bushes. He looked around cautiously. What's that noise? Following the sound, he pushed aside some dry branches and was stunned by the sight. Right under a thin layer of snow was a tiny creature, lying completely still. Dogun crept closer. He observed it, muttering in disbelief. Is this a mandragora? Was it attacked or something? The tiny monster tried to act tough, jumping up and growling, which made Dogun let out a laugh. So tiny, yet so aggressive, huh? But just a moment later, it suddenly collapsed onto the snow, its body trembling and covered in sweat. It was completely exhausted. Seeing its pathetic state, he grimly thought it looked awful, like it was about to take its last breath. A strange feeling began to stir. A feeling rose inside Dogun, forcing him to question himself. Huh? Hold on. Am I actually feeling sorry for this thing? He tried to remind himself that this was just a monster, but his hand still unconsciously released a gentle, blue mana, feeding it to the creature. His compassion, it seems, had no limits. He'd save just about anyone as long as they were defenseless and had no ill intent. Infused with energy, the tiny creature quickly fell into a deep sleep. Dogun sat down in the snow, watching it and thinking. It was so exhausted, it passed out the second it got a little mana. He couldn't just leave the creature, not this poor thing in the freezing cold. He decided, maybe I'll just carry it with me for a few days. That night, Dogun continued his journey on through the snowy forest with a new companion tucked safely in his backpack. Spotting a stone arch ahead, he cheered. Ah, a cave. We'll stay here tonight. Inside, a warm fire pushed back the cold night. After being fully charged with mana, the little mandragora became incredibly hyper. It ran and jumped around the fire non-stop. Dogun watched and asked, "Feeling better now that you're all charged up?" The thing was hopping everywhere. It looked completely full of life. In the cave, the two of them just enjoyed the warmth of the fire. Feeling thirsty, he took a long drink from his canteen. His action immediately grabbed the little creature's attention. It stared at the water bottle, its eyes sparkling with desire. Realizing his mistake, Dogun quickly soothed it. "Oh, you must be thirsty too." He carefully poured a cool stream of water for it. The little creature opened its mouth to catch the stream greedily, its whole body shaking with pure joy. Dogun gently warned it, "Hey, stop shaking so much. You're making it hard to drink. You're going to choke." He thought that if anyone saw this, they'd probably think it was doing a happy dance. Suddenly, the creature froze with a look of utter shock, as if it had just realized something incredibly important. Seeing this odd behavior, Dogun just stared blankly at it and asked, "What kind of trick are you pulling?" Unexpectedly, a brilliant flash of light erupted, making him gasp in surprise. From the leaf on the mandragora's head, a bright red berry appeared, and the creature looked immensely proud. Dogun couldn't help but wonder, "A berry? Where did you get that?" He then saw it offering the berry to him. He hesitated for a second. For me? He knew he should be wary of eating fruit offered by a plant monster, but looking into its eyes, so full of sincerity, Dogun decided to push his doubts away. Besides, he figured his body was resistant to pretty much every poison out there anyway. Plus, look at how earnest it was. He decided to find out what it tasted like. The second the berry dissolved in his mouth, a flavor explosion erupted. It left Dogun absolutely stunned. An intense sweetness, fragrant and incredibly refreshing, spread through his whole body. He was amazed to feel a surge of pure energy. It felt like mana was refilling his magic core. Does this berry actually contain mana? Dogun's curiosity was piqued by the secret inside that tiny body. Just what in the world is going on inside of it? The mandragora began to tremble, mustering all of its strength to create even more berries. Witnessing red berries pop into existence on its leaf one after another, Dogun was floored. This little guy, it can just make them continuously? So small, yet so productive. A blue light kept flashing as the number of berries grew from 5, then to 6, much to his complete amazement. And even though it looked exhausted and strained, the mandragora still cheerfully offered all the berries to Dogun. He thought to himself, the number keeps going up, but why is it giving them all? To me? Is it trying to repay me for saving its life? Seeing its pitifully desperate efforts, Dogun felt a pang of guilt, but it looked so determined. That seems like too much work. He appreciated the kindness, but felt guilty taking any more. Dogun waved a hand in refusal. Really? I'm stuffed. Seeing Dogun's refusal, the mandragora stared blankly for a moment, then casually started eating the berries itself. Fine, more for me then. The sight made Dogun chuckle. So you're just going to eat them yourself? A plant eating its own fruit. Then it hit him they don't have seeds. Watching the mandragora casually munch away on its own berries, Dogun suddenly realized this species must absorb its fruit to grow. He felt a pang of guilt for taking the very energy it needed to get bigger. He thought it was a gift, and silently vowed to make it up to the little guy. As night fell, even with safe shelter in a cave, the tiny creature still crawled into his lap, seeking his warmth. Looking at the little thing sleeping soundly, Dogun smiled gently. A truly fascinating creature. Sleep well, he thought. At least I won't be bored with you around. Just as he was about to sleep, deep, guttural growls echoed from the cave entrance. He spotted large, dark shadows approaching. Dogun recognized them instantly ferocious snow monsters. He figured they were here to steal the pure energy packed inside the mandragora's berries. Without a hint of fear, he gently tucked the small creature into his pocket, reassuring it. It's all right, as long as you're with me. Dogun stood, his eyes turning ice cold. He would protect it, no matter what. And with that, he launched himself into battle with overwhelming force. Even while fighting and protecting his small friend, Dogun easily overwhelmed the hulking monsters, leaving them with no chance to fight back. After wiping out the threat, he rested on a fallen log in the snow. He watched the little creature busily making more berries, knowing he needed energy after the fight. He definitely needed the recharge. Seeing the creature's happy expression, Dogun gave a small, content smile. But his training time was up. He stood on a peak, gazing at the brilliant sunset. It was time to go back. He had to reach the precise teleportation coordinates the lab had set for him. Seeing his little companion clinging to him so desperately, Dogun silently wondered to himself, is this what people call a goodbye? And in that moment, Dogun finally understood why he felt such pity for this tiny creature. The image of it, all alone in the vast white snow. It reminded him of himself, long ago. He knew that if he left, it probably wouldn't survive. But Dogun had no choice. His body was afflicted with a curse. If he didn't return in time, he would die. And in such a short while, it had already come to see him as family. It didn't want him to go. Dogun grimly explained that in the human world, it would only end up as a lab experiment just like he was. There wasn't much he could do to make up for it. But he did take out a safety device woven from silk, made to protect it from attack. He gently placed the cord on the little one, warning it carefully. Wear this and don't lose it. Receiving the gift, the creature chirped with delight. So many happy little noises. I'm leaving now, Dogun said softly, before stepping decisively into the portal's light. Behind him, the mandragora wailed. Dogon didn't look back. He only left it with one final piece of advice. Take care, kid. Deep down, a sense of guilt lingered for not being able to protect it to the very end. Dogon scratched his head, recalling, I went back 2 weeks later, but the sight that greeted him was just a pile of rubble. The old cave was completely gone, wiped out by a massive landslide. Dogon desperately searched everywhere, but found no trace of his tiny friend. He could only stand there, silent with regret. I'm sorry, it must have been buried in the snow, or worse, eaten by something else. The entity with Dogon tried to comfort him, suggesting the protective silk cord might have kept it alive. Dogon smiled with renewed determination. All right then, let's take a little trip back to that snow mountain. I really hope it's alive. He needed to find it, to know what it had been through, and if it even remembered the friend who had to abandon it. At that very moment, on that same cold mountain, an absolutely earth-shattering scene was unfolding. Across the snow, thousands of mandragora were marching in formation, like a true army, and leading this powerful force was none other than the little creature from before, still wearing Dogon's silk cord, letting out an authoritative roar. The sound echoed through the mountains. Dogon looked to the horizon, lost in the past. That little thing, it would have been so great if it had survived. How could a kid that small possibly make it in a place like this? He was lost in his memories when Manager Kim's voice snapped him out of it. I never expected you to have a whole garden right beneath the demon world. You really seem to spoil these mandragora, don't you? Manager Kim said, rubbing his hands together. His eyes glittered with curiosity. Speaking of which, would it be a problem if I gave them a little of my magic? I've always had a soft spot for them. Looking at the droopy creatures, he figured they were starving since their magic supply was cut during the barrier's construction. Dogon quietly warned him that these mandragora might be very different from the ones in the human realm. But Manager Kim was nothing but confident. Haha, that just makes me more curious. All right, let me give it a try. Come on, be good now. Will you take it? Oh, it'll take it, sir. The real question is, can you handle it? The moment Manager Kim reached out his hand, Dogon thought to himself that even a veteran alchemist needed to be extremely careful right now, because the true power of a healthy mandragora is being a literal magic-devouring machine. They have an insane appetite, and magic is the only thing on their menu. Worse, these little guys were used to the huge, pure supply of magic Dogon always provided. Manager Kim's face suddenly twisted in horror as he let out a scream. What is this? The magic was being ripped from his body, draining him at an alarming rate. No, this is impossible. I can't take it anymore. He collapsed to the ground, completely out cold. A frantic Namjock rushed over, cradling his partner and sobbing. Manager Kim, please, open your eyes. Dogon just stood there, watching with an expression of pure disbelief. An A-rank alchemist, taken down so pathetically? How utterly humiliating. But then, something totally bizarre starts to happen. These tiny creatures, looking miserable, begin vomiting streams of bright blue smoke. So they value magic quality over quantity? Talk about being picky eaters. It seems Manager Kim's magic just wasn't to their taste at all. So not only did he lose all his magic, he got it spat back out. The humiliation level just went through the roof. Meanwhile, in Assemblyman Bak Yu-dung's office, a tense meeting is underway. Jessica, the white-haired CEO of the Golden Auction House, breaks the silence. I heard a rumor that the Handbit Research Lab was just attacked. Is that right? She stares coldly at the man across from her and continues. After hearing your report, I've concluded our entire investment in the mechanical creature project has vanished overnight. Next to her, Violet, a guild vice-chairman, clasps her hands. She adds to the pressure with a sharp question. How do you plan to handle this enormous loss? Jiang Ki-bong, another chairman, is sweating bullets. He stammers, that's not all. I heard the Lunu Hunters Association has already launched an investigation. He's terrified that if this leaks to the media, their reputations will be destroyed. But Go Dong-hyuk, chairman of the Freelance Hunters Association, looks completely unbothered. He smirks sarcastically. Is he really scared of some old man with one foot in the grave? Unbelievable. Furious at his attitude, Jiang Ki-bong slams the table, yelling, Chairman Go, that's crossing a line. But Go Dong-hyuk just replies calmly, I'm not wrong, am I? A meeting with backstabbers like this is absolutely infuriating. At that moment, Assemblyman Bak Yu-dung finally speaks up to mediate. Everything I've said is true, isn't it, Assemblyman? He tells them not to worry, claiming, I will squash this scandal within my authority. A cold glint flashes in his eyes as he mentions some weird country bumpkin who showed up and disrupted their business. According to him, Government-related projects run into these kinds of problems all the time. Setbacks happen, but things will soon be back on track. Bak Yudong snaps his fingers with total confidence. Don't worry, I've already secured a new source of funding. He pulls out a map showing a giant mandragora colony. It's located on a mountaintop. This information stuns both Jessica and Go Dong Hyuk. Mandragoras? And a huge colony at that? They're skeptical because even A-rank hunters avoid that snowy peak, no matter how high the pay. However, Bak Yudong reassures them they won't need to climb to the top. They'll just deploy A-rank hunters halfway up the mountain to carry out the plan. Jiang Qibong, still confused, asks, "Didn't you just say the colony is at the peak? Are you planning to wait for it to slip and roll down the mountain?" Bak Yudong gives a sinister smile, revealing a teleporter has appeared to assist them, a totally unprecedented situation. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Association branch, a teenager named Bong Shu has arrived and speaks timidly to the staff. "I'm here to check my awakening status." When asked for his name, he begins the procedure to confirm he's an extremely rare pseudo-awakened type. "Oh Bong Shu. My name is Oh Bong Shu." The teen scratches his head, clearly embarrassed as he introduces himself at the association. Immediately after, the scene shifts to a snow-covered mountain, where a group of A-rank hunters are on the move. One of them makes a casual remark. "Even with all these A-rank hunters, this feels like a walk in the park. We're only halfway up, and the monsters are already avoiding us. A bit overconfident there, buddy. You can never be too careful." However, their main target isn't the monsters, it's that pseudo-awakened kid. He wonders, but where the heck is that kid? His comrade explains the kid's teleportation range is so huge, he's incredibly hard to find. The captain is keeping him close, since he's the key to the entire mission. Another hunter is doubtful, but I heard he just recently awakened. Then he's just an F rank. How can he withstand this bone-chilling cold? You'd need to be at least D rank. The grim truth slowly comes to light as another hunter reveals the secret. The captain possesses an amplification ability. Hearing this, the hunter is shocked. What? Using that on an F rank would make them explode. And the kid agreed to that? It turns out Bong Shu was mind-controlled and hypnotized into obedience. He's just an orphan they picked up from the slums. He was brought here as a disposable experiment to measure his awakening. With a background like that, if he dies, no one will care. So this is really a covert mission from the higher-ups? No wonder the pay is so insane. Who was that woman who encouraged him to come? Does she know about this? Reaching a suitable spot, the expedition captain ASE raises his hand. "Front line, halt. This distance should be enough." He is the one with the amplification ability. Without a second of hesitation, ASE orders them to proceed immediately. Standing directly behind Bong Shu is M1, the puppet master. M1 places his hand on the boy's shoulder. Bong Shu's eyes become completely lifeless as he falls under total control. The others watch eagerly. Oh, he's starting to move. Let's get a good look at what this rare case can do. They're all curious about his power, not caring one bit if he's in danger. A massive surge of blue energy erupts from his body, sweeping across the snowy peaks with terrifying speed. That intense wave of mana shoots straight for the valley where the mandragora colony lives. The little creatures look up, chirping in surprise at the approaching light. Witnessing the massive teleportation range, the hunters are blown away. Wow, he can really teleport something that far? The comrade next to him figures it's the amplification resonating with Bong Shu's rare ability, a truly terrifying power. After using all his strength for the teleport, Bong Shu is completely drained and collapses onto the cold snow. Now that they've used him, they have no mercy for the boy. The hunter with the headband yells out, "What are you all standing around for? First one to catch them gets the prize." Instantly, a brilliant orange magic net is thrown, aiming right for the dazed mandragora colony. The tiny creatures barely have time to let out strange cries before the giant net slams down, pinning one of them to the ground. With their prey secured, the hunters roar in victory. Victory! They'd done it. Time to reel in the prize. But their joy was incredibly short-lived. From behind, a mandragora with piercing eyes and a commanding presence appeared, slamming its foot on a rock. It unleashed a wave of blue mana, as if giving an order to the entire swarm. Witnessing this, a hunter's face went pale. Wait a second. Is that one in the middle in charge? Is that the king of the hive? At their leader's command, the mandragora swarm didn't flee, they charged directly into the magic net. They weren't leaving anyone behind, determined to rescue their captured comrade. The hunters initially smirked, watching their prey walk right into a trap. But as the mandragoras crashed into the net, those smiles vanished as it began to tear apart. A panicked hunter shouted, "Are they chewing through the net?" But the hunter controlling the net screamed in pure agony. "They're not eating it, they're sucking my mana dry." His life force was being drained through the threads, leaving him completely depleted. At this rate, the magic net would vanish. Just then, a huge A-rank hunter with a greatsword charged in, growling, "We're all A-rankers, and we're being made fools of by these things." He realized that as natural creatures, these mandragoras had an absolutely insane ability to absorb mana. Striding forward with unshakable confidence, the massive hunter made his declaration. "I'm a physical type awakened. I don't use mana. So their little absorption trick is useless on me." He was right, the mandragoras could only drain magic, which didn't affect him at all. With a single, powerful swing, he knocked the small mandragoras off the net, sending them tumbling across the snow. His eyes then locked onto the leader, which stood its ground defiantly. "So, you're the king of this little mob." Looking down at the small creature, he threatened, "I could crush you where you stand, but you're far too valuable." The vicious hunter raised his greatsword, roaring with killing intent. "So instead, I'll beat you within an inch of your life, leaving you barely breathing." In that critical moment, Dogon suddenly appeared, intervening. He coolly remarked, "What you're doing right now is truly despicable." A massive impact erupted, creating a powerful shockwave that blew back anyone in the way amid a cloud of dust and snow. The little creature he'd saved once before was rescued again. Their second meeting was just like the first. Seeing his overwhelming power, the hunters nervously asked, "Who the hell is that guy?" Another one stuttered in fear, "I don't know. I've never seen him before." They immediately suspected a breach in security. Did our intel get leaked to another guild? However, their leader was absolutely certain this was a top-secret order that came directly from the higher-ups. He insisted there was no way the information could have been leaked to another guild. Facing these greedy men, Dogon simply thought to himself that this was getting way too noisy. A dark, murderous aura erupted from Dogon, pressing down on the area. The A-rank hunters could only let out pained groans before collapsing completely under the horrifying pressure. Amid the chaotic scene, he quietly retracted his power, leaving a sudden, heavy silence over the snowy mountaintop. Before him stood the small creature, frozen in utter amazement. Looking closer at the creature, Dogon recognized the star-shaped scar on its forehead and the old silk thread still tied around its body. The mandragora's eyes filled with tears as it let out a choked cry. Wong. It hadn't forgotten its old friend, the very person who'd saved its life. "It really is you." He recognized the silkworm thread he had personally tied on it over a decade ago, back when he was just a 13 or 15-year-old kid. Even though his appearance had changed, and he was much taller, he realized this little creature remembered his unique mana signature all this time. Overcome with joy, the little mandragora leaped up and shot straight toward him. After more than 10 years, it was completely overwhelmed with happiness. Dogon quickly caught his small friend, gently stroking its head, while the creature nuzzled his hand affectionately. Seeing it so clingy, he chuckled, "You're acting just like a little puppy," but a strange sound made Dogon pause. He was stunned to see dozens of other small mandragoras peeking out, watching them with curious eyes. Were all those others its friends? The little mandragora puffed out its chest with pride. It stood tall before its clan like a true leader, which left Dogon completely surprised. Could it be that it had become the leader of this entire swarm? Seeing it stand on its tiptoes to show off how much it had grown to prove it was an adult and a king, Dogon mused, "This little guy hasn't changed one bit." Just then, his bird tribe friends landed and confirmed it. "See? I told you we'd find him." Noticing the silk thread still tied on the small creature, they acknowledged that its survival was nothing short of a miracle. When asked if he planned to take it home, Dogon hesitated. "Well, I wouldn't mind," but he realized it had already found a place to belong. Leaving would be too difficult. Better to let it go now than to cause it pain later. His companion reminded him about the hunters who were still after the mandragoras. Dogon casually said he'd just run them off, but then his eyes froze in absolute shock when he saw a familiar figure lying motionless in the white snow. "Bong Shu!" Dogon rushed over to the boy, stunning everyone around him. Why was that child here? They wondered how a kid could end up in the demon world, a place not meant for humans. Dogon explained that Bong Shu was the one who had guided him through the slums just a short while ago. He was horrified to see the boy had awakened powers, but he was in terrible condition with blood staining his lips. The bird tribe woman observed, "That aura. He has teleportation abilities." She said he had only awakened a few days ago, and the bright purple marks on his arm were proof his powers had been forcefully amplified. Each mark represented a single day. At this rate, Bong Shu wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 days. Dogon looked down grimly at the boy, wondering what the hell had happened here. His eyes flashed with a cold, simmering rage as he realized these bastards had cruelly used a child. "I get it now." Walking toward the trembling hunters, Dogon exposed their entire scheme, sensing the traces of their mana inside Bongshu. "You must be the amplifier," he said, "and the one beside you is your puppet." His voice dripped with rage as he confronted the so-called A-rank hunters. "You want the mandragora, but you don't have the guts to climb the snowy peak. So you kidnapped a newly awakened kid to do it for you?" Facing Dogen's overwhelming aura, the hunter captain was drenched in sweat. He realized with horror that he was no match for this man. He trembled, unable to even fathom the power level of the man standing before him. In his desperation, he started to stammer out a plea for his life. Unwilling to hear another vile word, Dogen slammed his fist down, shattering the ground. The hunter only had time for one last, horrified scream. Amidst the cracked, ruined landscape, Dogen looked down coldly at the defeated hunters. His voice was gravel. "You look like A-rankers, I guess. But let me ask you something. A 17-year-old kid walked through that gate. What exactly went through your minds when you watched that happen?" He laid their cruelty bare. They saw Bongshu as just some slum orphan, someone they could drain of all his energy and then toss aside without a second thought. Dogen sneered, saying they were probably busy calculating how they'd spend the money from this job. "That's right, the strong prey on the weak. You can try to argue that your crime doesn't deserve death." But suddenly, his eyes became vacant, yet filled with a terrifying killing intent. He declared he would apply that same cruel rule right back at them. "But if I do the same thing to you, that's not against the rules either, is it? First, I'm going to beat you to within an inch of your lives." He'd use their own twisted logic to make them feel the exact same pain that poor kid endured. The little mandragoras stared blankly as Dogun sat silently beside the rock where Oh Bongshu lay unconscious. Looking at the boy, he couldn't help but murmur in sorrow, "Oh Bongshu." The memory of their first meeting flashed in his mind, seeing the kid wearing heavy sandbags. Dogun had asked him curiously, "Why are you wearing sandbags on your arms and legs?" Back then, the boy had answered with pure passion, "I'm training my body, sir. I want to become as strong as you." Dogun could only ask back in surprise, "As strong as me?" Bongshu had looked at him with such admiration and trust. "You're the one who dared to enter the demon world empty-handed. You must be an incredibly powerful hunter. I want to be like that too, so I'm eating a lot and training hard." The kid had such a strong will and a genuinely pure sense of admiration, but without connections or support, he was just used and trampled on by those scumbags. Back in the grim reality, Dogen looked at the boy's fading life and thought painfully, "You said you wanted to become a strong hunter. Just hang on a little longer. I'll find a way to save you." Suddenly, a bird's cry pierced the cold silence. He glanced up. They were here. From high above, Blue dropped Manager Kim, who tumbled onto the snow. As he scrambled to his feet, he was horrified by the boy's condition. "Oh, Bongshu, why is this kid in the demon world?" Dogun cut through his shock with a cold voice. "Details later. First things first, we need to check if he can even be treated." Manager Kim immediately composed himself. He deployed a glowing blue magic circle over Bongshu to begin assessing the damage. But after the scan was complete, he simply collapsed. His face quickly darkened with utter despair. This isn't something that can be fixed with ordinary healing. The boy's life force has been drained too much. Pouring high-grade recovery potions into him now would do absolutely nothing. Dogun repeated the words. "Life force? There might be one other way." Seeing Manager Kim's confused look, Dogun bent down and pointed to an ancient magic circle on the ground, stating with certainty, "It has to be this. I've skimmed over information on this before. It extracts magic power and converts it into life force." Manager Kim's expression filled with dread. He warned that artificially extracting magic is an extremely dangerous technique, one that's been strictly forbidden by the state. To perform it requires a colossal amount of magic, so much that it might take draining the energy of every single hunter here to be enough. He added one more grim warning. If it fails, there's no guarantee the boy will survive. Hearing the hesitation, Dogun calmly cut him off. "No. Extract the magic from me." Manager Kim was so stunned he froze in place, but Dogun just smiled with confidence to reassure him. "It's fine. I've done this once before." To save Bongshu, Dogun was determined to put his own body on the line once again. Memories of his dark past surfaced. Dogun thought grimly that it was thanks to those bastards that he was even able to survive to this day. Back then, the researchers had been completely stunned when they discovered the magic levels of subject number 17 were off the charts, almost impossible to measure. With that near-infinite source of energy, they frantically began planning the development of the first life-extending transmutation circle on his very body. Strapped to an experiment chair, his body covered in wounds, Dogun just gave a cold, empty laugh. "Don't make me laugh." He said this right before he destroyed the entire research facility in a series of terrifying explosions, fueled by his hatred for their cruelty. Even though he despised those people, Dogen had to admit the transmutation circle they created was incredibly stable. And now, thanks to that very circle, he had a chance to save someone's life. He resolutely stripped off his shirt, revealing a powerful, muscular frame, and prepared for the dangerous healing process. His eyes met Manager Kim's with steely resolve as he asked, "All right, shall we begin now?" Manager Kim stood behind him, his hands beginning to glow with magical light as he prepared for the risky procedure. "I'm starting the magic extraction now." Sitting in the center of the ancient magic circle, Dogen braced himself for the pain to save his friend. Manager Kim looked at him and the fading Bong Shu with deep sorrow. That poor kid, Bong Shu, and Dogen, too. He told himself that he had to succeed in this, no matter what it took. Following Manager Kim's efforts, a brilliant blue light exploded, illuminating the entire snowy landscape. On Dogen's back, the magical sigils began to move violently. Manager Kim was shocked to see the life force was actually beginning to take physical form. He excitedly prepared for the next step. "Now I just need to transfer it over to Bong Shu, and we're good." But then, disaster struck as the mandragoras, terrified for their savior, suddenly rushed in to attack Manager Kim. He was startled. Why are these little guys suddenly doing this? Seeing the chaos, Dogen let out a small smile, realizing they must think Manager Kim was attacking him. The little mandragora with a star-shaped scar growled like an angry puppy, trying to protect Dogen. Manager Kim tried to explain while dodging their headbutts. "You're mistaken. Please calm down." Dogen looked at the loyal creatures and thought to himself, "It seems they really care about me. Maybe he should." Thankfully, the life force transfer was a success. The black veins pulsing on Bong Shu's arm, signs of total energy overload, began to fade away, then vanished completely. The boy sank into a deep sleep, his breathing finally steady. Manager Kim was beyond relieved. He shouted, overcome with pure happiness. It actually worked. Their boy, Bong Shu, was going to live. He didn't forget to give his sincerest thanks to the man who made it happen. It was all thanks to him. Dogen just stood beside his avian friend, quietly watching the boy who'd passed the crisis. An indescribable feeling started welling up inside him. But still, something about this whole situation felt off. He never imagined he could save someone using the same brutal trials he'd endured in the tower. He had used his own pain to rescue another, to bring back a life. Looking down at Bong Shu sleeping peacefully, Dogen let out a small smile, thinking to himself that life was truly full of surprises. Beside him, Manager Kim noted that the boy still needed supplements and time to recover. He promised, "The second he wakes up, I'll take him home to care for him myself." Buttman worriedly asked how they'd get the kid through the portal now that the amplification was gone. Dogen answered calmly, "Don't even worry about it." He explained he just needed to set up a magic barrier, something he would do right now. But deep down, this forbidden alchemy circle still bothered him. It could so easily be abused by people trying to unnaturally extend their lives. If the wrong hands got a hold of this thing, the consequences would be catastrophic. So, Dogen made his next decision. "After I retrieve the mana from the hunters, I'm going to erase your related memories, Manager Kim." Not wanting to hold on to such a terrible memory, Manager Kim nodded, but then he froze in shock. "Wait, hold on. Did you say drain the hunters' mana?" Dogen confirmed it. He would drain their energy, making them pay for their part in the crime. He figured he'd drop them to D rank, just enough power to walk through the gate. Any leftover mana would just be destroyed. Buttman admired Dogen's decisive style, but recommended wiping their memories too. Dogen, however, wanted them to remember everything. A person's true nature is hard to change, so he wanted that humiliating memory to burn inside them, a reminder to live with restraint and stop causing trouble. It would be a lesson learned the hard way, so they'd never bully anyone again. Dogen planned to have Manager Kim set a curse on them to ensure their silence. But then, a new idea sparked in his mind. Thinking about it, just letting them go seemed like a total waste. "Ah," Dogen said, turning to the others. "What if we make that group of hunters build a research station right here?" Buttman was speechless. A laboratory? On top of this snowy mountain? Dogen confirmed that even as D-rank hunters, they'd be strong enough to work here for a few days. He thought a private research outpost for Manager Kim would be a fantastic idea. Hearing this, Manager Kim went absolutely ballistic with joy. He screamed in excitement, "My own research lab, right here in the demon world. I'll start getting everything ready right away." At long last, Manager Kim's little dream was coming true. As he watched him run off, Dogen was already calculating. This setup would push him to work more efficiently and would save him the hassle of traveling between worlds. He warned Buttman, "They won't just sit still and let their mana be taken. Keep an eye on them for me, will you? Footman nodded. Yeah, that's easy enough. But where are you going? Dogon gently held the little mandragora in his palm, his expression softening with affection. It's time I took this little guy home. Soon after, he and the giant parrot, Blue, were soaring over the vast, snowy mountains. Blue slowly descended, its powerful feet landing solidly in the thick snow. Hopping off Blue's back, Dogon instructed. Blue, wait here for a bit. After getting a squawk in response, he bent down and opened his bag. And just like that, a crowd of tiny mandragoras happily poked their heads out, hopping down onto the snow all at once. Seeing the little leader perched on his shoulder, looking absolutely thrilled, Dogon smiled. You look pretty excited, don't you? He figured that whether you're human or a monster, there's just no place like home. He had brought them back to the one safe, familiar place they needed to be. But the time to say goodbye had finally come. Dogon placed his small friend on the ground and spoke softly. I guess this is it. We have to say farewell. He couldn't, in good conscience, keep a creature for himself that had rightfully become the king of its own tribe. To the little guy's astonishment, Dogon knelt down to reassure him. This won't be the last time we see each other. I live in the demon world, so I'll be sure to visit often. But instead of rejoining its kind, the mandragora hopped off in a totally different direction. Surprised, Dogon asked, Hey, where are you going? It was making strange chirping sounds, constantly looking back at him. He realized, was it telling him to follow? Dogon silently followed the small creature through the freezing snow-covered forest, knowing full well this was the complete opposite direction of its colony. It stopped in front of a dark, deep cave entrance and chirped once, as if making an announcement. Dogon couldn't help but wonder, what is this place? Dogon stepped into the cave and was absolutely floored. It was the same cave he and the little sprout had stayed in all those years ago. He was shocked to see it was perfectly clean. This was no abandoned cave. Judging by the well-worn path on the floor, Dogon figured the little mandragora must have visited this place constantly. He spotted the spatial crack it used to make fruit and asked, You found your way back here? The little creature leaped up excitedly in confirmation. Suddenly, Dogon heard a strange noise. Huh? From the darkness, a whole crowd of mandragoras timidly emerged, which made him wonder. Had they come here searching for their king, who had suddenly disappeared? In the crowd, an ancient mandragora with a long, flowing beard started to well up with tears. Standing before its tribe, the star-scarred mandragora looked incredibly serious and pensive. It approached the elder and placed a hand on its shoulder, performing a decisive ceremony. Was it passing on the crown? It seemed it had decided to choose a different path than leading its people. Most would die to be king, but he was giving it all up. What did he want? A single thought flashed through Dogon's mind, leaving him stunned. Don't tell me. You did all of this. For me? He looked it dead in the eyes and asked, Are you sure you're okay with this? Responding to his concern, the little creature gave a bright smile and a happy squeal. That night, by the warm glow of the fire, Dogon sat in thought as his little friend slept soundly. A small smile crossed his face as he thought to himself, All right. Every being has the right to choose where they belong. If this is what made the little one happy, he would respect its choice. And just like that, he had another adorable tag-along. Meanwhile, in another snowy mountain range, Oh Bong-su began to stir, slowly waking from his deep coma. He opened his eyes, confused, and wondered, Huh? Where am I? His heart nearly stopped when he saw a giant, muscular birdman standing right in front of him. Absolutely terrified, Bong-su scrambled back, screaming, A monster! Just then a mysterious woman in a skull mask appeared, asking, You're Oh Bong-su, aren't you? Welcome to the demon world. Hearing those words, Bong-su trembled, unable to believe his ears. The demon world? Does that mean he actually died? Seeing his stunned expression, the woman added, You've had that blank look on your face for a while now. The birdman chimed in defensively. Well, it's his first time in the demon world, and he almost died. The shock must be immense. In his daze, memories of his awakening flashed through Bong-su's mind. At the association's reception desk, the employee gasped, You're an awakened being? After he confirmed it was true, she immediately congratulated him. Bong-su excitedly ran off to share the good news. Mr. Park was right. I have to tell him right away. But a shadowy figure lurking in a dark corner suddenly blocked his path. Are you the new awakened? Startled, Bong-su stopped and timidly replied, Yes. Who are you? Once he confirmed his target, the man's face twisted into a sinister grin. A shifter, right? Congratulations on becoming a potential hunter. He told the kid to just call him Sunbae and handed him a can of soda. Bong-su took it, totally bewildered. What's this? the stranger explained. A welcoming tea. Drink it. It's very good for your mana core. Without a hint of suspicion, Bong-su exclaimed, Thank you, Sunbae. He chugged the entire can, completely unaware of the dark energy now surging inside him. A naive kid, fresh out in the world, getting hit so hard he didn't even have time to learn his lesson. This was bound to happen. Bong-su gritted his teeth bitterly and collapsed in the snow, sobbing. An orphan from the slums trying to be a hunter? What a joke. In his despair, all he could manage to say was, Mr. Park, I'm sorry. High above, Dogen sat calmly on the back of his monster bird, blue, as it soared over the snow-covered mountains. The little mandragora on his shoulder chirped with excitement. Suddenly, Dogen paused, looking down below. Have they already started building the laboratory? He landed on the ground and ran forward. Seeing him, the bird-headed warrior greeted him. Oh, you're here. Dogen surveyed the scene and noted, Looks like the mana extraction from those guys is done. The bird warrior replied, It was fast. I didn't want them sitting around, so I put them straight to work as laborers. No breaks. Talk about intense labor exploitation. The scene was a hive of activity, one side preparing materials, the other leveling the ground and setting up the framework. Watching the hunters work, Dogen smiled. Good thing they're being obedient. The bird warrior revealed the secret. Yujiya had a little talk with them. In the distance, Yujiya sat perched on a hunter's back, with a terrifyingly threatening look on her face. The other hunters were kneeling in the snow, trembling in fear. One of them muttered resentfully, They drained all our mana just for some slum kid who almost died? Another cried out in agony, seeing years of hard work vanish in an instant. And I even dropped to D rank. It took me 20 years to reach A rank. I came here to make money. What is this hypocrisy? No complaints when they were the bullies, but now they're whining? The bird warrior coldly stepped up to a fallen hunter and ordered, Next. The hunters could only whisper in despair, Are we just going to take this? The man next to him replied helplessly, What else can we do? There are 2 disaster-level monsters here. The hunters were still plotting. At least that pretty-faced bastard isn't around. We're all A-rankers. If we work together. But then, Yujiya appeared, her wings spread wide. She asked with contempt, Work together. And then what? Yujiya radiated in bone-chilling killing intent. She declared, Listen carefully. I may not know much, but I never forgive those who mess with children. So don't give me any trouble, just spill it. Will you offer up your mana willingly, or do you want to die? Faced with her absolute power, the hunters could only cry and beg, We'll offer it. But Yujiya wasn't done. She just yelled at them to get back to work. Hey, who said you could take a break? At this rate, you won't be done by tomorrow. Watching the scene, even Dogen had to admit, Yujiya is terrifying. Looking at the wooden lab's progress, the Birdman suggested, At this speed, it'll be done soon. How about you leave the lab construction to us? Dogen smiled and agreed. That's right, you two are great at building nests, aren't you? All right, I'm counting on you both. I mean, it makes sense. Birds are usually excellent builders. Just then, Manager Kim rushed over to report, You're back. As you ordered, all the hunters' mana has been dealt with. Dogun nodded. You've worked hard too, Manager Kim. How is Bong-su? Mr. Kim replied. He woke up a little while ago, and he's recovering quickly. However, it seems he's still in shock. Do you want to see him? Being told you're in the demon world while you're still alive would shock anyone, wouldn't it? Dogun approached Bong-su, who was sitting alone on a rock. Seeing him approach, the boy quickly jumped to his feet. Ah, Mr. Dogun. Dogun waved him down. Just call me Dogun. But looking closer at the boy, Dogun couldn't help but wonder. The kid's bangs had turned white. Was it from his near-death experience? Not only that, but when he looked deeper, he was shocked to see the boy's mana core was spinning violently. It was much larger, too. Is this because of my mana? I should look into this. Noticing Bong-su's dejected look, Dogun asked, Why the long face? I went through all that trouble to save you. Why do you look like you're about to die all over again? The boy looked down, sobbing that he just felt so useless. Bong-su felt a sharp pang of guilt. He had betrayed Uncle Park's trust, foolishly tricked by a complete stranger. But he was just a kid, naive to the world's harsh realities. Tears streamed down his face, freezing in the snow. He felt hopeless, with no idea how he'd survive now. Dogun watched the boy silently for a moment before telling him to follow. He led Bong-su straight to the hunter who used the puppet technique. This the guy? Without another word, Dogun unleashed a thunderous blow, sending the scumbag to the ground. The hunter was completely incapacitated. Staring down at the pathetic man, Dogun coldly explained that this was the one who used puppet magic and lies to get close to him. He then offered a deadly choice. If the kid wanted, he could end the hunter's life right here. What did he want to do? Bongshu just stood there, staring at the man who had wronged him. After a long pause, his clenched fist relaxed. No, he said firmly, I don't want that. After all, he was still alive, and this man had already lost his powers. But then, a sharp glint appeared in Bongshu's eyes. He declared with certainty that more people like this would show up in the future. It was a hard lesson, but now he knew to be more careful. With unwavering resolve, Bongshu vowed, so I'll get stronger, to make sure no one else gets tricked by people like him again. His answer earned a slight, satisfied smile from Dogen. Dogen turned and grabbed the hunter by the collar. As for you, get back to work. Oh, and by the way, Bongshu is the one who saved your life. The hunter trembled as he staggered to his feet, stammering his thanks in terror. Dogen then pointed forward, telling Bongshu his next step. You'll start by learning magic control from Manager Kim. After giving him some encouragement and a few survival tips, Dogen put a hand on his shoulder. That's right, Bongshu, he said gently. I came from the slums too. I'll help you out. Jia chimed in with her support, asking what's wrong with being from the slums. She came from there herself, after all. Looking at Dogen's stoic expression, she even teased that his words were surprisingly comforting coming from a guy with his face. Bongshu couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears, moved by their kindness. Dogen walked away quietly, thinking to himself that if raised right, Bongshu could become even better than Namjok. Suddenly, the tiny mandragora peeked out from his shirt and squeaked. Seeing this, the bird-headed warrior asked in surprise if he'd finally decided to keep it. Dogen explained the little guy had passed its thread to another mandragora, giving up its claim to the throne. That was why he decided to bring it along. While Dogen petted the small creature, Jia marveled that even monsters pass on their royal succession. She'd never seen anything like it. Did they have their own way of life, just like humans? Dogen announced he was heading to the forest area to show the little mandragora its new home. The birdman told him not to worry about things here and to say hi to Nari and the workers for him. Dogen leaped away, having absolute faith in his comrades. Watching him go, Bongshu wondered what kind of person he was. One day he just appeared out of nowhere to help, and now he had saved his life. In response to his curiosity, the bird-headed warrior offered a short, simple answer, a madman. Bongshu just stared, completely confused. Jia smiled, explaining that since he started with nothing, he has nothing to lose. And because of that, he has absolutely nothing to fear. Riding on the back of his eagle, Blue, soaring through the sky, Dogen seemed like a man used and exploited his whole life. But now, he was just a madman. His only goal was to build a house in the demon world and live a peaceful life. With an ambition that strange, he probably really was crazy. The moment Dogen set foot back in the garden, a wave of anxiety hit him. Namjok cried out in alarm. Hyung! From a distance, a tearful Nari ran over, reprimanding him. Uncle, why are you so late? When Dogen pressed for an answer, asking what happened and if everyone was okay, he was met with worried faces. The little girl sobbed as she delivered the shocking news. Gu and Sasa were gone. What? Dogen asked, stunned. Nari explained they'd been missing since early morning. Even though she and Namjok had searched everywhere from the waterfall to deep in the forest, there was no sign of them. Seeing Nari's absolute distress, Dogen fell deep into thought. He immediately activated his sensory ability. Scanning the entire surrounding area, Dogen determined there were no signs of any intruders at all, and he couldn't feel any unfamiliar energy signatures either. If there was no outside invasion, what about an internal issue? To find more clues, he turned to Namjok. Did anything unusual happen? The bald man scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I feel like a tattletale saying this, but... Sasa picked a fight with the mandragoras again and lost again. Dogen asked in surprise. So that's 4 losses out of 4 fights? Namjok explained that whenever Dogen was away, the little snake would go around causing trouble. It even challenged a tiny sapling and suffered a humiliating defeat. Perhaps because of the crushing blow to its ego, Sasa just slept all day after that. Nari agreed. That's right. Sasa's been sleeping all the time lately. Any chance he gets, he's asleep. Observing the situation, Dogen suddenly realized a possibility. He came to a silent conclusion. Don't tell me. It started molting. You know what happens when snakes molt, right? Just a few hours earlier, things were still peaceful. The little bird Gu heard a familiar sound. That suspicious, sneaky slithering could only mean one thing: Sasa was about to cause some mischief again. Unbelievably, Sasa's target was once again the mandragoras, and this time, he was aiming for the smallest one in the group. Sasa quietly crept closer to tease it. This caused the little mandragora to let out a huge sneeze. The sudden noise made Sasa jump back in terror. The surrounding mandragoras began to wake up, They stared at the troublemaker with pure confusion. Sasa's courage was admirable, but the little guy forgot his opponents were way out of his league. Giant shadows with furious, glowing red eyes immediately surrounded Sasa. Before he could even react, a devastating blow sent him flying. He was thrown a great distance before landing flat on the grass. Hurt and humiliated, Sasa could only lie there sobbing with a head full of bumps. Seeing this, Gu came closer and started nagging. There are so many others around. Why do you always pick a fight with them? You love starting trouble and then crying about it. Gu kindly brought over a flower brimming with potent demonic energy. Here, eat this. I picked one with relatively strong demonic energy for you. The moment Sasa tasted its wonderful flavor, he completely forgot his pain and jumped for joy. Seeing his friend's radiant expression, Gu wondered if this was how a chef felt. But then Gu gasped, noticing Sasa's skin had become unusually dry. He exclaimed in shock, "Huh? What's wrong with your skin? What's wrong with you? Are you trying to molt?" For a snake, shedding its skin is incredibly tough, almost like a butterfly breaking free from its chrysalis. If the temperature and humidity aren't just right, the process will fail, and that means death. Even worse, it's a stage where no one can directly help, and any wrong move from the outside could cause some seriously unwanted mutations. So the molting process was really that difficult and dangerous. Realizing the process was about to begin, Gu looked at Sasa with worry. "You're still too young. You don't have the strength to shed your skin alone. I have to get you somewhere safe." "Come on." Gu flew off in a hurry to find help. He yelled out, "Is anyone there? Where did everybody go?" But Jacques was completely absorbed in his work, and Nari was off playing with the mandragoras, totally oblivious. There was no time to wait. Gu decided he had to take Sasa to a warm, damp place himself, and he had to do it right now. Gu muttered helplessly, not knowing how to explain this mess to Nari or anyone else. He grumbled to himself, "When is Trun ever going to get back here?" Looking at Sasa's innocent little face, Gu's resolve hardened. "There's no other way. I have no choice but to take you there myself." And with that, Gu snatched Sasa and soared into the sky to find a safe haven. Back in the present, he struggled through a dark and dangerous cave. Even though it was just a small cave in the mountain behind the house, getting there had nearly cost him his life several times, thanks to the glowing red eyes stalking him from the shadows. Gu thought, exhausted, "At this rate, I'm going to die before I can even save you." Finally, finding a spot that looked safe, he let out a quiet sigh. This place looks okay. He thought he'd found a safe place for his friend to molt, but then a piercing scream suddenly rang out, and a pair of sharp eyes appeared, striking fear into Gu's heart. A swarm of red-eyed, blue-eared bats suddenly poured out from the cave's darkness, making Gu scream in terror. When did these guys show up? Instantly, a brilliant light flared up, driving the darkness away. Amid the dust and smoke, Dogon calmly appeared and said, "I knew I would find you here." Finally, the hero arrives right on time. Witnessing the timely rescue, a stunned Gu asked Dogon, "How did you know to come here?" He calmly explained that he used mana detection. Even though the forest is vast, for Dogon, the unique energy signatures of Gu and Sasa were still well within his range. Dogon stepped closer to get a look and confirmed it by checking its skin. Yep, it's definitely getting ready to molt. He kindly asked if Sasa wanted to find a good spot for it. Seeing the small creature seem to like a little rock alcove, Dogon checked the humidity, then decided to raise the temperature to make it just right. He touched the stone slab, causing it to radiate a comforting warmth like it was near a volcano. Gu wondered why such a small creature would molt so early before its body had even grown. Dogon figured this was probably a form of rapid evolution. He explained that in the demon world, where every creature fights fiercely to survive, constantly losing to the mandragoras must have triggered Sasa's instincts. It realized it couldn't keep being so weak, so its body automatically reacted to become stronger after shedding its skin. Getting beaten up that much must have really ticked it off. Time for a revenge-fueled growth spurt. According to Dogon, since Sasa was a rare species, no one knew for sure how it would change, which made him incredibly excited. Suddenly, an intense light erupted from where Sasa was molting, forcing them both to squint in amazement. Amidst the debris, a magnificent flower suddenly rose up. The molting process was complete, and Sasa emerged with a brand new look. It now had sturdy, bird-like legs and a large flower blooming right on top of its head. The little creature cheered with excitement, enjoying its cool new form. Dogon was completely stunned by this bizarre transformation. He made a mental note to keep a closer eye on it, but first, the group had to head back home. A little while later at Dogon's place, things were chaotic as an angry Nari chased Gu all over. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "Where have you been all this time? If you want to go out and play, at least tell me first." Even as Gu tried his best to fly away, Nari relentlessly stayed on his tail, yelling, "We need to communicate with each other using our words, not with violence. Now hold still." It seems the once timid Nari had finally learned to boldly chase down her friends. Seeing that the boss had brought the two little ones back, Jock worriedly asked how Sasa was doing and wondered about the strange flower on its head. Dogen reassured him to stay calm, that everything would be clear soon. For now, Sasa was just exhausted from molting and needed to rest. Seeing Sasa sleeping peacefully on the grass, Sayok decided to cook up a light meal for it when it woke up. Dogon suddenly smiled, as if remembering something important. He walked over to the mandragora garden, where the little ones were excitedly cheering to welcome him. Feeling like he'd been a bit neglectful lately, Dogen knelt down and channeled his magic into the earth, saying, "I've been neglecting you all a bit recently. How about some magic food to make up for it?" He thought to himself, this was also a perfect opportunity to welcome the newest member of the tribe. From inside Dogun's pocket, the little mandragora with the star-shaped scar peeked its head out, curious about the new world. Luckily for them, the mandragoras here were all very friendly and seemed to really like their new friend. Witnessing the peaceful scene, Dogun let out a sigh of relief. He'd been worried they might fight with each other to compete for his attention. He gently set the little mandragora down and asked, "So, what do you think? This is the place where you'll be living from now on. Do you like it?" Watching the smallest of the bunch jump around with excitement, Dogun couldn't help but smile. It looked like the whole mandragora crew was happy to accept another new member. But the little one with the star-shaped scar suddenly rushed forward, clinging to his arm affectionately. Seeing it stick to him without letting go, Dogun was a little flustered, then had an idea. He'd buy a special pouch to carry it around with him. Walking over to the mandragora garden, Jock asked with curiosity, "Boss, is that mandragora the new member?" As Dogun gently patted the little one in his arms, he explained, "Ah, I told you about this one, didn't I? It's the little one I lost a long time ago. By pure chance, I ran into it again on my trip to the snowy mountains." Witnessing this reunion, Sayok thought to himself, after everything they went through to meet again, it was truly a strange twist of fate. Nari, standing nearby, watched them and then spoke up. "Mister, it looks like this little one is really attached to you, so you'll probably have to carry it around and take good care of it. It's just like a newborn baby. So remember to pat it very gently." Her words left Dogun a bit flustered. Pat it gently? What does that even mean? I mean, he's never had kids, so how would he know how to take care of a newborn, right? Seeing Dogun's complete cluelessness, Nari yells, "Seriously, mister? You don't even know how to pat something?" As an example, she grabs Gu the bird and starts patting its head. "You do it like this," she explains, "like you do for a sleeping baby." But Gu, being used as a test subject, furiously squawks, "Stop it right now. Get your hands off my head." Dogun watches them, then copies the motion, gently patting the little mandragora. He smiles. The sound is actually pretty nice. "Hey little guy," he muses, "maybe I'll name you Dodak." Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the air. "Is everyone doing all right?" Nari's face lights up with joy. Gia, the sparrow, appears, looking majestic in her full tribal attire. She gets straight to the point. "Is the lab finished yet?" The moment he sees Gia, Namjoke scrambles over, bowing deeply. "Gia, it's great to see you're doing well, Gia." Gia casually replies, "Yeah, it's been a while, chef." That one word, chef, hits Jock like a lightning bolt, making him blush from ear to ear. He clenches his fists, eyes burning with passion, and declares, "I am Nam Yok, and I swear I'll get my cooking license to become your personal chef." Gia completely ignores his intense declaration and turns to the group. "The research area is finished, so I'm here to pick you all up." This fantastic news sends Joke and Nari into a cheering frenzy. They are both dying to see the laboratory that Gia designed and built herself. However, Dogun quickly makes a decision with safety in mind. "Okay, we'll all go together. But Zasa just finished molting. I need to monitor its condition a little longer. And it's getting dark, so let's just leave tomorrow." That's the plan. Agreeing with their leader's sensible request, Joke excitedly promises to cook a huge dinner, while Nari dashes off to pick out some warm clothes. Every single person gets busy preparing for the new journey tomorrow. Under the dim moonlight of the demon world, Gia sits quietly on a high tree branch. Her eyes scan the garden below. Her attention is suddenly caught by a strange silhouette hiding among the plants. It's Zasa. The freshly molted little snake is trying its best to blend in with the mandragoras, even wearing a bright flower on its head. Zasa keeps wiggling the flower as if trying to make friends, but the expression on a nearby mandragora is one of pure, unadulterated judgment. It even compares Zasa's flower to a drawing of a withered tree. The whole group starts bustling around the garden, creating a lively nighttime spectacle. They chase each other around like they're playing a game of tag. To add to the drama, Zasa quickly dives into a hole, leaving only its flower visible. It's a clever little optical illusion. The curious mandragoras gather around, poking at the strange object, sticking out of the ground with their hands. Hiding deep in the hole, Zasa's eyes suddenly gleam with mischief. It grins devilishly and then launches itself upward, ready to give them a huge scare. But an unexpected accident happens, causing Zasa to freeze midair with a look of utter confusion and fear. It's gotten itself stuck. Stuck in this ridiculous situation, Zasa can only whimper for help with teary eyes. Watching this whole clumsy performance, Dogun thinks to himself, I was wondering what it was planning by changing its form like that. Standing next to him, a confused Nari asks her own question. Mister, why did Zasa turn into a flower pot? Dogun calmly explains, it seems to be trying to camouflage itself as a plant to get closer to the mandragoras. Does it want to get close to play, or to get revenge? Looking at the scene, Nari notes the mandragoras are actually taking very good care of Zasa. But little Zasa has become fussy after molting. It starts crying loudly, forcing Dogun to step in. Looks like it's feeling left out. Huh? Hurry and separate them so we can all go to sleep. Once the tiny creature is calmed down, the group heads toward the new building in the snowy mountains. The moment she sees the massive structure, Nari gasps in excitement. Whoa, this is absolutely incredible. Nam-Jacques beside her is just as stunned. You designed all of this by yourself? It's a solid, multi-story wooden tower, the result of Dogun and Jia's serious investment. Nari runs up excitedly to check every detail. Look, the door even has a doorknob. Seeing the girl's pure joy at her creation, Jia smiles. Jia happily offers, do you want to come explore the inside with me? Dogun proudly tells everyone that he and Jia are basically experts in construction. Looking at their new base of operations, he thinks to himself that now he can finally break the curse on those two brothers and start properly executing his other plans. Just then, Manager Kim rushes over with an update. Oh, you're back. I was just on my way with essential materials and equipment from the human world. Dogun immediately asks about Oh Bong-soo's status. Manager Kim happily reports the boy is adapting extremely well, so well that they've already started his magic training. Seeing Bong-soo concentrating hard within a brilliant blue aura of mana, Dogun smiles, satisfied. Good. In that case, his gaze turns ice cold looking at the hunters. The only job left is getting rid of those guys, right? Keeping them here is just a waste of food. He orders Manager Kim to place a gag order on all of them. It's a move to seal their lips about this place, and he'll personally handle the rest. According to his plan, if any of them tries to spill a single secret, a magic spell will immediately activate to punish them. Seeing this, a worried Nam-Jok tries to intervene. Boss, isn't that trick a little outdated? There are tons of ways to break a spell like that these days. Facing his subordinate's doubt, Dogun unleashes an overwhelming surge of magical power, his eyes glowing. Don't worry, he says with absolute confidence. I'll make it completely unbreakable. This incident quickly sends shockwaves through the human world. Inside a luxurious office, the atmosphere is incredibly tense over news that dozens of hunters, who were all A rank, have been mysteriously demoted to D rank after returning from a mission. Faced with this impossible situation, a powerful man can only ask in shock, what in the world actually happened? Chairman Go Dong-hyu and Congressman Park Yu-dung can't hide their absolute fury as they listen to the report. The congressman growls. And you're telling me they can't break a simple gag order? Chairman Go Dong-hyu also thinks the whole situation is just absurd. And just like that, it happened again. The same kind of magic from a past crime scene. Go Dong-hook had a strong feeling this was all connected to Chairman Lai Unu. The technique was a perfect match for the one that sealed Professor Han in a sphere. On top of that, an inside source claimed Lai Unu knew the arsonist from the Hanbit Research Institute. Congressman Park privately scoffed, thinking their assessment was completely wrong. He realized, however, this was the perfect opportunity to oust Lee Yunu from his current position. He decided to push forward with the slum extermination project. The bold move left Go Dong-hyuk completely and utterly stunned. Park Yu-dung let out a sinister grin, his eyes burning with ambition as he pulled on his black gloves. He gave the cold command to start the operation way ahead of schedule. He was determined to wipe the slum off the map. After finishing his own business, Dogun coldly sent the hunters back through a portal with a sharp warning. His words were simple: go home, live right, and stop messing with kids. As their figures vanished, Nam-Jok was still reeling. He trembled, realizing he'd never even heard of sealing a curse with pure magic power. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind, the infamous silencing curse incident from 50 years ago. Jock recalled reading a file about an alchemist who illegally researched chimeras and turned himself in. The problem was, he was hit with a silencing curse sealed by magic, making it impossible for him to reveal anything about the lab he worked for. Even dozens of S-rank awakeners had tried to break the seal, and every single one of them failed miserably. In the end, the association could only write it off as a bizarre anomaly that happened inside a gate. But looking at the magic swirling around Dogun's hand, Duisiok realized with dawning horror that his boss's sealing technique looked exactly like the one from that legend. What did that legendary event have to do with his boss? Meanwhile, back at the base, the Birdman was blissfully enjoying a delicious pastry. But the atmosphere turned ice cold as a murderous shadow fell over him. Gia stood there, her eyes glowing a menacing, threatening red. She growled, "Hey, did you just eat my pastry?" The question made the Birdman freeze solid with terror, silently screaming for help. Watching Dogun quietly sip his tea, Namjok thought to himself that if the boss was friends with those people since childhood, he had to be an old generation hunter, maybe even a Chimera hunter. Jock couldn't imagine what kind of life he'd lived, yet he still took him in. From this day forward, Namjok vowed to serve his boss with everything he had, but his loyal oaths were cut short when Dogun's voice broke the silence. "Namjok, you want to go to the cave region?" Kim Nari said she wants to go. Jock was stunned. What? He couldn't wrap his head around it. The cave region was one of the 3 great forbidden zones. Why would the boss want to go there? Dogun explained that you never know when snow will fall in the forest, so they needed to get ready for the coming winter. Watching Nari happily playing in the snow, Daisayok realized he hadn't even thought about that. The snow in this forest had a nickname, the Silent Invader. It looked just like normal mountain snow, but if it touched a plant, it would cause a terrifying, corrosive effect. When winter arrives, the snow melts every tree in the forest, completely erasing them. Then, when spring comes, they grow back at an insane speed. Jock paled as a terrifying thought hit him, and he yelled out, "Does that mean our house will be destroyed too? We have to build it all over again?" While he was panicking about all that back-breaking labor, Manager Kim calmly walked over to reassure him. "Haha, the house will be fine." He explained that the cave region has a special mushroom that stops the corrosion, which is why Dogun was heading there. Placing a plate of cookies on the table, he asked, "Would you like some more?" Daisiok was in awe of the manager's knowledge. All they had to do was apply that glowing green mushroom to the outer walls, and they'd be safe. The thought of a hideous, fluorescent green house suddenly made Jock's nose start bleeding profusely. He whimpered, "Ah, is it that time already?" Dogun noted his timing was perfect, just like their trip to the sea. Seeing Jock's pathetic whining, he gave an order. "Namjok, go back to the human world and get some rest. Manager Kim, could you take a look at this?" The manager quickly replied, "Of course. What is it this time?" Manager Kim looked worriedly at the 2 little mandragoras whimpering in a pot. He could tell their condition was not good at all. While they were better than before, their recovery and magic absorption were way too slow. He suggested taking them to the research institute for a deep dive, and Dogun agreed. "Leave it to me." Just then, Manager Kim pulled out a gift box for Dogun, proudly presenting an essential item for any alchemist moisturizing cream. He explained that constantly handling raw materials can cause your hands to crack and peel. This cream was something he made himself using only the best ingredients. You could even use it on Nari or the plants. Manager Kim wasn't just brilliant, he was also incredibly thoughtful, paying attention to every little detail. He even prepared moisturizer for them. Since the cave region was going to be extremely dry, this would definitely come in handy. Dogun accepted the gift with a smile. "I'll use it well." The little mandragora, Dodak, curiously poked its head out of his pocket to see the new item. Dogun thought to himself that moisturizing cream wasn't a bad idea, while Dodak just stared at the jar, confused. It was finally time to leave. Dogun turned to Kim Nari. "So, shall we go?" The little girl cheered with excitement. "Yay, cave exploration." The group started their journey, trekking through the snow-covered bushes. Seeing Dogun about to leave, the Birdman and Gia came over to say their goodbyes. They decided to head home for a bit, worried that if they left their territory empty for too long, someone else might try to claim it. A moment later, they were soaring high into the sky on the back of the Great Eagle, Blue. As they traveled, Nari curiously asked, "Mister, where is the cave region?" Dogun explained it was just east of the forest and that they were almost there. Nari was confused. She always thought caves were supposed to be damp, but Manager Kim had warned them this place would be dry. Dogun clarified that while it looked like a cave, it was anything but normal. As they approached a gigantic stone canyon, a breathtaking scene appeared, making Nari gasp in absolute awe. "Whoa, this is the cave region? It looks like a canyon in the middle of a desert." Being by her boss's side was the best. Beside Dogun, The little girl explores the world with cheerful curiosity. He gives a knowing smile, then gently suggests, "Shall we head inside?" Entering the dark cave, Nari wonders if this place is really that dangerous. It doesn't look like much. Dogon explains that while the mana density is low enough for an 8th rank hunter, the real problem is its maze-like structure, with endless twists and turns designed to make anyone completely lose their way. When Nari suggests climbing up to an exit, Dogon warns her the 50-meter-high stone pillars are far more slippery and difficult to climb than they appear. Not only that, he reveals a terrifying truth. Here, awakened energy is so restricted, it's difficult to even use 10% of one's true power. Opening a portal is just as hard, with an extremely low success rate, turning this place into a notorious black spot for disappearances. Hearing this, Nari trembles in fear but then boldly declares she'll just smash her way out. However, when she throws a confident punch, the rock doesn't shatter. Instead, it feels strangely soft. So much for showing off acting tough when she was weak, just ended up hurting her hand. Nari stands there baffled, wondering why she's suddenly so weak, but Dogon quickly explains, the rocks here absorb impact like a sponge. Even normal rocks brought inside would change the same way. Nari is incredibly excited by the strange properties of this place. Seeing Dogon lost in thought about past visits, she curiously asks if he's been here before. Dogon gives a slight nod, confirming he was here a very long time ago. As he speaks to her, his mind drifts back to the past. The memory surfaces a time when Dogon was still number 17, receiving special orders from a researcher. He was ordered to enter the cave and capture Kim In-hon, his own supervising researcher who planned on selling their secrets. Although the organization believed the traitor would die in the cave anyway, they feared the Hunters Association might find him first, causing a massive problem. The order from the organization came down with chilling clarity. If capturing him alive proves difficult, killing him is also an option. Facing Dogon in the cave, the researcher Kim In-hon sits stunned, wondering if the kid was insane for daring to enter this place alone. He bitterly realizes number 17's presence is a death sentence after a lifetime of devotion to the organization. Dogon cuts him off coldly. "Are you done with your last words?" In desperation, In-hon reveals his wife is suffering from a terrible disease, and he's just found the final ingredient to save her. Was it truly right to strike him down at a moment like this? He drops to his knees and begs, "Please, can you spare me? If you could get me back to the human world, even better." Though Dogon claims he only follows orders and spells, In-hon immediately argues back, saying he knows perfectly well that orders are useless against him. This truth leaves Dogon completely stunned. In-hon bows his head to the ground, pleading with Dogon to spare him just this once, to pretend he was never found. He sobs, begging Dogon to wait until he finishes the cure for his wife. After that, he could kill him or do whatever he wanted. Dogon looks down at the man kneeling at his feet with a look of pure mockery. He calmly brings up the brutal truth that over 100 children died for his experiments. Dogon presses him, asking why those children had to die, while his wife deserved to live. In-hon just screams through his tears, "Because she's my family. My wife is my family." To sacrifice so many innocent lives for one person and then blame it on 2 simple words. Didn't those children have families too? In-hon continues his desperate plea. "Please, if you have a family, you'll understand what's in my heart." Dogon silently turns and walks away, leaving the desperate man behind to his confused thoughts about family. Suddenly, a gigantic creature with razor-sharp teeth emerges from the shadows right behind him. A panicked In-hon screams out a warning. "Number 17, behind you." Despite the imminent danger, Dogon calmly wonders to himself, what is it about family that makes it so important? A brilliant blue mana explodes from him, creating a powerful shockwave that sends the beast flying. Amidst the rubble, In-hon collapses, trembling and sobbing, "Save me, please save me." Ignoring his pleas, Dogon coolly walks over, his eyes fixed on the bag the old man is clutching. He opens it and discovers a tiny creature with large round eyes nestled inside. Dogon questions him, "Is that the other creature's child? Is this also an ingredient to save your wife?" The man frantically explains he just happened to pick it up when its mother was nowhere to be seen. Even though it wasn't the medicine he needed for his wife, he smugly calculated that if he sold it on the black market, it would definitely fetch a very high price. His bottomless greed had pushed aside all regard for life, all for his own selfish desires. At that very moment, the mother monster was charging furiously toward them, trying to get her child back. In-hon is in a state of absolute panic. How can I possibly return it?" Dogon looks at the old man with a mocking gaze. "Didn't you say that family was something sacred?" The old man screams back in contempt. "What family? They're clearly a bunch of monsters." Dogon stares right into his eyes, questioning him with a cold voice. Then are you any different from that creature? No, he continues, as the old man stares in shock. Perhaps that monster is even kinder than you, because at the very least, it managed to protect its loved one. The words leave. Inhoan stunned, only able to stammer out a hopeless question. What? What is that supposed to mean? Dogun looks down thoughtfully at the man on the ground. He found it strange that someone like this would dare to risk his own life for something he called family. He'd always thought the weak were destined to die, but it turned out that with help, even they could survive. Dogun coldly turns his back and declares he won't be the one to end him, telling the old man to handle things himself from now on. Inhoan screams in horror, unable to believe he was being left alone to face that giant monster. He had to pay the price for destroying other people's families. His desperate screams echoed throughout the entire cave. The crazed researcher frantically orders number 17 to come back, but his tone quickly shifts to pathetic begging. He drops to his knees, promising to do anything he's told if he'll just save his life. Dogun freezes, silently looking back. Returning to the present, Nari curiously asks if that evil guy ended up dying. Dogun shakes his head, confirming that he did, in fact, save the man's life. He explains that because Inhoan said his family knew nothing of his crimes, he ordered him to confess everything to them and then turn himself in. After all, sometimes death is just too simple. Living to pay for your sins is the truer punishment. He even used a sealing spell to ensure the old man couldn't reveal any other secrets. Dogun quietly wonders how his family must have felt after learning the devastating truth. But suddenly, the little mandragora, Dodd, poked his head out of the bag, a worried pout on his face. Nari realized he was worried for Dogun, whose expression had turned so dark while telling his story. She gently told Dogun that she wanted to share his sadness, and that little Dodak must be feeling the exact same way. Dogun was taken aback, surprised by how much the two of them cared. He closed his eyes, felt a warmth spread through him, and smiled. This feeling wasn't bad at all. That's a feeling you can't quite put into words, isn't it? Just then, Nari stopped, her eyes lighting up as she spotted brilliant mushrooms glowing in the dark cave. Oh, I think we found them, Nari cheered excitedly. She pointed at the mushrooms radiating a mystical blue light and gasped, Sir, this looks so cool. Yep, that's the glowing fungus all right. Dogun slowly walked over, nodding. We found it faster than I expected to. Nari, however, smartly questioned how dry the place was. Don't mushrooms usually need a damp place to grow? Dogun praised her sharp observation and explained that this particular cave was special. He pointed towards some glowing cracks, assuring her it wasn't a completely arid land. Dogun figured something was sucking all the moisture out of the air at an incredible speed, which explained the severe dryness. But occasionally, damp spots would appear just long enough for the dormant mushroom spores to suddenly explode with life. Seeing them ripe, he suggested. Shall we start picking them? Nari eagerly took on the mission. Leave it to me. As soon as she spoke, she was already deftly harvesting them. In a flash, their bag was full of lush, green mushrooms. Nari proudly showed off their haul. Sir, the bag we brought is already full. I'm a mushroom tycoon. Dogun nodded, satisfied. This should be enough, but suddenly, Nari froze, a look of pure worry on her face, as she stared at the mandragora, Dodak. Huh? Is this little guy sick, sir? He looks all wrinkled up. And indeed, Dodak's body was shriveled and looked absolutely miserable. Dogun realized the intensely dry air must have dehydrated the small creature. He suddenly remembered the gift from Manager Kim. Ah, I have just the thing. It was a jar of special moisturizing cream made for demonic plants. Without a second thought, Dogun and Nari meticulously applied the cool cream all over Dodak's tiny body. Once coated, Dodak seemed instantly revived. As Dodak's wrinkled skin slowly became plump and full of life again, Dogun couldn't help but let out a satisfied laugh. Haha, this stuff really works great. All done now. Dogun thought that one application would be enough, but just as he was about to put the cream away, Dodak suddenly shot up. It started repeatedly tapping Dogun's hand, letting out cute, urgent squeaks. A confused Dogun looked down and asked, The little Dodak in his hands curiously looked around for any danger, then suddenly leaped down, startling Dogun. It hopped about excitedly, nearly tumbling out of his grasp. Nari yelled in a panic, You have to be careful, he's about to fall out. Dogun just smiled and caught the little creature, thinking he'd have to ask Manager Kim for way more of this cream since it loved it so much. After using up the entire jar, Dodak finally fell into a deep sleep in Dogun's hands. He suggested the group head back, but Nari was worried since the cave was such a confusing maze. Dogun simply stomped his foot on the ground, assuring her that he had secretly left a trail of magical marks the entire way in. Bright magical footprints lit up in the darkness, leaving Nari completely amazed. She could even see her own tracks. Dogun even had a backup plan to smash the ceiling if the trail disappeared, but it seems that won't be necessary. Seeing how calmly Dogun was walking, Nari wondered why he wasn't weakened in this cave. Dogun admitted he didn't feel much of a difference at all. Nari concluded that this cave was truly bizarre. It weakens you, and it's a labyrinth. It was as if someone was deliberately trying to block all intruders, but couldn't stop his magic. Did that just mean the barrier wasn't strong enough? Dogun silently agreed with Nari's assessment and made a mental note to come back fully prepared to explore the area's secrets. Meanwhile, at his own home, Dai Sayok was in awe as a brilliant green energy surrounded his body. In just half a day, the evil aura was completely cleansed. He realized this miraculous effect was all thanks to the training suit his boss had given him. With his eyes shining with resolve, Dai Sayok began preparing for what came next. Dai Sayok hastily packed his things to return, muttering, "I have to get ready to go back. I wonder if everyone is eating properly at home." Not long ago, he had been desperate to return to the Demon World house. He thoughtfully stopped at a supermarket, buying fast food, and even some cute decorations like a sunflower picture frame to brighten the place up. Once he was all packed, Dai Sayok confidently stepped into the teleportation gate. All right, time to head out. As he walked, Dai Sayok thought about the snail slime stains back home and planned to use the picture frame to cover them up nicely. He called out happily, "Boss, I'm back." But the scene that greeted him made him freeze on the spot. The house was covered in bizarre smears everywhere. From a distance, Nari shouted, "Dai Sayok, get over here, quick. We have to crush all these mushrooms and smear them on the walls so the house doesn't collapse." Though still completely lost, Dai Sayok had no choice but to lend a hand. Two tribe members were busy smearing the mushroom paste, but Nari was still watching them like a hawk. She was like a nagging little old lady, directing traffic. "Didn't I tell you to flatten it out so it looks nice? Is this really the best you can do? Sir, please say something." Meanwhile, Dogun was actually enjoying this manual labor. It wasn't anything special, but it was surprisingly fun. Suddenly, Manager Kim rushed in, his face beaming with excitement. "Dogun, I've just made a massive discovery. Oh my gosh, what is this?" Kim was stunned by the sheer amount of green mushrooms Dogun had collected, confirming they were top quality with their deep color. Seeing Dogun's confusion, Kim excitedly revealed his finding. "I realized this while I was examining the liquid metal mandragora. Its secondary roots have been falling off on their own through a natural shedding process. However, the crucial point is that the mandragora component has completely disappeared, leaving only pure liquid metal." Dogun realized, so this creature can produce liquid metal by itself? I saw it eating its own fruit to spawn more before. Manager Kim confirmed this, and then shared some even more shocking related news. It was about that explosive curse Dogun had asked him to handle. Turns out, he'd tried adding liquid metal to the formula, and the results were incredible. It wasn't a total cure, not yet. But they could now suppress the curse, holding it back for a specific period of time. As everyone stared in shock, Dogun pressed him, "How long exactly?" Mr. Kim held up his hand, confirming 72 hours per week. In other words, 3 full days. This was huge. It meant the two of them could actually stay in the human world during that window, completely safe from any danger. The news left the Birdman absolutely stunned, unable to believe his ears. Tears of pure joy streamed down his face as he choked out the words. Could they really return to the human world? They never dreamed this day would come. Nari turned to Han, who could only sob, completely overwhelmed with happiness. Dogun, looking sharp in his human form, immediately suggested they wrap up their work and head out right away. Jia was surprised by the sudden decision, but Dogun was nonchalant. Why wait? They should go see how much the outside world had changed. The idea of a real trip had Nari cheering with excitement. Manager Kim, however, decided to stay behind to stand guard and finish up his remaining tasks. He also gave them Oh Bong-su's address, since Nari was finally free from her tracking device. But then Jia glanced down at her tribal outfit, a worried look crossing her face. "Is it okay for me to go out dressed like this?" She fretted that she had no other clothes and would just scare people away. Her brother told her to at least take off that skull helmet. Dogun just teased them, saying they should go as is because nobody would even care. Seeing how awkward his teammates were, Dogun made a mental note to buy the Yu siblings some new clothes as soon as they arrived. He remembered a clothing store Oh Bong-su had mentioned, hoping it was still in business. Once in the city, Dogun walked with Bong-su and asked how he was feeling. Bong-su happily confirmed he was much better, all thanks to everyone's care. Behind them, the Yu siblings stared in awe, still in their strange gear. The modern world was changing at a dizzying pace, and their arrival definitely turned heads, with the group looking like a pair of celebrities out for a stroll. Standing among the skyscrapers, the two couldn't help but marvel. Wow, everything's really changed. No joke. Nari asked. Is this what they call a field trip? Nari then curiously eyed the hat on Namjok's head. Hey mister, she asked. Why are you wearing that thing up there? Jock shot back, annoyed. Are you asking because you're clueless or just to mess with me? Watching them, Bongsu felt a strange warmth, like they were a real family. Dogun turned to the Yu siblings. So? He asked. How does it feel to be back after all this time? Her brother smiled. I don't know. It's been so long I can't put it into words, but it feels good. Maybe because this is your hometown, it feels so welcoming. But he soon noticed the sad reality of the situation. The place was much filthier than before. Jia sighed, confirming it was always run down, but never this bad. Jia's nostalgia was shattered by the sight of a massive trash heap. As they walked through the rat-infested garbage, Bongsu explained that the higher-ups had pulled the sanitation crew. They were pulled from the area due to budget cuts. While some people tried to clean up themselves, it was a losing battle. He then announced they were almost there. But Bongsu froze in horror when he saw Miss Park being cornered by a group of thugs. The tattooed leader announced they wouldn't leave until she paid her protection fee. When Miss Park resisted, the thugs sneered at Bongsu. Who's this brat? Bongsu's voice was low as he questioned why the space gang was encroaching on their turf. He asked them about District 12, but the thug just laughed, calling that old news. This place, he claimed, was under their control now. Seeing Bongsu stand up for the woman, the leader got furious, raising his fist. This little brat actually dares to talk back? Who the hell do you think you are? Just as he was about to bring his fist down on Bongsu, Dogun appeared, catching his arm in an iron grip. That's enough, he said coldly. The thug screamed for him to let go, but a surge of blue electricity erupted from Dogun's hand, making the man howl in absolute agony. The leader collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain, his tattooed arm completely shattered. Seeing this, his two lackeys charged forward, screaming, Who the hell are you? But before Dogun even had to move, a massive figure stepped in their way. With one effortless motion, their hunter companion snapped the wooden club in two. It broke like a dry twig. Splinters flew everywhere, stunning the thugs. Their companions simply remarked that this neighborhood was as noisy as ever. Seeing their leader taken down, the cowardly thugs immediately turned tail and ran, screaming to go report back to their real boss. So much for being bodyguards. They pulled the oldest trick in the book, running away. Their companion asked Dogun if they should give chase, but he just gave a cold reply. Let them go for now. The defeated thug gritted his teeth through the pain. I've never seen you people around here before. What family are you with? Now that you've crossed me, it means war, he snarled. Nari just looked down on him with contempt and proudly declared, Coconut, we are the Coconut family, and I think you need a lesson, old man. The name the Coconut family left the thug sweating and completely bewildered, his mind filled with images of coconuts. That name was now burned into their memory. With the commotion handled, the group finally headed inside the Happy World shop. The shop had just recently reopened. Miss Park gave Dogun a tour, explaining she'd made many changes to adapt to the harsh life in the slums. Instead of only selling children's clothing, she now stocked basic hunter gear like daggers and gloves, along with other daily necessities. She shared emotionally that it was all thanks to their support back then. Inside, the atmosphere was lively. Even Jock was busy helping out in the kitchen, apron and all. Bongsu cried out excitedly. Whoa, this place has everything. Except, for the things it doesn't. His comment left everyone speechless. The moment she saw Bongsu was back, Miss Park started scolding him. Hey, if you were back, you should have called me. Sorry, he said. I had my reasons. Noticing something different about him, Miss Park asked thoughtfully. Ahem. So you've awakened? Bongsu just gave her a brilliant smile. He proudly confirmed. Yep, that's right. I'm a teleporter. Miss Park was absolutely overjoyed, immediately hugging him and cheering. Hey, you did great. Bongsu is number one. The boy felt a profound warmth, silently thanking her for the motherly care she showed him. Meanwhile, Namjok was completely frozen solid, witnessing his teammate's spectacular transformation. Jia stepped out in an elegant white dress. She admitted shyly, It's been a long time, so it feels a little awkward. Nari squealed with excitement. Jia, you look so pretty. Even Miss Park had to offer her praise. Namjok turned beet red. He yelled out in pure adoration, You're so beautiful. And just like that, his heart skipped another beat. Miss Park was incredibly proud of her keen eye for fashion. She then sent the group off with her best wishes. While Jock was still in a daze, Jia's brother appeared, rocking a completely new look in a sharp suit. He awkwardly adjusted his sleeve, muttering, How do you even wear this? Not bad. His celebrity-level good looks left Miss Park completely stunned. Doug, however, quietly wondered why such a handsome dude insisted on wearing a bird head. Seeing Gia in a dress, her brother teased, "Gia, are you going on a picnic or something?" The joke made her snap, and she yelled back, "You wanna die?" Soon after, Dogun and Nari also changed into vibrant resort-style outfits. Miss Park enthusiastically suggested they pick out a few more sets, but Dogun was clearly uncomfortable. "Whatever. I'll only wear this for a little while when we're outside. It's not comfortable at all." Gia felt just as awkward in her beautiful dress. She agreed, knowing they'd just change back into their old clothes later. Dogun approached to ask about the bill. "All right, so how much for all of this?" But Miss Park firmly waved her hand, refusing payment. "This time, they're a gift from me to all of you. It was a thank you for their help, and for taking such good care of Bongshu." Seeing how insistent she was, Dogun had no choice but to accept her kindness. And then, the atmosphere turned ice cold. Dogun announced grimly, "Now then, I believe it's time to take out the trash." The leader of the thugs from earlier was now kneeling pathetically on the ground. Looking at the trembling man, Doug coldly questioned him. "What right do you people have to demand protection money anyway?" He let out a sound of pure contempt. Turns out, these worthless thugs refused to work, using their strength to bully and rob people trying to run a business. Rumors about Go City, planning to demolish the slums for redevelopment, already had the residents on edge. Even more worrying, word was they'd be kicked out without any compensation. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Space Gang began forcing local businesses to pay up, claiming it was to fight back against Go City, all under the guise of protection. Miss Park bitterly told Dogun, "Business is slow. We can't possibly afford that amount every month." Seeing the overflowing garbage, Dogun noted that the neighborhood seemed filthy. He realized the filth wasn't just trash, but also the pests buzzing around causing trouble. "Did you say your name was Bo? Where's your office?" The man trembled, asking back, "Why are you asking that?" Dogun's eyes lit up with a threatening glow. "This neighborhood is too dirty. Since I'm here, I figure I might as well do a little cleaning." And he meant cleaning up trash of both the literal and figurative kind. Over at the office of the Space Gang's representative, Lai Duan, news that his man, Boo, had been taken down left him completely stunned. What? He was defeated? He suspected it was the Red Brick Gang, but his subordinate confirmed it was a group of total strangers. Lai Duan gritted his teeth in fury, his metal hand crushing something on his desk. How dare they? Someone actually dared to touch space in this slum. He gave the order, "Gather the boys, now, I'm going myself." But he hadn't even reached the door yet. Suddenly, a henchman burst in, reporting, "Representative, we're under attack." Lai Duan roared. "An attack? By who?" The subordinate stammered. "They call themselves the Turtle Clan." A second later, the door was kicked clean off its hinges. Representative Lai Duan and his underlings stormed in. He bellowed, "Turtle Clan, Coconut Clan, I don't care who you are, get out here now." Seeing the wreckage, he scoffed, "What is this? What a pathetic sight." Lai Duan stalked closer, locking his eyes on Jock and snarling, "Is it you? The fearless little brat who dares to stir up trouble in my territory?" Even with his men beaten and scattered, the guy was still acting unbelievably arrogant. In response, Nam Jock just chuckled, "Haha, where do all you thugs keep crawling from?" Standing behind him, Dogun calmly ordered, "Namjoke, clean this mess up by yourself." He also remembered to warn him not to use fire, since the building was so flammable. The enraged thugs charged forward, swinging their clubs. Seeing them activate their powers, Duisiok asked in shock, "Wait, they're all awakened beings." Dogun nonchalantly encouraged him, "And, if you want to reach A rank, you've got to be able to handle this much." His captain's words ignited Duisiok's fighting spirit. "Yes, sir, I'll give it a shot." Using these thugs as training to level up his skills, it was the perfect opportunity. While Jock was getting hyped for the fight, Nari, sitting on Doug's shoulder, cheered him on. "Come on, uncle, just a little more." The Birdman just casually munched on popcorn, observing, "That guy seems to be the boss." Gia was also stunned by how fast Duisiok was taking down opponents. The whole team watched the brawl against the thugs like they were at the movies. Seeing things go south, a henchman nervously advised Lai Duan to retreat, but he shut it down immediately. "No need, I will deal with this." Lai Duan slowly strode forward, glaring at Jock. "You little punk, is all of this you're doing?" Dogun quietly observed and made an assessment. The opponent possessed a body enhancement ability, at least B rank. Lai Duan was still wondering what this group of strangers even wanted in the slums. He began to power up, his muscles bulging menacingly. Dogun's suspicion was confirmed. So he really was sent by Go Dung-hyuk. Hearing the name Go Dung-hyuk, Dae-seok wondered if they were talking about the president of the Freelance Hunter Association. Representative Lee Do-won roared with impatience. Enough talk. Get over here and fight, you pile of scrap. He charged forward in a frenzy to attack the punk. However, Jock easily dodged the powerful punches, making Lee Do-won furiously curse the slippery fighter. Meanwhile, Jock calmly observed, confident. I see it all. I've got your number now, you bastard. He was amazed at his own power. Huh. Have I really gotten this much stronger? Is this the result of that special training? Witnessing the show, Gia smiled. The chef is pretty good. The compliment made Jock blush bright red. Getting praised by a pretty girl mid-fight totally broke his concentration. He stammered back shyly. Really? Dogun immediately shouts out a warning. Don't relax. It's not over yet. And sure enough, Lee Do-won crawls from the wreckage, his face a mask of pure fury. You snot-nosed brat, using cheap tricks, he roars, frantically gathering power. A violent gust of wind swirls around his arm as he screams, I'll blow you all away. Juseok is stunned, realizing his opponent doesn't just have enhanced strength, he also wields wind abilities. A massive tornado erupts, tearing apart everything in the office. While Nari anxiously asks if he's okay and Gia prepares to help, Dogun calmly stops them. He'll be fine. I taught him a little something for moments like this. Amidst the raging storm, Jock suddenly shoots forward, brilliant blue mana glowing on his hand. He lands a critical blow right on the representative's head, leaving him completely staggered. Namjock stands tall over his fallen opponent and coldly asks, Want to keep going? Dogun watches on, silently impressed that his junior used a mana shield for an attack. He glances at the representative's shattered weapons and scoffs. With junk like this, what did you really think you could accomplish? The space sign is thrown to the ground without a care. Nari excitedly rips it down, suggesting, Mister, we have to change this, right? I already took it down. Dogun nods in agreement, since they're taking over the place. Nari immediately uses laser beams from her eyes to carve the new name onto the wall. The word coconut appears, complete with a cute drawing. Dogun cracks a smile and comments, Hey, the drawing's cute. Witnessing this, the representative Lee Do-cheon can only cry in despair as his imposing base is turned into what looks like a coffee shop. He's horrified to realize that even the child with them is a formidable awakened being, and wonders if the hooded person is truly the weakest. Yeah, he probably shouldn't get his hopes up. Standing before a reinforced safe, Dogun coldly demands, Hey, what's the password for this? Though trembling, the representative stubbornly insists he'd never tell, even at knife point. Not wasting another word, Dogun shatters the safe's magical seal with his bare hands, stunning his opponent. This is faster. Seeing the gold pour out, Dogun nods, satisfied. You've collected quite a bit. Dogun falls into thought, pondering how to deal with this gang so they stop causing trouble for good. He wonders to himself what they actually protect while shaking people down for protection money. But then Kak reveals a surprising truth. Ever since this gang grew powerful, violent crime in the area plummeted because the gang punishes it severely. Dogun realizes these thugs are sometimes more effective than the cops who just stand by. In the slums, the police always turn a blind eye, refusing to help the poor. Standing before the mountain of gold, Dogun coldly challenges the leader of the space gang. Gold City is going to flatten this place soon. How do you plan to stop them? Lee Do-cheon bows his head helplessly, admitting that besides getting stronger, there's nothing they can do when the police and politicians are all working together. He reveals that Go Dung-hyuk, president of the Freelance Hunter Association, once approached him with a dark proposition. The man promised a massive payout if the space gang caused a security crisis in the slums, which would sway public opinion and speed up redevelopment. However, the representative insists he refused the offer and started his own patrols to maintain order. He desperately begs for their trust, admitting some of his men aren't perfect. But all of us love this slum, he pleads. Dogun just scoffs, thinking that thugs who extort people for a living have no right to talk about kindness. They only keep order to protect their own turf. He states coldly, a thug is a thug. There's no such thing as a good one in this world. As his opponent trembles in silence, Dogun suddenly slams his hand on the table and offers one last chance. He declares, I'll give you one opportunity. You want to protect the slums, right? Then I'm sure you won't mind using all this money for the slums. In an instant, a powerful wave of mana sweeps through the streets, clearing away all the trash. And instead of their gangster clothes, the space gang is now wearing janitor uniforms. They work tirelessly, sweeping every alley under Dogun's watchful eye. Seeing his boss with a broom, a lackey asks if he has an attraction ability to clean faster, only to be angrily told, Shut up, I'm not a magnet. Even so, they had to admit that gathering the trash in one place made the work go by much faster. Watching the neighborhood become cleaner, the representative silently hopes this transformation is enough to satisfy the powerful man standing behind him. Dogon stands with his arms crossed, watching the street. From now on, you're in charge of cleaning the slums. Change your name to the Cosmic Family. He doesn't forget to add a direct threat. If I drop by and find these streets are dirty, Li Du Cheon, you'll be the first one to get a beating. Overwhelmed by Dogon's power, the entire gang shouts in unison, accepting the order. After getting their new mission, Li Du Cheon's men become janitors with brooms and paint rollers. The members can't help but question their choices. But they tell themselves there was no other way on their own. They could never stand up to the people from Gold City. Looking at Dogon's retreating figure, the representative admits to himself that, although he's young, for some reason he feels compelled to trust this man. The cleanup is incredibly fast. District 12 is now spotless, and they're ready to start on District 11 the next day. Dogon and his companions stand admiring the much cleaner streets. Seeing a new backpack on Dogon's shoulder, the Birdman asks about it. Dogon explains it's a thank you gift from Mr. Park, who sold out of cleaning supplies because of them. The bag is a perfect size, so he's made it into a new home for little Dodak. With their work in the slums finished, Dogon signals for the group to head home. The moment they step through the portal to the demon realm, Nari excitedly dashes ahead. She cheers about how long they've been away, and is immediately swarmed by little foxes and other garden creatures who clamor for affection. Dogon looks around and wonders where Manager Kim is. The little owl quickly reports that he has temporarily moved to the Snow Mountain Research Institute for work. Just then, Nam Geo pipes up and asks if everyone is hungry, since they haven't eaten at all. Big sis, are you hungry? If so, how about my unbeatable egg rice with soy sauce? This guy is clearly determined to impress the pretty lady. The meal sounds so simple that Gia and her brother hesitate, but Jock confidently insists they won't regret it. While waiting for the rice to cook, Dogon takes Nari to find dessert, and she's amazed to learn there's even edible fruit in the demon realm. Model. Dogon confirmed they were red grapes, and by the looks of it, perfectly ripe for the season. He and Nari continued their walk through the field. Dogon explains that the grapes here are a little different from the human world. Nari catches a sweet scent and quickly spots their target. The little girl stood stunned before a colossal demon world grapevine. Its canopy was impossibly vast and tall. But her attention was quickly drawn to the wolves below. They were prowling right under the tree. She wondered if these beasts were also here to pick grapes. A little absurd, since wolves are carnivores, not vegetarians, right? Suddenly, Nari cried out in surprise when she spotted someone up in the tree. It was a young, red-haired man in hunter's gear, clinging to the trunk in a total panic. Seeing someone below, he desperately cried out for help. "Is anybody there? Please, help me!" Unable to climb any higher, he began to panic, realizing the demon grapes had a hallucinogenic property that was slowly weakening his body. While being chased by wolves, he'd lost his bag, and didn't even have a gate stone to escape. Just as he was hopelessly apologizing to his grandpa, Nari's voice suddenly called out from high above. Nari innocently asks, "Should we pick the yellow ones too?" Dogon casually replies, "No, just the red ones. The yellow ones aren't ripe yet and they're too bitter." Witnessing a little girl appear in the middle of the demon world, the young man was terrified, wondering if he was already hallucinating. Seeing him dangling there, Nari asked worriedly, "But is it okay if we don't save him? He looks like a ripe grape that could fall any second." Dogon coldly remarks that he looks fine for now, so the girl obediently returns to picking grapes. Nari was amazed it was her first time seeing a tree so huge. Dogon looked at the juicy clusters of grapes, remarking that the tree must be over 60 years old. Nari, surprised, asked if he was counting its rings. He thoughtfully explains, "Not exactly. In fact, this tree feels like one he planted a very long time ago." And with that, dark memories suddenly flood back. A vision of Dogon as Subject 17, lying motionless on a cold lab table, hooked up to a tangle of tubes. A soulless announcement rings out. Subject 17 cell injection complete. Experiment concluding early. The researchers then allow Dogon to leave. He stops by a trash can and asks, "Are you throwing this away?" It was a sprouting demon grape seed, discarded because they deemed it had no research value. But Dogon sensed an intense life force within the seed, so he asked to take it, receiving a careless reply, "Do whatever you want with it." The staff began to whisper nervously, "Hey, are you crazy? Giving materials to a chimera?" They fearfully recalled how number 17 once attacked a director just for being denied. Back in the present, Dogon touches the giant trunk, feels that familiar magical energy, and smiles. Just as he thought it was exactly the same, He was genuinely shocked that the seed from back then had not only survived but had grown this strong. Its life force was still as powerful as ever. A cluster of juicy grapes appears before them. Nari asks excitedly, "Is this one for us?" It looks bigger and tastier than the others we picked. Down below, the red-haired young man is horrified when he hears their conversation. He couldn't believe someone would call the hallucinogenic grapes delicious while he was so weak. A desperate scream rips through the air as he falls toward the waiting wolf pack. Instantly, Dogon flicks his wrist, sending out a magical ribbon that wraps around him for a last-second rescue. Looking at the man's terrified, trembling face, Dogon asks coldly, "You're Liunu's grandson, aren't you?" To the young man's absolute shock, he continues with an order. "When you get back, give him this message." Dogon coldly informs him that his grandfather now owes him his life for the second time. After escaping the wolves, Liunu's grandson looks around, completely bewildered. He has no idea what's happening, seeing a small bird perched on his head. Spotting a little snake dancing on a table, he blankly wonders. A new worker? What in the world is this place? Before him is an unbelievable scene of mandragoras happily singing and eating. Even the giant parrot blue had been turned into a weird toy. A parrot beak slide? This can't be some kind of campsite, can it? The appearance of strange, masked figures makes him tremble. And who are these terrifying people? Seeing the stranger, a bird-headed warrior asks curiously, "Is he joining our coconut clan?" Jia coldly adds, "We should probably check him out." As panic set in, his stomach suddenly rumbled. A captivating aroma had just wafted past his nose. Above all else, he could smell sesame oil and soy sauce. The young man couldn't trust his senses. He was definitely hallucinating badly now. There was no way someone was cooking in the demon world. Just then, Namjok emerges in a professional chef's uniform with a hot plate of food. "All right, thank you for waiting. This is the result of a very careful process." Fluffy scrambled eggs, fragrant from the fire, were mixed with fresh, glossy rice. It was then seasoned with rich soy sauce and aromatic sesame oil, all stirred together with heart. Jock proudly presents his masterpiece. Behold, cheese, soy sauce, egg rice, served with potato, soybean, paste soup, and perfectly fermented sliced kimchi. He announced the dish with the flair of a five-star restaurant. Jock helpfully instructs, "The melted cheese is key, so be sure to mix it well before eating." The fantastic smell made Nari excited. "This has to be delicious." Even Jia had to nod in agreement. Clearly, the kid has some serious skills. Seeing the newcomer's confused expression, Jock says warmly, "We've met before, haven't we? It's not much, but please, help yourself." The young man was stunned. "Huh? We have?" Though suspicious of the offer, his stomach couldn't resist the temptation, so he decided to take a bite. Well, here goes nothing, he thinks. The moment the rice touched his tongue, an explosion of flavor sent a shockwave through his body. Ah, this is seasoning. In its purest form. How can it be so perfectly balanced? Every single grain of rice was soaked in flavor. Everyone enjoys Jock's soy sauce egg rice with absolute delight. Jia, the bird brother, and even Dogon have to admit the dish is truly excellent. Nari excitedly shouts, "Mister, this is totally my favorite." Standing by his makeshift field kitchen, Jock couldn't help but feel proud of his creation. Meanwhile, the mandragoras and other small spirits were busy feasting on the juicy grapes that Dogon and Nari had just brought back for them. The Hunter Association president's grandson? Dogon wondered why a kid with that kind of background was just dangling from a giant vine. The red-haired young man sadly explained his mission. He tried to climb the tree for something, but its hallucinogenic power completely knocked him out. Something clicked for Dogon. The top of the tree? Could he be after that specific seed? The kid's hesitation sent a memory flashing back a fiery argument at the Hunter Association headquarters. In the memory, he slammed the table, screaming at his grandfather, Lai Unsu, that he refused to join the association. He wanted freedom, not a life chosen for him as an awakened. Pained, the young man had demanded, "Don't you understand how I feel?" To end the argument, Lai Unsu presented him with a challenge. If he journeyed to the demon world and brought back one tiny seed, his grandfather would never mention the association again. Was this seed truly important to Li Unsu, or was it just a test? Back in the present, the kid confessed he always wanted to meet his grandpa's expectations, but lacked the confidence to be a great hunter. He still had no idea why his grandfather sent him after this specific seed. Dogon listened quietly before speaking up. "I don't really get families, but I think I know why he sent you to get this." He began to explain the unique nature of the demon world vine. The tree produces only a single seed every few decades. To protect that precious seed, the vine nurtures it carefully inside a pouch at the very top. It stretches to the sky to shield it from ground predators and uses its fruit to create illusions, warding off enemies from above. Dogon smiled. You could say its entire life is dedicated to that one seed, just like how a person raises their own child. And just like that, the kid finally understood why Li Unsu wanted him to find this specific seed. So forget about the association. Forget about all that other stuff. In the end, Li Unsu probably lived his whole life just for him. Dogon figured the old president just wanted his grandson to understand that feeling. Meanwhile, standing by a skyscraper window, Li Unsu had a thought maybe he should invite the kid to dinner. Elsewhere, the red-haired young man couldn't hold back his tears, finally understanding the profound love his grandfather had always shown him. Li Unsu stared pensively at the family photos on his desk, his heart heavy. Had he been nagging his grandson too much? He picked up his phone, looking at the contact name Puppy, thinking it had been too long. But as he tried to call, a long, hopeless tone indicated the phone was off. He sighed to himself, assuming the boy was probably just out somewhere with his friends. After a moment, his gaze shifted to a sealed orb of human flesh sitting on his desk. Li Unsu had a gut feeling that something was definitely wrong. There was the incident at the Hanbit Institute, and the strange case of dozens of A-rank hunters who were mysteriously demoted to D rank. When questioned about a breach in the gag order, he confirmed it was impossible. He also dismissed the idea of a gate anomaly, since there was no way such an irregularity would affect that many people all at once. Li Unsu knew this was no coincidence. He'd seen it with his own eyes, a strange figure riding a parrot-beaked vulture across the sky. He wondered if that man was behind everything. He'd given chase all the way to the slums, but the mysterious figure quickly jumped through a gate and vanished. But what was the connection between the Mana Seal and the slums? Searching for another link, his mind kept returning to that child from long ago. Suddenly, a subordinate burst into the room, shouting. Startled, Chairman Li Unsu asked what was wrong and got shocking news. It seemed the young master, Li B, had gone to the demon world for the seed. The old president was stunned, his face a mask of horror. He had challenged the wrong impulsive grandson. Night fell over the demon world, and a quiet calm settled as everyone turned in early. By the crackling fire, the birdman Gu mused aloud. Jia's already asleep, everyone turned in early. Maybe dinner was just that good, just as you'd expect from an A-rank chef. But looking around, Gu noticed the new guy was missing. But where'd that guy go? I think his name was Li B, Dogon casually replied. Nam Diok dragged him off to wash the dishes. Oh, I thought he'd get a free meal? Dogon added that Jock advised doing chores is the best cure for a bad mood. Gu laughed, figuring Jock just wanted a helper, even if it was a junior. Suddenly, the birdman got curious. Hey, how do you know Li B's grandpa anyway? Dogon closed his eyes as a distant memory surfaced. It was a long, long time ago. In the memory, a younger Dogon stood alone amidst the rubble of a burning city, wondering, where am I? The young Dogon knew he was supposed to be in the demon world, but he'd landed in the wrong place, despite setting precise coordinates. Staring at the shattered gate stones at his feet, he worried. Even the backup stone he brought with him wasn't working. With his time ticking down, he started searching for another gate stone. Just then, a natural gate ripped open, and a vicious two-headed creature launched a lightning-fast attack. Dogon reacted instantly. A brilliant blue stream of magic exploded from his hand as he thought to himself, aha! After capturing the two-headed beast, he realized this tiny creature was the source of the spatial distortion, and now it was sealed safely inside his orb. Dogon noted. So these things were causing it. The seal worked perfectly. I should use this to capture bad guys from now on. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help from beneath the rubble caught his attention. Somebody save me. Someone's here. After being rescued and given some water, the stranger emotionally thanked him for saving his life after being trapped for 3 days. The man handed Dogon a card, prompting him to ask, what is this? Dogon held the business card and murmured its text, Interim President of the Hunter Association, Li Unsu. The man smiled, explaining he founded the group to support hunters. Though it wasn't officially recognized yet, he admitted he wasn't an awakened himself. He could only help by providing for those who risk their lives fighting. Seeing his passion, Dogon thought to himself, damn it, what help can I be? I'm not even a real hunter. Just as the man opened his mouth to ask him a question, was Dogon short on gate stones? Coldly, Dogon tells the man to go his own way. He didn't want any more trouble. Seeing Dogon about to leave, Li Unsu is stunned. What? You're going alone? He explains that if he had a gate stone, he wouldn't be stuck here in the first place. Dogon suddenly stops in his tracks, then says decisively, I'll get you one. We just have to get to the next sector. Overjoyed, Li Unsu follows. claiming he knows all the routes since he's been here before. He kindly offers a baked potato, asking, "Do you like potatoes? This is the last of my food, but we should at least share it." Staring at the potato, Dogun falls into thought. Even after being trapped for 3 long days, this man somehow kept his incredible optimism. The two of them begin walking through the rubble. Dogun reminds him they have to find a gatestone within 3 days. Lee Unsu starts asking his name and where he's from, only to get a blunt response. "You talk too much." The man retorts indignantly, "You look much younger than me, so why are you talking so informally?" And he's right even now. He's aged while Dogun looks the same. Back in the present by the fire, Dogun is asked if they kept in touch. He quietly says no. That was the last time. Dogun thinks to himself that until the very end, the man never knew he was actually a chimera. Just then, the birdman Guyu excitedly pokes the fire. "I think it's ready, right? Time to peel." He quickly peels off the charred skin and devours the hot potato with pure delight. So good now, this is what I call romantic. But Guyu's mood shifts as he worries about the coming winter. Once snow covers everything, they won't find any dry firewood. Hearing this gives Dogun an idea. What if we build an underground storeroom? We can gather wood now and keep it there. Just then, little Dodaki pokes its head out of his bag, whining. Dogun immediately knows what it wants and asks, "Huh? You need more moisturizer again?" This little plant is so vain, always wanting to get dolled up. But he has to refuse the cream manager Kim gave him is all gone, leaving the creature deflated. Dogun reassures it, "Hey little guy, just wait a bit." When Manager Kim gets here, and as soon as he says it, a bright magic portal opens up. Manager Kim rushes out. "Dogun's back!" The timing is so perfect, even Dogun has to admit, "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." After learning Jock is busy washing dishes, Manager Kim excitedly opens his briefcase and announces the big news. "We've finally succeeded in developing the mandragora cure. 2 vials of golden liquid appear, promising to solve the little one's digestive issues for good." But then, Manager Kim's expression turns worried. There's just one problem. The medicine needs to be administered through an IV. But they absolutely refuse needles. 2 little mandragoras are seen trembling in fear. Dogun ponders this. An injection for a mandragora? Guyu confirms the little guys are terrified and asks if there's any other way. Manager Kim explains the drug must be introduced into the body very slowly to work. After a moment of thought, Dogun asks to borrow some moisturizer from Kim. He figures the mandragora's body is similar to Dodaki's, and Dodaki loves this stuff. Instead of a needle, Dogun starts expertly rubbing the cream all over the little mandragora. The small creature lets out a satisfied little hum. Witnessing this god-tier massage technique, Manager Kim asks in awe, "Is that some kind of special mandragora-only massage?" Dogun smiles, explaining he used to do it for Dodaki, who loved it. Sitting on his head, Dodaki behaves perfectly, letting its sick friends go first. Under Dogun's gentle hands, the mandragora absorbs the medicine and drifts into a deep sleep. The sight leaves both Guyu and Manager Kim completely stunned. This was the first time they'd ever seen a demonic creature sleep so peacefully during treatment. Dogun then begins his medical procedure on the other sick mandragoras. After lulling them to sleep, he carefully uses a tiny needle to prick their outer layer. The small creature flinches, but luckily, that's it. After the gentle care, they simply drift off. Seeing this, Dogun gives the order. "Manager Kim, take this and start the IV drip." He then continues preparing to treat the next one. Under the bright moonlight, Manager Kim shouts with joy. It's a success. 2 little mandragoras are now connected to IV bags, their progress being monitored. Dogun lets out a tired sigh, admitting, "I'd rather go hunt monsters. Taking care of the sick like this is way more exhausting than grinding." Manager Kim agrees, thankful everyone else was asleep and didn't see the struggle. Suddenly, Dogun asks about Namjok's situation. Mr. Kim says he was planning to talk about it when the man himself arrived. Turns out, he had more good news. He thinks with glee, "I finally succeeded in developing a hair loss treatment." Just then, the sound of a pot lid crashing to the ground shatters the silence. From the darkness, Nam, Jock, and Leb appear, looking completely stunned by the scene. Seeing Jock, Manager Kim beams with excitement. He holds up 2 bottles and begins to explain. The blue one restores dead hair follicles, while the yellow one stimulates new hair growth. He emotionally declares he never thought this day would come, all thanks to recent research on red star stones and liquid metal. And get this, if he adds a catalyst to the yellow solution, he can even control the hair's length. Hearing this, Namjock goes absolutely nuts. He screams in disbelief, "Control the length too?" Asked what hairstyle he wants, Jock looks in a mirror, thinking of his ideal role model. It's the beautiful Gia. He states firmly, I think the more hair, the better. I want it long, down to my back, and as thick as possible. Seeing that determination, Manager Kim calculates he'll need 4 bottles of catalyst. With a serious look, he starts shaking the bottles. All right then, I'll begin. Oh man, you just know this transformation is going to be something else. Outside in the backyard, Dogun, Guyu, and Leb watch from the darkness. Dogun wonders why Jock wanted to do this alone. Guyu guesses he was either afraid of waking Gia, or wanted to surprise her with the result. The Birdman worries. But if Gia wakes up, should I stop her? I'm not very confident. Looking at Guyu's tense expression, Dogun silently notes, this guy looks even more desperate than the person actually going through it. I guess outsiders are always more level-headed. Guyu just watches, completely on edge. He remembered washing dishes together when Jock told him about his deepest wish. He prayed silently, hoping that dream would finally come true. Suddenly, a blinding light and a huge explosion erupted from the wooden room, shocking everyone. Thick, billowing smoke started to clear. Dogun and the others rushed in to check on the situation. What was going on? Before them was an impossible sight. Manager Kim, standing there completely frozen, next to a giant mass of black. It was Jock's hair. It was so long and thick it covered a massive area. How much longer was this thing going to grow? My head is getting way too heavy. His experiment had been a little too successful. Manager Kim was panicking as Jock's hair grew at an impossible, uncontrollable rate. It felt like it was growing faster every second. Something was definitely wrong with the formula. He was being crushed by the giant mound of hair, unable to breathe. I can't breathe. Instantly, Dogun lunged forward, pulling him out from the tangled mess. He gave a cold order. Jock, stay still. You move, you lose your head. A clean mana slash sliced through the air despite Joke's terrified screams. As the dust settled, Ju Seok sat stunned in the middle of the battlefield. He was surrounded by hair, staring at his junior who was now wearing his own long hair like a cape. Dogun casually asked, well, isn't this interesting? So, do you like it? Thanks to Dogun's quick thinking, everything was fine. Ju Seok tremblingly touched the silky black hair, then suddenly leaped up, screaming with absolute joy. Wah! Jock roared with excitement. Boss, the length is absolutely perfect. He turned to shower Manager Kim with praise. And Mr. Kim, you're a true genius, the savior of the world. Manager Kim let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call, even with that little incident. But just then, the noise woke up Gia. She rubbed her eyes and walked out asking, Big brother, what is it? Why is it so noisy? Gia froze when she saw a strange man with long hair kneeling on the grass. She slowly approached him, her golden eyes staring with deep suspicion. You, what are you? Faced with Gia's sudden appearance. In her nightgown, Jock's face turned beet red, his heart pounding. Huh? It's her. Gia didn't hesitate to step closer, gently lifting his chin to get a better look at him. He was completely frozen in shock. His heart was beating out of his chest with Gia so close to him. Gia just stared at the massive pile of black hair with a look of pure sleepiness and disgust. Realizing it was someone she knew, she spoke bluntly. Oh, it's the cook. I thought you were some kind of new monster I almost attacked. Gia's words hit him like a lightning bolt, and all Jock could do was whisper in despair. A new monster? Gia couldn't care less. She just yawned. A long yawn and turned back. Nothing to see here. I'm going back to sleep. Seeing their junior completely crushed, Dogun and Gu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Baek Ho and Manager Kim could only pat his shoulder in comfort. Cheer up, man. You win some, you lose some. The next morning, the entire garden was unusually busy. The little chimeras were eagerly sweeping up, while Baek Ho was straining to carry heavy wooden planks under Gu's intense supervision. Ugh. Faster. Watching from a distance, Nari was worried. Uncle, Mr. Jock looks really exhausted. Dogun calmly replied, just leave him be. It seems like he wants some quiet time alone. And it was true. Jock looked like a walking corpse, his hair covering his face as he mumbled obsessively about being a new monster. Is this what heartbreak looks like, people? Noticing someone was missing, Nari asked curiously. By the way, where did Manager Kim go? Dogun explained that he'd locked himself back in his lab to continue his research. He wanted to perfect the hair growth formula into a commercial product, before releasing it to the market. Nari couldn't help but admire his dedication. Manager Kim really is the best. On the other side of the field, another cloud of dust erupted. The Chimera brothers had been working meticulously on every detail, and had finally completed an underground woodshed. Looking at the impressive structure, the Birdman nodded with satisfaction. This is totally Dogun's style. isn't it? Nari was beyond excited, running around the glowing entrance and cheering. I bet he's going to love this. Uncle, come look at this. The entrance was dark but imposing, making Nari exclaim that it looked just like a demon lord's cave. Although it seemed small from the outside, the Birdman explained the space below was actually huge. It had a leading staircase and was lit up by glowing magic stones. Elsewhere, Baekho was hauling a massive pile of dry firewood on his back. Dogun walked over to ask if they had enough firewood yet. Baekho wiped his sweat, confidently declaring, "Oh yeah, we have plenty. Enough to last us the entire winter." Seeing the cellar was finished, Dogun gave the signal. Now all we have to do is move the firewood into storage. Little Dodaki popped out of a pocket, cheering excitedly. "Leave it to us." Watching Baekho work tirelessly, Dogun noted that for a C-rank hunter, the guy was quite a capable worker, much more diligent than he looked. He walked closer, took out an essence stone, and handed it to him. "Here's your payment." Dogun reminded him coldly, "You should be heading back now. You're only a C-rank hunter, after all." Suddenly, Baekho shot up with a look of pure determination and made a proposal. "Can I join Dogun's family?" After spending just a short time here, it seemed he felt like this was the place for him. As everyone stared in shock, Baekho pleaded, "I'll do anything you ask." Dogun mused for a moment, then asked, "Why do you want to join?" The red-haired young man clenched his fists, expressing his desire to train and become stronger, just like Mr. Jock had told him. He wasn't sure if he could meet his grandfather's expectations, but Baekho declared that if it came to this, he wanted to go all the way. Witnessing this scene, Nari and Jia just looked at each other, realizing the family was about to get a new worker, and Jock was getting a new dishwashing partner. Dogun replied casually, "Well, I don't really care either way, but you'll need to get your grandfather's permission first." Those words left Baekho stunned. "Permission?" Dogun stated firmly. "Coincidentally, I have some things to ask Lai Yunu myself. Follow me to your house." In an instant, the two of them were in Golden City, standing before the luxurious mansion of the Hunter Association's president. Baekho took a deep breath and shakily rang the bell. Ding dong. He spoke hesitantly into the intercom. "It's me, Baekho." The moment the gate opened, Lai Yunu rushed out, his face etched with worry. "Baekho? What? You brat. You could have at least said something before taking off." Baekho simply leaned his head on his grandfather's shoulder and whispered, "I'm home now." Lee Unsu immediately started checking his nephew for injuries, his voice thick with emotion. "Do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you?" He'd been a nervous wreck ever since he heard the boy left to find the seed. Mid-question, Lee Unsu froze, suddenly noticing a figure standing silently behind them. "But, who is this person with you?" Dogun slowly stepped out from the darkness. "It's been a while, my favorite customer." Seeing that face, the old guildmaster's eyes widened in sheer terror. Dogun nonchalantly commented, "Maybe it's because you awakened late, but you've really aged quite a bit. Potatoes. You still like them, right? And that's all for this video. Be sure to hit that like button so we can bring you more amazing series. Thanks for watching, and goodbye everyone.